save her life, he risks everything. Love, war, destiny. Listen to the full story.
Chapter 1. Every person present in the courtroom stood up and bowed their heads in respect as the werewolf prince, Danson Rodriguez, made his way to the throne. His younger sister, Ariel, smiled at him from the throne situated beside his as he took a seat. Ariel was the queen of werewolves, and he was her elder brother. Because the she-wolves of the royal families were stronger and consisted of the powers passed on by the moon goddess to every first daughter, Ariel had been the sweetest queen ever, unlike her brother, who had become the man that anyone would fear. "Let's begin the court," Ariel commanded with a smile. The minister who carried a bunch of papers, obtaining the arising conflicts in the kingdom, stepped ahead and bowed his head before speaking. "Your Highness, the kingdom is in peace. The conflict regarding vampires and werewolves have been sorted. All the alphas have agreed to keep their peace with vampires, except one." The middle-aged man paused and nodded a second later. "Who's the alpha that dares to disrespect our rules?" Danson asked, gaining his courtier's attention. His appearance was calm as usual, but they knew otherwise. The minister cowered in fear the moment his eyes met the prince's. "Alpha Tony Gonzalez," he stuttered. "I'll look into the matter," Danson informed his sister, getting up from his seat, before walking out of the courtroom without a word. Ariel dismissed the court politely and followed her brother outside. Walking beside her brother in silence, she reminisced about what had made her brother into the man he is now. She knew her brother very well. For others, Danson might seem like an arrogant man who didn't care for others' feelings, but she knew deep inside was her brother, who used to be the light of the palace. His playful attitude and caring personality used to make everyone around him happy. He was such a nice man until his mates came into his life and tore his heart into pieces. Not once, but twice. "I will never forgive the woman who took my brother away from me," Ariel vowed in her mind. "What's it, Ariel? You seem to be in deep thought." Danson turned to look at his sister. "Nothing. I was wondering what you'll do to make the alpha agree." She lied, knowing that her brother would be upset if she told what she was thinking. "I am going to make him pay for disrespecting the rules," Danson said, looking at his sister, frowning. "Don't worry. I won't kill him," he assured, smiling at his sister as she nodded in approval. She's always concerned about everyone, Danson thought. "When are James and Cammy returning?" He inquired about Ariel's mate and daughter, who had visited another town for a fair. "They'll return back before midnight. James will have to buy half the stalls for Cammy. She can be very demanding when taken to a fair." A smile rose on her lips at the mention of her daughter's name. Ariel's 6-year-old daughter, like every other child, was very stubborn and wanted everything she laid eyes on. The last time they went for a play, Cammy wanted the actors to stay with her and cried all the way back home. At last, Danson invited the actors to lunch. "Good. Next time, I'll arrange for the fair in our town so I can buy my niece everything she needs," Danson suggested. "You're spoiling her, Danny." Ariel shook her head at her brother. One of the guards interrupted their conversation as he bowed his head before looking up at the prince. "Your Highness, you asked for Alpha Tony Gonzalez's PAX location." Danson nodded for the guard to continue. "Alpha stays at the western part of Iris." Iris was the werewolf kingdom, while the kingdom of Veneton belonged to the vampires. Humans stayed in both kingdoms, but were primarily found in Iris due to the lesser threat from vampires who hunted humans for their blood. "Prepare the carriage. We shall head there tomorrow," he ordered. "A week ago." Eastern part of Iris. Tucking her hair behind her ear as she plucked the roses from the plant, Ariel hummed the song she had recently heard in an opera. The buzzing sound of the bell snapped her out of her little trance. She placed the roses on the table and rushed to attend to the person at the door. Her father entered the moment she opened the door. She was surprised. For once, he didn't stumble past the door the way he always does after getting into a drinking fit with his fellow friends. "Make food for 3. We have guests for the evening," she heard her father say, more like order her as she shut the door. "So that's the reason he isn't drunk. Because we have guests," Ariel thought. Why was she still here and not leave her father to his own? It was because of her father that her mother killed herself. It was because of him that she didn't have the life of a typical werewolf. But still, at the end of the day, he was her father, and she couldn't do anything about it. It's not like she could escape either. She had tried to run once, only to fail miserably when her father caught her and hit her for doing so. The evening approached as the day was spent thinking, cleaning, and preparing food for the guests. She heard the bell ring. Her footsteps made a beeline for the door, but her father stopped her before she could open it. "I'll open the door. You go and get the meal." She nodded, as she always did, and walked to the kitchen to get the food. "Nice to see you, Peyton." Ariel heard a man's voice greet her father. For some reason, the voice made her wolf howl in happiness. Ariel wanted to ask her wolf about what made her happy. But it's not like her wolf would reply anyway. Unlike the other werewolves, she had lost contact with her wolf the day her mother died. Ariel had tried to talk to her wolf, but she never replied. Picking up the dishes she had just filled with food, she made her way to the dining room where the guests were present. Ariel's gaze fixated on the mahogany table, avoiding any eye contact with the guest as she placed the dishes on the table. "Care to introduce the young lady, Peyton?" She heard the same husky voice ask. That's my daughter Ariel, Alpha Tony." Peyton sipped on his tea leisurely. Ariel looked up to meet a pair of dark brown eyes staring back at her. It seemed like time had stopped, and all she could do was stare at him. Her wolf jumped with untold happiness. She saw a smirk appear on the handsome man's face as he took a puff of the cigar that he held in his hand. "Looks like I found my mate, Peyton," Tony said, sparing a glance at Ariel's father, whose eyes looked like they would bulge out of their sockets any moment. "Pack your things, girl," Tony said to Ariel in an authoritative tone. His voice was missing any trace of the sincerity and love that she had expected her mate would show her. "We're leaving for Iris. To my pack house," he announced in his alpha tone, leaving no room for an argument. Ariel followed Tony without a word, unaware of the situation she was about to get stuck in and the person she was about to meet. Chapter 2. Present Day. Ariel Cristford's POV. It's been a week since I found my mate and shifted to his pack house. I always thought my mate would be the one to help me escape the misery I had carried all my life, but it seems I was always meant to be unfortunate. My mate is my mate, except he spends his nights with other women, shows affection to them in front of me, and treats me like I'm some slave, just the way my father used to treat me. He does show a bit of affection, like he allows me to sleep on the bed, unlike back at my father's house, where he used to make me sleep on the cold floor, and the alpha doesn't bother me until I do all the work in the pack house. So, I guess, that's fine with me. At least, I'm not abused. And I did make a few friends, like the rogue girl, Flavia, who works in the stable, and Giovanni, the beta of this pack. Unlike the alpha, my mate, and the pack members who avoided me like a plague, the beta was kind to all of us and spoke to me in a friendly manner since I was his alpha's mate. At present, I was watering the plants when I saw Giovanni walk out of the alpha's office with a frown on his face. "Where are you going?" Maximus, the delta, asked, trailing behind him. "How can the alpha just leave and let us handle the prince? Why doesn't he just agree to the truce? Why mess up with the royals? Doesn't he know that they are quite capable and powerful to make us bow in front of them? Why do you think the werewolf prince is visiting us today? To have a little chit-chat over tea? No, he's going to threaten the whole pack just because of the alpha." Giovanni raised his arms in the air in frustration. Maximus placed a hand on Giovanni's shoulder. "I understand, but we can't do anything. For we're not the alpha, and we can do nothing but to prepare ourselves for the worst and welcome the prince." Giovanni nodded in accordance, and just a moment after that, I heard a commotion near the entrance as a really handsome man made his way into the pack house. There were a lot of guards trailing behind him. I noticed that everyone around became still and bowed their heads in respect to this man. The man nodded to them before making his way towards Giovanni and Maximus, who stood at the farther corner with terrified looks on their faces. His footsteps halted just in front of me, and he turned his head in my direction. I felt my heartbeat quicken with fear of what was to come as this handsome stranger stared at me. This man. He was beautiful. He was carved into perfection. Pale skin, high cheekbones, dark black hair that was neatly combed behind his head, pink plush lips, well-refined body, not too muscular and not lean either, and smoldering ocean blue eyes that would make you lose yourself in their depths. I couldn't take my eyes off this stranger while he gave me a cold look and asked, "Who are you?" "What?" I blinked my eyes several times to make sense of the words he spoke. And when the question finally sank in, I thought of what to answer him. I wasn't a member of this pack, and my father is from the Eastern Irish pack. I could say that I was the alpha's mate, but I guess he wouldn't believe me. Why? Well, there are 2 reasons. 1, when I said to the pack members about me being the alpha's mate, no one believed it and just laughed it off, telling me I wasn't to the alpha's taste, and I was like dirt that the alpha wouldn't think twice before throwing out. 2. In my current state, I looked no less than a servant with the tattered clothes and water mug in my hand. I was stuttering. I didn't have any idea of what to say. "She's Ariel, Alpha Tony's mate, Your Highness." Giovanni was quick to answer the question. I gave him a thankful smile. In return, he nodded with a smile. "Your Highness." My eyes widened visibly. Does that mean he's oh my lord? He's the werewolf prince. The cold and heartless Prince Danson Rodriguez. Prince Danson stared at me for a moment before he spoke coldly. "Great," he said with a lack of enthusiasm. "Tell the alpha that as his punishment for disobeying the royal agreements, I'll marry his mate. If he doesn't agree to the truce soon enough, then it will be his mate who will suffer." With that, he reached me in 3 strides and grabbed my wrist in a harsh grip as he pulled me out of the pack house, leaving all of the pack members utterly shocked. Chapter 3. Ariel Cristford's POV. I didn't have any idea of what to say or what to do as Prince Danson made me sit in the carriage and rode off to the place he only knew. It wasn't like I could do anything anyway. Royals are said to be royals for a reason. They're way too powerful even than an alpha. And I was just an average wolf. There was no way that I could defend myself and get back alive. So I did the thing that I was best at, to stay quiet and do what the others want. This mantra had saved me several times from my father's wrath. So it could save me from this one too. I surely didn't want to get married. Not to a heartless man like the prince, at least. Not to someone who isn't my mate. Even though my mate is horrible, he's still my mate, the one who's destined for me by the moon goddess. After what felt like an eternity, the carriage halted in front of a vast, magnificent castle. I couldn't stop my mouth from falling agape, looking at the sight in front of me as I stepped out of the carriage. The castle looked like one in a fairy tale. Beautiful white brick walls, the top parts of the castle in conical shape, a vast flower garden surrounding the castle, a massive lake in front of it, surrounded by beautifully shaped green plants. I couldn't help but be thankful to get to see such a sight. Stop gaping and get inside. I don't have all the time in the world. It was the cold voice of the werewolf prince. Prince Danson was already standing at the entrance of the castle with his hands folded across his chest and his face holding no emotion. This man is so rude. Does he ever smile? I stared at him for a while before shaking my head. I don't think he smiles often. Warding the thought off my head, I followed the prince into the castle in utter silence. If I thought the sight outside was the best I've ever seen, then I was absolutely wrong because the inside of the castle was something I could never fathom. Beige-painted walls and wooden walls, designed to perfection, Victorian Gothic interiors, and artifacts and antiques decorated each corner of this place. The place itself screamed royalty. My father is a rich man, but I have never seen such a place in my life. This place itself is beyond words. After taking a few lefts and rights through the vast corridors, we finally stopped in front of a mahogany door. Prince Danson opened the door and entered the room, which looked like a study, while I stood outside, wondering what to do. Once he entered, he turned around and raised his brow in my direction. Is he challenging me? In return, I raised my brow as well. He sighed before speaking. Are you going to stand out there the whole day, or will you get in? Great. I made a fool out of myself. Hesitantly, I stepped into the study. There was a huge bookshelf in one corner of the survey, stacked with books. At the center lay a huge mahogany table, with many files on it and an ink quill beside it. "Danny?" "Oh, hello." The sweet voice suddenly caught my attention, and I turned around to my right to find a beautiful woman with blue eyes and blonde hair seated on the couch with a little girl on her lap. She smiled at me and got up from the couch, making the girl who looked no less than 6 sit on the couch. But the little girl ran past the woman and hugged Prince Danson. "Dan." Prince Danson lifted the girl and carried her in his arms. "Hey, Cammy." A small smile played on his lips as he kissed the little girl's cheek. I rubbed my eyes to confirm whether I wasn't hallucinating. Did he smile? He looked cute when he did that. "Hello, I'm Ariel Rodriguez, Danson's sister. It's nice to meet you." The beautiful woman introduced herself with a smile, but I couldn't help the surprise I received, or rather, shock. Is this really the werewolf queen? The tabloids are right about her. She's indeed painstakingly beautiful and also seems sweet, unlike her arrogant brother. "Ariel, Your Highness," I accepted her hand for a handshake. "Please don't go for the title." "You can call me Arish." She gave yet another sweet smile before turning to her brother, who was holding the little girl in his arms as she spoke to him in her cute voice. "Cammy, sweetheart, why don't you go and ask Martha to read you the story from the book you got from the fair?" "The Werewolf Queen," Arish suggested the girl, who nodded and got down from the prince's arms. "Yes, Mom. I totally forgot. The story looked interesting." "Thank you for making me remember, Cammy." The little girl grinned before making her way towards the exit. Once she was near the door, she turned her head and grinned in my direction. "You're beautiful," she said to me, and rushed out of the room. I smiled. She was a cute little girl. "I didn't know you had a visitor, Danny," Arish said, addressing me once her daughter left. "Well, I'm glad you got someone after a long time. How was your visit to Alpha Tony's pack house?" "We're getting married, Arish." He pointed his finger at me and then at him. "What?" Naked shock formed in Arish's eyes at her brother's statement. She looked at her brother as if he had lost his mind. But soon enough, a smile grew on her lips. "Do you love her, Dash?" Her statement was cut by Danson, who again spoke in his cold voice. "I'm marrying her as a form of punishment to the Alpha. There's nothing more to that. She's his mate, and what could be more effective than manipulating him through his mate?" A look of sadness appeared on Arish's face as she looked at her brother. "But Danson, it's not right, Dash. Please, Arish, try to understand. I'm doing this for the best. We can't accept people to deny our truce of peace and spreading violence. This will be an example to all those who try to neglect our rules in future that they should never mess with the royals." A sigh eluded Arish's lips as she gazed at her brother and then me. It seemed like she was having an internal conflict about whether to accept her brother's scheme or to get me out of this mess. "When is the wedding?" So she chose her brother. Of course, family comes first, and here I had a little hope that she would help me. "Tomorrow," Danson announced, shocking both of us. Chapter 4. Ariel's POV. I stared at my reflection in the mirror. The beautiful white wedding gown emphasized my curves well. The top was body-fitting, and the lower part featured a fishtail cut. My chestnut hair was styled at the front, while the rest of my hair was left free, which was a little longer than shoulder length. My face was powdered with talcum, and pink rose petals were crushed and applied on my lips and a bit on my cheeks. I sighed. I agree, I looked pretty, but do I really want to do this? Do I really want to marry a heartless man like Prince Danson? It's not like I have an option. I'm completely powerless here. A tiny part of me actually expected my mate to show up and stop all this. But then, I could never expect something from my worthless life. For all I know, my mate must be happy to get rid of me. I wanted to cry out in frustration and helplessness. I have always been like this. Helpless and useless. A huge part of me wanted to end this misery and give up on everything, but I couldn't do that. I couldn't choose the path my mother chose for herself to end her life, leaving me to suffer the aftermath. I had promised myself never to shed a tear because of anyone, and that is precisely what I'm going to do. I'm going to stay strong even if hell breaks. With that encouraging thought in my head, I exited my room and made my way to the main hall of the castle. I didn't know why I was dressed up so much, since there weren't many people attending the wedding. It's only going to be the priest, me, Prince Danson, and the two witnesses, Arish and her husband, James, along with their daughter, Cammy. I took a deep breath before descending the staircase. As I reached the top of the stairs, I spotted Arish standing beside a brown-haired, green-eyed man, his right arm wrapped around her waist as he stared at his wife and kissed her temple. I instantly looked away, a pang of envy crossing within me at the affection they shared. It was clear that they both loved each other dearly, and I adored them for that. After all, it's rare to find such love. Cammy ran to me and took my hand, which surprised me. She looked up at me with a bright smile. "You look beautiful, Ari." "Can I call you Ari?" she asked, although she had already called me by that name many times since yesterday. "Thank you, and yes, you can call me by that name." I kissed her cheeks, causing her smile to widen. Cammy is a lovely child. She had been tagging along with me since I arrived, talking about her friends, the candies she liked and the candies she didn't like, the teachers who were her favorites, the toys she bought, and so on. "You look wonderful, Ariel." Arish came up to me with a warm smile. Her husband, a few steps behind her, said, "This is James, my husband." "James, this is Ariel." She introduced us to each other. "Nice to meet you," James said with a smile. His arms still wound around his wife's waist securely. Likewise, I smiled back. "Now, let's get started with the wedding ceremony." Cammy reluctantly let go of my hand as Arish led me to the altar, where Prince Danson awaited our presence. I had always thought that a bride walked to the altar with her father beside her, blessing her with sweet words for the life that was to come, but in my case, my father didn't even know that I was getting married, not that he would ever do something like that. My father was shocked enough to see that I was the alpha's mate. I don't know what would happen to him when he learns that I got married to the prince himself. Prince Danson looked really handsome in his black tuxedo. He looked every inch a prince, only that he wasn't the Prince Charming material. Arish placed my hand on her brother's, and to my utter surprise, his hand was warm and soft, unlike his cold exterior. Soon enough, the ceremony began. Prince Danson and I slipped rings onto each other's ring fingers. The vows started, and we said our I do's, moving forward to the most dreadful part. I thought my wolf would object to all this. Didn't the wolf object to any contact with other male except their mate? Here I was getting married, but my wolf didn't speak a word as if she wasn't there in the first place. "By the power invested in me, I pronounce you as husband and wife. You may now kiss the bride," the priest announced, making my heart beat louder in my chest. I didn't want this. I didn't want him to steal my first kiss. But I can't do anything. Feeling absolutely powerless, I closed my eyes, preparing myself for what was to come. Prince Danson surprised me when he pulled me by my waist and kissed my cheek instead, causing my eyes to flutter open. "Count your clock and be prepared, because I'll torture you so much until your mate will stumble here accepting the truce and begging for me to release you," he whispered, only for me to hear. One thing about the royals was that they could block their voice from reaching others' hearing. So, it means none of the others heard him. I looked up at him. He just stared at me with his cold eyes before backing away. I stood frozen to the spot as his words sank in. I gulped hard. I wasn't prepared for this. Chapter 5. Ariel's POV. Being married is something I've never imagined myself finding. I've always thought my mate would be the one to sweep me off my feet and give me the happiness I so desperately wanted. Marriage never came into the frame. I didn't expect my mate to turn out to be the man who didn't want me at all. I didn't expect to marry the arrogant prince. Expectation. That word itself has no meaning. If it did, I wouldn't find myself in Danson's room right now. I'm not going to call him prince anymore because he's no gentleman. As night came all too soon, Arish had suggested forced Danson to let me sleep in his room since I was his wife now, and an emotionless Danson gave in to his sister's request. I now wore a simple white nightgown, having changed from my wedding gown. I looked around the beautiful room, trying to figure out what to do next. I wasn't the least bit sleepy, and Danson wasn't in his room, which is a good thing. So, what should I do with my temporary freedom? I scanned my eyes around the room, trying to find something interesting, but all I could see was antiques, portraits, the huge king-sized bed, the large window that had red velvet curtains draped on it, and a bookshelf. Wait, a bookshelf? I gazed at the bookshelf. My eyes were trained on the many books that were arranged in proper order. Deciding to pick a book for a read, I walked over to the bookshelf. My fingers trailed on the neatly arranged books as I tried to find a title that could catch my eye, but all I saw were books related to politics and werewolf history. I rolled my eyes. Of course, Danson Rodriguez is a boring man. My eyes suddenly caught sight of a book at the corner of the shelf with a particular year written on it. I picked it from the shelf, suddenly finding it interesting. It looked like a diary, a journal, and it wasn't hard to guess whose journal it could be. I know it's not right to read someone's diary, but I'm just going to take a peek, so it's not that wrong, right? I opened the diary to find a woman's picture staring back at me. She is beautiful, is the first thought that came to mind when I saw her picture. She looked like she was in her early 20s, with bright gray eyes, blood-red lips, and lovely pale skin. Kira. The name was written at the bottom of the picture. Just as I tried to get a closer look at the picture, the diary was snatched from my hand. I looked up and found Danson staring at me. His eyes were filled with raw anger, and I found myself gulping. Just because Arish let you stay in my room, it doesn't mean you're allowed to touch anything present here. His voice had its signature coldness, but I didn't miss the anger in his eyes. I must admit, Danson Rodriguez is the only man I have met who has a lot of anger in himself and still manages to stay cool. I wanted to argue with him for speaking to me that way, but it was pointless anyway. So, I nodded without a word and headed towards the bed. Just as I was about to lie on the bed, he spoke again. "You're not sleeping on the bed," he ordered, placing the diary back on the shelf. So he was going to treat me like my father did? No problem. I had faced enough of my father's tantrums, and this wasn't going to make me feel down. And what was I thinking? How could I go and sleep on his bed? He would probably sleep on the bed, and I won't ever share the bed with him. I am totally crazy to try to sleep there. Taking the extra sheet from the bed, I got up and started spreading it on the floor. "What are you doing?" he asked, making my head tilt in confusion. Didn't he say that I wasn't allowed to sleep on the bed? "You said not to sleep there." I pointed towards the bed. He gazed at the bed, then at me. "Yes, I did. However, I didn't tell you to sleep on the floor. You can use the couch. That's if you want." "Don't think I'm being considerate or something." He turned around, walking towards his closet, acting as if he didn't say anything. A smile tugged on my lips as I lay on the couch. He wasn't that bad after all. Chapter 6. Ariel's POV. Warm, bright sunlight hit my face, making me rub my eyes lazily. There's a window beside this couch, which is a little creepy at night, but I don't mind it. At least, I wasn't sleeping on the cold floor. I slowly let my eyes flutter open, only for them to widen at the sight in front of me. Danson stood in front of the wardrobe in his full glory with just a towel wrapped around his waist as he scanned the dresses on display. I quickly looked away. My cheeks flushed. Oh my. He had a really nice body, like a model's. It seems like he really works out. And his wet black hair that messily fell on his forehead made him look more godlike. He's really a piece of art. What is wrong with me? I'm praising this arrogant man's body. I am literally going nuts. Snap out of it, Ariel. He's not your mate. I muttered that mantra repeatedly in my head and pretended to be asleep until he was out of the room after getting dressed in the closet. The moment I heard the door shut behind him, I sat up on the couch and exhaled a deep breath I didn't know I was holding. Dear Lord, this is going to be more difficult than I thought, especially with my husband being so attractive. I exited the room after freshening up and wearing one of the dresses Arish bought for me. Arish had bought me a whole wardrobe of dresses and other things since I didn't bring anything along with me. I wandered around in the vast corridors, thinking about what to do. I couldn't stay in the room the whole day, so I had come out to check the castle, but I guess it was a bad idea. I should probably go back to the room. With that motto in my head, I started heading towards the room, but stopped at Arish's voice. Ariel? I turned around and saw her standing near the exit door along with James. Both of them were dressed well, as if they were attending a function. Arish was wearing a beautiful violet-colored gown, and James was in a tuxedo. I also want to come along with you, Mama. It was Cammy who stood at the other end of the door beside Danson. Her hands were folded across her chest while she had a huge frown on her cute little face. Sweetheart, you can't. The party is for the elders. It is dangerous for you to come along with us, otherwise, we would have taken you. So, be Mama's good girl and stay here with Dan. Arish patted her daughter's head and pecked both of Cammy's cheeks, earning a giggle from the little girl. After aiding her daughter, she looked at me. James and I will be attending a soiree. We'll be back by midnight, she informed me. Please take care of Cammy. She seems to be quite fond of you, she smiled. I will, I assured her with a nod and smiled back. Arish exchanged a few words with Danson while James played with his daughter for a while before both of them left in the carriage. The whole time, I avoided any eye contact with Danson. Whenever I look in his direction, the image of him in the towel from this morning flashes in front of my eyes, and I can't help but blush. He doesn't even know that I saw him in a towel, so why am I getting so flustered? Ari, Cammy's cute little voice brought me out of my reverie. She was clutching onto my skirt. Yes, sweetie. Do you want something? I asked, leaning towards her height. Can you make me a cake? She asked with a bright smile. A cake? I placed my hand on my chin as if reconsidering her request, as she stood curiously waiting for my reply. A huge grin broke on my face just looking at her curious blue eyes. Why not? Cammy sat on the kitchen island singing a poem as I started preparing the cake. When I entered the kitchen, the maids offered to prepare the cake, but Cammy wanted me to make it. After much hesitation, they gave me all the necessary ingredients and left, leaving me with Cammy. After mixing the contents well, the batter was prepared to bake. I dipped my index finger in it to taste the creamy mixture. Tastes good. Can I taste it? Cammy jumped down from the island and stood in front of me. Smiling at the little girl, I nodded. But an idea popped into my head. Cammy's been grumpy the whole day because Arish and James didn't take her along with them. I should at least try to make her laugh. Before she could dip her tiny fingers into the batter, I held the bowl up, refraining her from doing so. Ari, I want to taste it. Cammy frowned. Taste this. Placing the bowl back on the counter, I dipped my finger into the batter, collecting an ample amount of the cream on my index finger and bent down to Cammy's height to hold it in front of her petite mouth. Cammy's face brightened with a smile as she jotted out her tongue to taste the cream, but before she could lick it, I pasted the cream on her cheeks. The expression on her face was priceless. Her eyes widened with surprise. She grinned as she dipped her fingers into the bowl on the counter and spread the batter on my cheeks, taking me by surprise before running off, laughing and giggling. I'll catch you. You little much-in. I sprinted off after her, my pace matching hers. The little girl giggled, running ahead of me. Her laughter echoed in the corridors. After a particular turn, I lost her tracks. She must have hidden somewhere. My doubt was cleared when Cammy shouted, "Find me, Ari." I lost the direction of the sound. A distant voice confirmed to me her presence, and I ran at full speed without thinking. Instead of finding the little one, I crashed into Danson's hard chest, almost making me tumble to the floor, if it weren't for him scooping his arm around my waist, holding me in place. I looked up from his chest to find his enticing blue eyes staring into mine. I have never seen his eyes this close before. He has a beautiful pair of eyes. Blue as the sea. Deep as the ocean. I couldn't help but get lost in their depths. For some reason, the story in his eyes spoke a language I recognized as too familiar. Hee. Ari, you found Dan. Cammy's giggle made me snap out of my trance and step back, muttering an apology for crashing into him, as Danson's arm unraveled from my waist. Why are you running like a maniac in the mansion? His question took me off guard, leaving me speechless. I opened my mouth to give him a hot retort, but words didn't come out. Cat got your tongue? He crossed his arms over his chest, looking like the arrogant man that he truly is. Why does he have to be so rude all the time? I felt anger bubbling inside me, but I just looked the other way, muttering, sorry. It won't happen again. Very well. Why are you speaking so rudely to Ari, Dan? It's a bad habit. I'm disappointed, Cammy huffed, narrowing her eyes. Oh, my sweetheart. She is genuinely a little angel. Danson looked speechless for a moment, and I actually wanted nothing than to laugh, but I kept my mouth shut. And why are you wearing untidy clothes? Your shirt is stained. She pointed towards Danson's black shirt, which had cream on it. Danson scanned his shirt, then looked at me with an accusing gaze. I raised my brow, but soon my eyes widened in realization. The cream must have got into his shirt from my cheeks when I collided with him. I probably still have some of the cream Cammy pasted on my cheeks. I must be looking like a clown, but I'm glad that I stained his shirt unintentionally. He was rude to me, so I'm so happy I ruined his clothes. Oh, we still have our cake to prepare. Let's go, Cammy. I took hold of Cammy's hand and strode past Danson, ignoring his heated gaze. A huge grin spread over my face, looking at his annoyed expression. Serves you right. Chapter 7. Ariel's POV. I was reciting a story to Cammy, who was lying beside me, while I lay on Danson's bed. I'm sleeping on a bed after so long, and the feeling's so lovely. The bed is soft and comfortable. I feel like jumping on it. Cammy was stubborn that she wanted to sleep in Danson's room, on his bed, along with me, so Uncle Dan, after a lot of no's and a little bickering, finally gave in to his niece's orders. Maybe he will take her to her room once she's asleep, and then I will have to leave this comfy bed and sleep on the couch. For now, he sat on the sofa reading a document in his hand with a huge frown settled on his handsome face. Did I call him handsome? I'm nuts, seriously. How can I even call this arrogant man handsome? I know he's beautiful, but... Shoot. Stop thinking rubbish, Ariel. I didn't even realize when sleep took over me, and I fell into an unpeaceful slumber. Mommy? What are you doing? A little girl of the age of 5 stood next to the door of the vast room. Her eyes focused on her mother, who held a silver knife close to her wrist as if she was going to harm herself if it weren't for the little girl's voice. Tears formed in the woman's eyes as she gazed at her daughter. She didn't want to do this. She didn't want to leave her daughter all alone. But she has had enough of her husband. She couldn't take it anymore. She knew it wasn't her best option, but it was her last option. Placing the knife on the table next to her, she walked towards her daughter. The woman scooted down to her daughter's height and patted the little girl's head before hugging her tightly as more tears ran down her face. I'm sorry, my angel. I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't do this, but I don't have any option. I can't take it anymore. I lost all of my hope. I hope you'll forgive me for this. I wish you would never lose your hope as I did. And always remember, your mommy loves you no matter what. The woman spoke the words with pure sorrow as she embraced and kissed her daughter's forehead. She was going to leave everything behind. Pain, sorrow, misery, betrayal, even the few good memories, but the only thing she regretted was leaving her daughter. With a stone in her heart, the woman stood up and walked towards the table as she picked up the knife, bringing it in front of her wrist. I'm sorry. I love you, my child, were the last words spoken before she used the knife, causing her body to wobble and fall on the ground with a thud. Mommy? The little girl called out to her mother, having no idea of the death that had occurred. The little girl's steps moved towards her mother. Her tiny feet stepped onto the floor near where the woman's body lay. Mommy, get up. The floor is dirty, she said to her mother. But the women didn't reply. Her mother's eyes were wide open as she lay motionless on the cold floor. The little girl instinctively picked the knife that her mother had used. Her little hands are clutching onto the handle. Gloria, are you deaf? How dare you? What the hell did you do? It was the little girl's father who entered the room and shouted at his daughter. He knew what had happened by just looking at his wife's wrist. His wife had taken her life, and he knew very well the reason for it, but he couldn't allow any scandal to stick to his name. His eyes fell on his daughter's frame, who held the knife in her hands. A sly smile formed on his face before he masked it with shock. You killed your mother. The man gripped his daughter's shoulder roughly, resulting in the girl crying in pain. "You awful child. How dare you? You're going to pay for this." With that, he struck his daughter, making her cry louder. "Don't beat me, Daddy." "I didn't do anything," she cried as the man continued to hurt her. Danson's POV. The voice of slow snores made me look towards the bed. Ariel's arms were spooned around Cammy as they both looked like they were in deep slumber. I shook my head in dismay. Now I have the added work of waking Ariel so she can sleep on the couch. Placing the wrecked documents on the couch, I headed towards them. Once I was in front of the bed, I stared a while at Ariel and Cammy, who looked sound asleep. I don't understand why Cammy is so fond of Ariel. Cammy constantly roams around her, which is getting a little annoying. But I don't mind it until and unless Ariel isn't a threat. I'll make Cammy sleep in her room first. Then I'll wake Ariel up. Deciding on that, I gently unwrapped Ariel's arm from Cammy, which made her stir a little, making me freeze, holding her hand in midair. Ariel shook her head like a little cat in her sleep, which almost made me smile. Almost. After I succeeded in getting Cammy out of Ariel's hold, I carried her to her room. Lying little Cammy on her bed, I covered her with the duvet properly before exiting the room and heading back to my room. I closed the room's door behind me as I headed towards Ariel with the intention of waking her up. I brought my hand to shake hers a bit, but stopped midway. A stray tear ran down her face, falling on the linen sheet. I stared at her for a while. Ariel wasn't like many other women. She didn't speak much. Always kept to herself. Did everything you said without a single objection. She always smiled, but when you look closer into her eyes, there was something different. Some weird kind of emotion in them. She is a bit strange in my dictionary. Most of the women I have met have always spoken up for themselves and refused what they didn't want without hesitation. But Ariel always agreed without a word, even if she didn't want to. I know, she didn't want to marry me. Heck, I half expected her to run away from the marriage, but she didn't. Why are you so strange, Ariel? I sat on the bed, next to her frame, and stared at her face as if the answer would pop into it. A wayward strand of her chestnut hair messily fell on her face. I don't know what took over me as I stepped closer to her and brushed off the strand of hair from her face, tucking it behind her ear. When I take a closer look, Ariel is really beautiful. What the hell am I doing? What is wrong with me? I should wake her up and tell her to sleep on the couch. Don't beat me, Daddy. I didn't do anything, she muttered in her sleep as tears sprang out of her eyes. Huh? Don't beat me. Please. It hurts. She spoke louder this time, tears running down her face uncontrollably. I didn't do anything. What's happening? Ariel. I shook her slightly, causing her to flutter her eyes open. She sat up abruptly, breathing heavily. Her tear-filled eyes looked at me, and for a moment there, I felt frozen. There was so much sorrow in those eyes, so much suffering. I felt a wave of familiarity wash over me. Are you okay? I was surprised when she suddenly hugged me, cutting me off. Chapter 8. Danson's POV. I was surprised when Ariel suddenly hugged me. Her hands wrapped around my torso and clutched onto my shirt in a tight grip as tears flowed down her face effortlessly, wetting my shirt. I could feel that she was trying hard not to sob out loud, but was failing miserably. She was holding on to me as if holding on to her dear life. I felt frozen. My hands were clutching the sheets. Should I hug her back and comfort her? No. That would probably make me look like I cared. Like I'm weak. A pathetic weakling who cares for others' feelings. But she really looked miserable. I sighed. Just this one time. Then I'll be back to my ignorant self. I wrapped my arms around her slender frame and rubbed her back in a comforting manner. She was so petite. Her scent was like that of lilies. Her hair was soft. Really soft. I realized that she isn't as strong as she presents herself to be. Somewhere, deep in her heart, she's broken. And in this moment, I wanted nothing more than to comfort her. To let her know that she wasn't alone. When finally her tears died down, I slowly called out her name, Ariel. She muttered, snuggling closer to me, which for some reason made my heart beat quicker. I ignored the stupid feeling and gently shook her, but she didn't respond. Instead, she snuggled closer to me if possible. I sighed. I should just let her sleep on the bed for this one night. With that thought, I unwrapped my arms from her and gently laid her on the bed. Ariel's eyes were shut, but she made whimpering sounds occasionally, which confirmed that she wasn't asleep. I got up from the bed, deciding to sleep on the couch for today, but a soft hand caught mine, restraining me from moving ahead. I turned around and found Ariel holding my hand. Her eyes were partly open as she spoke. "Don't go. Please," she almost pleaded with me. Her eyes momentarily closed. "Just ignore her and walk away. Ignore her." Despite my subconscious warning, I found myself moving to the other side of the bed to lie next to Ariel. "Thank you." A smile formed on her lips as she shut her eyes, finally falling asleep. I sighed, staring at the ceiling. What the hell am I doing? I really don't get it. I am supposed to hold up my mask and act cold. But here I am, agreeing to Ariel's pleas and lying next to her. I have seriously lost my mind. Don't be too hard on yourself. Let yourself loosen a bit. Stop being a jerk all the time. Move on, man. Why are you stuck up with Kira when there are plenty of fish in the pond? It was my wolf, Carlos, who spoke all of a sudden. I rolled my eyes mentally at his statement. Only he was missing to make this whole situation seem even more stupid. The mention of her name brought a dull ache in my heart, but I just ignored it like always. Get lost, Carlos. He ignored my words, as he always does, and continued speaking. I was telling you to get over Kira already. She doesn't even deserve us. Don't you remember how she betrayed us? My heart constricted with pain at just the mention of that unfateful day when I found my mate, the woman I loved with all my heart, lying in bed with one of my friends. She betrayed me in the worst possible way. I loved her so much. So damn much. I thought she loved me as much as I did, but I was wrong. I was so freaking wrong. Hey, stop thinking about her. By the way, Ariel isn't that bad, you know. And there, he started spewing rubbish again. I shut him off instantly. I don't understand how he can be so cool about the whole ordeal. Doesn't he feel the pain that our mate caused? Doesn't he feel even a little bit hurt by her actions? I do. I do feel the pain, more than you can ever think. But at least, I didn't cling onto it for the rest of my life, like you are doing. I let it go. I let her go, and I wish you would do the same. I know he meant each word he said, but it wasn't that easy. The hurt she caused was still raw in my heart, and I don't think I will ever be able to let go of this pain. Chapter 9. Ariel's POV. I spread my arms lazily and yawned with my eyes still closed. The couch suddenly feels so comfortable. I don't feel like getting up. I want to sleep the whole day. But wait, when did I get back on the couch? I remember falling asleep on the bed and then. Oh my. I sat up abruptly, my eyes widening as yesterday's events flashed through my mind. I again had those nightmares which usually haunted me, not letting me sleep peacefully. Every time, those nightmares would take me back to the day my mother killed herself and all those moments when my father abused me. It was like a fresh memory which kept on repeating in my head. I couldn't ever get rid of them. I would usually wake up in the middle of the night. Curling into a ball in the corner of my room, I would let myself cry to my heart's content until the sunrise. But yesterday, I don't know what took over me and made me behave the way I did. It was all so sudden. For the first time, there was someone to witness the wrecked part of me. And there, my mind just stopped making sense. I wanted to make sure that I wasn't alone, that there was someone else in the room, and it wasn't just my imagination. So, I hugged Danson to make sure he was real. Oddly, I felt comfort in his arms, and I couldn't hold it in. I tried not to let him show my vulnerability. I never wanted anyone to know the vulnerable girl who hid behind a brave mask. But I just couldn't. My nerves calmed down as I inhaled his scent, a mix of fresh cologne and musk. His strong arms wrapped around my small frame felt reassuring. What was wrong with me? Did I lose my mind? I shouldn't have done that. Danson might think I'm a clingy woman. And who wouldn't? After all the things I did, anyone would think that way. I don't blame him. I was stupid. Really stupid to let my walls down. But he was different yesterday. He didn't ignore me. He wasn't even rude to me. In fact, he comforted me, which, for the first time, calmed me and helped me fall back asleep. He also agreed to my plea and slept next to me. I couldn't help my cheeks from heating up at the thought of Danson and me sharing the same bed. Ugh, what's wrong with me? It's not like anything happened. Seriously, Ariel, your mind isn't in its right senses. I should probably go and apologize to Danson for being clingy and also thank him. Thank him for what? For being there. One thing I realized about Danson yesterday is that he isn't as heartless as he portrays himself to be. In fact, he isn't heartless at all. He might be many things, but not cruel, at least by the way he comforted me. I bit on my fingernails nervously, weighing my options as I stood outside the study room where Danson currently is. After having a quick shower and getting dressed, the first thing I did was search for Danson. A maid informed me that he was in the study. So, here I am, standing outside the survey, thinking whether to go inside or not. I finally decided to go inside, apologize, and get this over with. Taking a deep breath, I slowly turned the doorknob and popped my head through the space to take a peek inside, only there wasn't anybody. The maid did say he was here, didn't she? Maybe he went somewhere. I should wait here until he comes back. With that in mind, I walked into the study. This is the second time I'm coming here. The first time was when Danson took me to the castle. It's funny that it's barely been 2 days and still feels like ages. That time around, I didn't get a chance to analyze the place properly. And now that I have ample time to kill until Danson returns here, I might as well take a good look around. By the way, I don't think anything is interesting to look at. It's all the same. A stock of files arranged in a shelf at one corner, a giant clock that keeps on making tick-tock tick-tock sound, beige-colored walls, the comfy couch that I'm sitting on, a huge mahogany table. Danson's desk. Let me take a look. I walked over to the desk and skimmed my fingers over the polished wood. There wasn't anything special on his desk either. Files, documents, inkwells, and paperweights. Seriously, not even a single photo frame? Indeed, Danson is a very dull person. I walked around the table and sat on his chair, letting my back rest on the leathered seat. So comfortable. A wide grin etches on my face as I spot the tires attached to the bottom part of the chair. I adjust myself appropriately and twirl the chair around with full force. I giggled like a 2-year-old as everything around me seemed to be rotating. Wow. This is fun. I continued twirling the chair for 10 more minutes before I got bored. With my elbows on the table, I rested my chin on my palms as I focused my attention on the giant clock. I carefully watched its hands, my eyeballs following them as it kept making a tick-tock sound, which made me feel so sleepy that my eyelids felt heavy. I shook my head in annoyance to ward off any trace of sleep. For Lord's sake. I just woke up, and I'm already feeling sleepy. Why am I such a sleepy head? Where are you, Danson? Danson's POV. What are we going to do about Tony? He doesn't even seem fazed after your marriage with Ariel. Don't you think there's something amiss about him? Ariel asked, walking beside me as we made our way into the castle after attending the council meeting. I don't understand why Alpha Tony Gonzalez still doesn't agree to the truce. He's hell-bent on destroying every vampire around. Why is he having such a grudge with vampires? And doesn't he want his mate back? I thought marrying his mate would be the most effective way to make him agree to the truce. But guess what? I was wrong. He doesn't even seem to be the least bit affected by the whole marriage ordeal. In fact, he looks in better condition than I thought he was. He also said to me that he doesn't want her back, and I could keep her with me as long as I want, which is indeed strange considering Ariel is his mate. Is he just acting it all out? Like he didn't care so that I would stop bothering Ariel and let her go, but he was pretty straightforward. Something is fishy. I need to find out what. Perhaps a background check would be good. What do you think? I suggested and saw her nodding in approval. We were heading towards my study when she spoke again. Did you sleep well yesterday, Danny? I controlled my urge to roll my eyes at Ariel's question. Why does she keep asking the same question every morning? Yeah, I slept well. I lied like I did every time she asked me this question. I'm your sister, Danny. At least, don't lie to me. Don't you think you're being too hard on yourself? Why does she sound like Carlos, my annoying wolf? I'm fine, Ariel. You don't have to worry about me. How can I not? You're my brother. I know things didn't work out the way you wanted it to be, but you have to understand it. Stop dwelling about the past. Think it as a sign to move on. I know Kira was your mate, but maybe Kira and you weren't meant to be. Maybe there's someone else destined for you. Someone better. I didn't reply. I just silently walked beside her. I know what she said is right. I freaking know she's right. But I can't help it. I have tried. I have tried to forget her. But nothing seems to work. Only if she had apologized and promised never to betray me again. Only if she accepted me even when I begged her not to. Only if. There were so many only ifs. But those things would never happen. Because I'm no longer the person I used to be. This Danson is different. And now, even if she crawls to my knees asking for forgiveness, I won't grant it. I didn't even realize we had reached the outside of my study. Ariel gave me a gentle squeeze on my shoulder with a smile before heading towards her room. I sighed. She worries way too much. I turned the doorknob to step into the study and was surprised by what I saw. Ariel was seated on my chair, sleeping with her arms folded on the table, her head resting on them. The view of her face was obstructed mainly by her chestnut hair that fell messily on her face. Why did she come here? Wasn't she sleeping in my room? Did she wake up, then come here and rest? That's incredulous. Why would she do that? She isn't even wearing her nightgown from last night, so she must be here for some reason. I should wake her up and ask about it. I headed towards my desk and cleared my throat to gain her attention, but was greeted with slow snores. I cleared my throat louder this time, yet there was no response. Ariel, I called out her name. Nothing. Damn. She's really fast asleep. She was sleeping soundly. Her hair was falling all over her face. Yeah, those hairs are hindering the view of her face, which, if I may add, is so irritating. It's like I'm talking to a ghost with long hair hanging in front of her face. I stepped closer to her. The table, which was the only thing between us, didn't make much of a difference due to my huge frame as I leaned toward where she sat. I extended my right hand to her face and slowly brushed off her soft, silky hair and tucked it behind her ear. Phew. Now I could see her face. Wait. I didn't even realize until now that my face was so close to hers, and I could certainly access every feature of her face from this close. Now that I'm this close, Ariel has a charming face. She has perfectly shaped eyebrows and dark lashes that cast a shadow on her pale skin. Her cheeks have a natural light pink tint. My eyes traveled down to her pink lips, and I brushed off any distracting thought that would pop into my head. You aren't that bad, Ariel. Then why doesn't your mate want you back? I couldn't help but reach out and caress her soft pink cheeks, which felt really nice for some weird reason and even brought a smile to my face. Her eyelids suddenly fluttered open, revealing her beautiful emerald eyes, making me freeze on the spot, and my eyes widened, with my hand still on her cheek. Oh no. How am I going to justify my action now? Chapter 10. Ariel's POV. The first thing I saw when I opened my eyes was a sweet smile on Danson's face, showing off his cute dimples. He has a lovely smile. The type of smile that melts your heart. He should smile often. Then, suddenly, his smile dropped and his eyes widened. It wasn't until he quickly jumped back in surprise that I realized he was close to me. Too close to me, and his right hand was holding my face. It isn't as it looks like. There was something on your face, he spoke all at once. I rubbed my eyes to confirm what I was seeing. His face looked flustered, and there was even a hint of red tainting his cheeks. He instantly looked away, trying to hide it, but I saw it anyway. He tried to avoid eye contact, looking anywhere but me. Oh my, he looks so cute. What? I asked. What was there on my face? A fly. His answer sounded more like a question. I ignored the doubt in his voice and nodded. He then cleared his throat loudly, like trying to get my attention. He cleared his throat yet again when I didn't react. I raised my brows in question. Is something wrong with his throat? Should I get him a glass of water? Why are you here? He asked arrogantly while I widened my eyes in realization. Oh yeah, About that. I got up from the chair in a hurry, accidentally knocking off a few papers. Oh, sorry. I quickly bent down to pick up the papers, and he did the same, simultaneously resulting in both of our heads bumping into each other. Ouch! We both rubbed our own heads with our palms. Our eyes met in the middle of getting up, and for a moment there, all I could do was stare at his icy blue eyes. For some reason, I couldn't move my gaze away from him. My heart started beating faster than usual. What's happening to me? I felt like something weird was happening to me just by being under his scrutinizing gaze. I'm nuts. I should maintain my distance from Danson if I don't want to fall into a bigger mess. I quickly looked away. Picking up the papers, I got up muttering a sorry and placed the documents on the table. I waited for his apology, but he said nothing. What are you doing in my study? He spoke with a cold voice. Okay, I get it. He's back to his arrogant self. No problem, though. I know you're just pretending to be a cold-hearted man. I came here to apologize for the trouble I caused you yesterday. Also, thank you. I brought up a smile on my face and thanked him genuinely. His eyebrows ceased together as he looked at me head to toe as if studying me, which for some reason made me really body conscious. I wouldn't say I am a very skinny woman, but I wasn't the fit type either. I always look so petite, as if I don't eat anything. Thank you for what? He brought his eyes up to mine. That is what I've been thinking myself. I am thanking him, but for what? I can't tell him that I'm thankful that he was there for me during my emotional breakdown. That would only make him think I'm pathetic. And I surely don't want anyone's pity. I hate pity. But would it hurt to be honest for once? Maybe he would understand. Ugh, I should tell him the truth. You were there for me yesterday, even though you didn't have to be, and you even helped Dash. Don't flatter yourself, Danson said, cutting me off. He took a few steps until he was in front of me. I didn't stay because I care for you. I stayed because I thought you were pathetic. I pitied you. What? No, Danson. Don't do this. You're pathetic, Ariel. That's why even your mate doesn't want you. His words cut deep into my soul. His words echoed in my head repeatedly like a broken record. I felt the same despair seep into me again, the same feeling of worthlessness and loneliness. Why, Danson? Just when I thought you weren't that bad after all. You just had to ruin it. Why am I feeling so hurt? He's right after all. I am pathetic, a pathetic werewolf who shouldn't have survived so long. My mate never really wanted me, so why do I feel hurt by his words? You're right. I'm pathetic. I shouldn't have come here in the first place, I said in a choked voice, looking straight into his eyes before turning around and walking out of the study. A stray tear ran down my face the moment I was out. Didn't I promise myself never to shed a tear for anyone else? I wiped my cheeks furiously. I hate you, Danson Rodriguez. Danson's POV. You're right. I'm pathetic. I shouldn't have come here in the first place, she said, looking straight into my eyes. Her beautiful turquoise eyes were filled with unshed tears. I had to bite back the guilt I felt when she walked out of the study without another word. I walked over to my desk and sat in the chair next to it. My elbows rested on the table as I held my head between my palms. You're a jerk. Why did you have to talk to her that way? She didn't even do anything wrong. Get lost, Carlos. You won't understand, I said through our mind link before shutting him off. I just had to say that. She was slowly and unknowingly making the walls I had built around myself falter. I can't bear to let my walls down. Every time I had let my emotions run loose, it had only caused me pain. And I can't bear to feel that pain again. It hurts so much. No one can understand it. She had to hate me just like the others do. That is the only way to keep her away. To stop her from bothering me. I know I did the right thing, but then why do I feel so bad? Chapter 10. Ariel's POV. The first thing I saw when I opened my eyes was a sweet smile on Danson's face, showing off his cute dimples. He has a lovely smile. The type of smile that melts your heart. He should smile often. Then, suddenly, his smile dropped and his eyes widened. It wasn't until he quickly jumped back in surprise that I realized he was close to me. Too close to me, and his right hand was holding my face. It isn't as it looks like. There was something on your face, he spoke all at once. I rubbed my eyes to confirm what I was seeing. His face looked flustered, and there was even a hint of red tainting his cheeks. He instantly looked away, trying to hide it, but I saw it anyway. He tried to avoid eye contact, looking anywhere but me. Oh my, he looks so cute. What? I asked. What was there on my face? A fly. His answer sounded more like a question. I ignored the doubt in his voice and nodded. He then cleared his throat loudly, like trying to get my attention. He cleared his throat yet again when I didn't react. I raised my brows in question. Is something wrong with his throat? Should I get him a glass of water? Why are you here? He asked arrogantly while I widened my eyes in realization. Oh yeah, about that. I got up from the chair in a hurry, accidentally knocking off a few papers. Oh, sorry. I quickly bent down to pick up the papers, and he did the same, simultaneously resulting in both of our heads bumping into each other. Ouch! We both rubbed our own heads with our palms. Our eyes met in the middle of getting up, and for a moment there, all I could do was stare at his icy blue eyes. For some reason, I couldn't move my gaze away from him. My heart started beating faster than usual. What's happening to me? I felt like something weird was happening to me just by being under his scrutinizing gaze. I'm nuts. I should maintain my distance from Danson if I don't want to fall into a bigger mess. I quickly looked away. Picking up the papers, I got up muttering a sorry and placed the documents on the table. I waited for his apology, but he said nothing. What are you doing in my study? He spoke with a cold voice. Okay, I get it. He's back to his arrogant self. No problem, though. I know you're just pretending to be a cold-hearted man. I came here to apologize for the trouble I caused you yesterday. Also, thank you. I brought up a smile on my face and thanked him genuinely. His eyebrows ceased together as he looked at me head to toe as if studying me, which for some reason made me really body-conscious. I wouldn't say I am a very skinny woman, but I wasn't the fit type either. I always look so petite, as if I don't eat anything. Thank you for what? He brought his eyes up to mine. That is what I've been thinking myself. I am thanking him, but for what? I can't tell him that I'm thankful that he was there for me during my emotional breakdown. That would only make him think I'm pathetic. And I surely don't want anyone's pity. I hate pity. But would it hurt to be honest for once? Maybe he would understand. Ugh, I should tell him the truth. You were there for me yesterday, even though you didn't have to be, and you even helped Dash. Don't flatter yourself, Danson said, cutting me off. He took a few steps until he was in front of me. I didn't stay because I care for you. I stayed because I thought you were pathetic. I pitied you. What? No, Danson. Don't do this. You're pathetic, Ariel. That's why even your mate doesn't want you. His words cut deep into my soul. His words echoed in my head repeatedly like a broken record. I felt the same despair seep into me again, the same feeling of worthlessness and loneliness. Why, Danson? Just when I thought you weren't that bad after all. You just had to ruin it. Why am I feeling so hurt? He's right after all. I am pathetic, a pathetic werewolf who shouldn't have survived so long. My mate never really wanted me, so why do I feel hurt by his words? You're right. I'm pathetic. I shouldn't have come here in the first place, I said in a choked voice, looking straight into his eyes before turning around and walking out of the study. A stray tear ran down my face the moment I was out. Didn't I promise myself never to shed a tear for anyone else? I wiped my cheeks furiously. I hate you, Danson Rodriguez. Danson's POV. You're right. I'm pathetic. I shouldn't have come here in the first place, she said, looking straight into my eyes. Her beautiful turquoise eyes were filled with unshed tears. I had to bite back the guilt I felt when she walked out of the study without another word. I walked over to my desk and sat in the chair next to it. My elbows rested on the table as I held my head between my palms. You're a jerk. Why did you have to talk to her that way? She didn't even do anything wrong. Get lost, Carlos. You won't understand, I said through our mind link before shutting him off. I just had to say that. She was slowly and unknowingly making the walls I had built around myself falter. I can't bear to let my walls down. Every time I had let my emotions run loose, it had only caused me pain. And I can't bear to feel that pain again. It hurts so much. No one can understand it. She had to hate me just like the others do. That is the only way to keep her away. To stop her from bothering me. I know I did the right thing, but then why do I feel so bad? Chapter 11. Ariel's POV. I just don't get it. What's wrong with me? Despite being humiliated and insulted by Danson, I still find myself standing outside his study staring at the big mahogany door with a frown on my forehead, debating whether to go in or not. It's been a week since he said those hurtful words. After that conversation, I kept my distance from him. Whenever he was around, I quickly took off from that place without anyone suspecting. I would go to bed before he came back from work, and whenever he was in the room, I would troll around in the castle, or talk to Arish or play with Cammy, which helped me to avoid being alone with him. I guess even he was trying to avoid me. By the way, he always avoids my presence. He had been working all day in his study and only came out late at night. During breakfast, he drinks a weird kind of juice and then leaves the table without saying a word or touching a single piece of food. I think he barely eats anything throughout the day, which is causing Arish to stress out because of him. I overheard a conversation between Arish and James yesterday, in which Arish's voice was distressed as she told James that Danson hadn't had his meal, which is dangerous and not good, since it is a full moon today. Her words honestly didn't make any sense to me. But I know she was worried about Danson, and if you ask me, even I'm a tiny bit worried, just a little bit, okay? So, I could ask him what's wrong. And he would tell you the reason just like that. Are you out of your mind? He doesn't like you, you dumb woman. My subconscious reminded me, and I had to control the urge to roll my eyes. I just wanted to talk to my wolf and ask her opinion, like all other werewolves, but I'm stuck with a stupid subconscious voice that has no problem opposing all of my decisions. Still, this is stupid. He isn't listening to Arish, who is one of those very few people he truly cares about, so why would he listen to me? This is a terrible idea. I should go back to the room. Just when I was about to go, the door of the study opened, making me jump in surprise as I shut my eyes and covered my face with my hands, preparing for what was to come. Oh no. Ariel? I slowly peeked through the space between my two fingers to gaze at the person, but was surprised to find a blonde-haired Arish rather than a particular dark-haired man. I quickly took my hands off my face and managed to bring a smile to my face. Arish looked at me with a surprised, amused expression as a wide smile spread across her face. Do you have any work with Danny? You looked like a startled cat when I opened the door. Well, that is a Danny phrase, but since he isn't the sarcastic grandpa anymore, I can use it, right, Danny? She grinned at me before turning her head in Danson's direction. I peeked through the open door to find Danson sitting on the chair next to the table with his chin resting on the palms of his hands and his elbows crossed above the table. His deep blue eyes met mine for a fraction of a minute, which made me freeze to the spot. He looked worn out. There were dark circles under his eyes, and his face looked tired. He didn't look fine. Are you okay, Danson? Why do you have to work so much? It's okay to take a little rest. I opened my mouth as if to voice out my thoughts, but shut them as soon as I did that. What am I doing? He can do whatever he wants. I'm no one to interfere with his life. I didn't realize what I've been doing until Danson raised one of his perfectly shaped brows, giving me a questioning look, making my cheeks burn. I was staring at him like a hawk. I refocused my attention on Arish, whose calculating eyes were observing Danson and me as if to figure out what was going on between us. Talk about being embarrassed. The moment Arish sensed my eyes on her, she turned to me with a curious expression. Something up with you too? She asked, eyeing Danson and me. No. We both replied simultaneously. I glanced at Danson, who was already staring back at me, before both of us turned our heads the other way. Okay. Arish didn't look quite convinced by our answer, but she let it go. By the way, Arish, her attention was now focused on me. There's a sudden death case that took place near the borders, which needs my immediate presence to monitor the situation. I wanted to let you know that James and I will be leaving now. We'll be taking Cammy along since the matter will take at least a day to calm down, and because we are visiting James' hometown, where we'll be staying for a few days. Don't worry though, Danson will be here with you. Oh, that means I'll be alone with Danson for the next few days. That was the first thing that clicked in my mind before all her other words sank in. Death near the borders. From what I know, the security is tighter near the borders, so how can a person kill someone at that place under the eyes of so many royal guards? I should be concerned about the matter. But no, right now, what I'm really concerned about is that with Arish and Cammy gone, I won't have anywhere to hide from Danson, whom I had been trying so badly to avoid. This is so bad. Please don't go, Arish. I know you're a queen, and you have responsibilities to look after, but please don't leave me alone with your arrogant brother. Take me along with you. I'll be your slave if needed. I looked at her with puppy eyes, but she didn't seem to get it as she turned in Danson's direction. Danny, Arish's eyes softened as she looked at her brother. There was a sense of worry and fear in her voice as she spoke further. Will you be okay? It's full moon today. You know what that means. I wouldn't leave you alone if it wasn't important, Dash. It's okay, Arish. I'll be fine. You don't have to worry about me. He let a small smile slip on his lips, which didn't quite reach his eyes. Take care of yourself and Cammy and even James. Of course, Arish smiled before a serious expression took over her features. Don't skip your meal today, Danny. If you keep doing this, then it won't be easy for you. There was a kind of warning in her voice, but soon it went the way it came. Some of the things they said didn't quite make sense to me, but it's okay, and I don't have to know everything. Who am I to interrogate after all? Arish kissed Danson on his cheek, muttering a bye before walking towards me. Her footsteps halted when she was in front of me. Take care of my brother, Ariel. She gave me a warm smile and walked past me, while I just managed to nod my head. Once she was gone, I glanced at Danson, who was heading towards me. Oh my, what does he want now? I know I should sprint off and stay away from him, but for some reason I couldn't. I remained rooted to the spot without moving an inch. Before I could even utter a word, I heard the slam of a door. Did he close the door in my face? Yes, he did. I answered my brain and stormed off angrily towards the room. I yawned lazily as I glanced at the clock for the 100th time. It's 2 a.m. and Danson is still not back. Arish and James left with Cammy a few hours ago. Isn't Danson going to sleep? What's he doing so late at night? It's none of my business. He can do whatever he wants. I shouldn't waste my sleep thinking about him. But what if he's with someone, a girl in particular, at this hour of night? What? Was that really me who thought that? My, what's wrong with me? From when did I become this way? Damn you, Danson. You're messing with my mind. I got up from the couch and fixed the belts of my robe. Finally giving up on waiting for him, I exited the room and strode towards his study. As I neared the study, I heard growling and grunting. There was also no one in the corridor, which is rather strange, since there are always tons of servants wandering around. Without as much as a knock, I opened the door to his study. What I saw ahead shook me to the core. Danson's wrists were tied to the ceiling as he struggled to get rid of the giant metal chains that were clasped around his wrists. His upper body was bare. He only wore tight black jeans. His head was bent low as I heard a deep and loud grunting voice, as if the owner of the voice was in excruciating pain. A gasp of fear escaped my mouth when he lifted his head. His eyes shone brightly, a mix of golden and red. There was only one species that had a combination of golden and red eyes. The type of species which is considered to be an abomination. A species which is not accepted by any kind. Not even nature itself. And Danson is one of them. He's a hybrid. Chapter 12. Ariel's POV. I felt my heart hammering in my chest loudly as I took backward steps. You're a... Words just won't come out of my mouth. Terror clawed each inch of my soul by just staring into his golden red eyes. A lone ray of light fell on the sharp canines of his mouth. Get out of here, Ariel, Danson pleaded. His voice was filled with pain and torture, which made me stop dead in my tracks. The Danson I know would never plead to me for anything, and if he's doing this, then something is definitely wrong. My eyes took in his features. Danson's expression was that of torment. His wrists were struggling to get rid of the chains, but at the same time, he was trying hard not to move. It was like his body was moving on its own, and he didn't have any control over his actions. His hair was wet with sweat as it dripped from his head down his body. His usual blue eyes had turned golden red, indicating who he truly is, a vampire/werewolf hybrid. Hybrids are considered to be an imbalance of two species and an abomination to nature's law. They're killed the moment they're found alive so that they don't continue the lineage. To give birth to a hybrid, both parents must be hybrids. I gulped down the fear and took a brave step ahead. "Danson, are you okay?" I asked whilst my heart thudded so loud that I could practically hear it, and I'm sure Danson can too. Danson shifted uncomfortably against the chains. "Don't come near me. Just get out of here," his voice echoed in the study, ringing in my ears like bells. He wriggled against the chain, his posture looking lethal, and I dared not move a step ahead, but neither did I back away. Everything in me screamed to run away, but there was this part of me, so stubborn, that didn't agree to leave him here all alone in this condition. He was there for me when I was going through that horrible nightmare. And whatever his reason might be, he still managed to get me out of that fright. Even if he rubbed it in my face later, it doesn't change the fact that he unknowingly helped me. With determination in mind, I took a step forward, this time with a much steadier heart. "You don't look fine." I took another daring step, ignoring the sudden increase in my pulse. I said, "Get out." He gritted his teeth, followed by a loud, resounding growl, which made me flinch back in fear. I still stood my ground, taking alert steps ahead until I was in front of him. I was taking a huge risk here, a risk that could cost me my life. But I was willing to take it so that I could uncover the mystery that Danson is piece by piece. By now, my pulse had increased tenfold, and sweat beads formed on my forehead. I slowly and carefully brought my hand to place it on his shoulder. "Danson, you're not okay. Is this what Arish was talking about?" I felt his muscles tense beneath my touch. He stared at me through his golden red eyes as his dark hair fell on his forehead, making him look so godly. The next moment, everything happened so fast. Danson broke the thick steel chains wound around his wrist with one mighty yank and gripped my waist in a harsh grip. "Don't you know the meaning of get out?" His fingernails dug into my skin, making me yelp in pain. "You being here isn't helping me. Right now, all I want to do is dig my fangs into your skin and drain you of your blood. Do you want that?" He yelled in my face, his grip tightening on my waist. "Danson, you're hurting me." I let out a strangled cry. He quickly backed away, his eyes widening in shock like he couldn't believe what he was doing. His fists clenched and unclenched as his jaws set in a firm line. His eyes softened when he looked at me. "I didn't mean to do that. I just don't have any control over myself. So, get out of here. Please." He was pleading with me to leave the study this instant. "Is it blood that you need to control yourself?" "You can take my blood if that's the case," I offered despite his request. His eyes widened, hearing my words, and he stared at me as if I had lost my mind. "Believe me, I think the same. It's just that the will to help him is stronger than the will to run away." "No, I don't want anything from you. You can leave now," he replied curtly, turning his head in the other direction. His posture looked tense and rigid. He was visibly shaking, yet he was trying hard to control his thirst. Why is he trying so hard? I did offer my blood. "Oh, but he doesn't want my blood, right?" Would he agree to drink if it wasn't me? It hurts that he would prefer anyone else rather than me. Sort of. Still, would he be able to deny his thirst if he smells my blood? I don't know what came over me or whether I have really lost it, considering what I'm about to do. I brought my wrist to my mouth. Just as my werewolf canines appeared much different from Danson's fangs, I bit on the vein on my wrist with my canines, letting it pierce the tender skin. My own blood burst into my mouth, and I had to force myself not to cringe at its taste. It was normal for vampires to drink blood, but it's still gross for werewolves since we have a very different food source. I pulled my canines away from the vein, letting my blood bleed out of the wound. This will awaken his thirst. If this doesn't work, then I have blood in my mouth. Danson's head immediately snapped in my direction. His eyes shone brighter, and he looked like he was vastly affected by the scent of blood, but he still stood his ground, not daring to take a single step ahead. Ugh, why do you have to be so stubborn? Now I don't have any option. Gosh, I wish you wouldn't kill me after this. What do you think you're doing? Are you out of your mind, Dash? His words were cut off as I grabbed his face and pressed my mouth to his. Parting his lips, I let the blood from my mouth flow into his. His eyes widened with shock at first before he gripped my waist tightly, slowly and steadily moving ahead, making me take backward steps with our mouths still connected. My back hit the wall as Danson removed his mouth from mine. "Why did you do that? Want to die by my hands?" He looked calmer than before, but his body was still rigid. I sighed internally. "He will need more blood. You won't kill me. I trust you on that. Just do it. Drink from me," I almost pleaded with him. He didn't look fine at all, and if blood is what was needed to make him calm, then so be it. "You aren't going to go, are you?" I shook my head stubbornly, which brought an amused smile to his lips, but it disappeared the moment it came. I felt a weird kind of happiness looking at his smile for me, and all the doubt I had about him drinking from me just vanished out the window. He put his hand up to my neck and tucked all the hair away to my other shoulder, exposing my bare neck. "You sure about this? You still have a chance to back out," he said, running his index finger through the length of my neck, which ignited a fire where his finger touched my skin. He's probably checking the right artery to sink his fangs in, but he doesn't know what he's causing me. I felt my heartbeat quicken, but this time it wasn't because of fear. It was something else entirely. I nodded my head. "I'm sure about this, Danson." Danson stared at me for a while before he leaned his face into the crook of my neck. His lips brushed over the skin of my neck, which was enough to awaken strange feelings in me. "This is gonna hurt. You sure you don't want to back out?" Danson's breath fanned my neck, causing my attention to waver from his words. "I'm more concerned with the position we're in right now." Danson's body pressed against mine. He had one hand on my waist and the other trailing down my collarbone. His face leaned into the crook of my neck. If the blood weren't included, this would seem quite romantic. "Just get over with this," I spoke through ragged breath when his words finally registered in my mind. Without any further word, he sank his fangs into my neck as excruciating pain rushed through my neck. Chapter 13. Ariel's POV. The pain isn't even remotely close to what I thought. Every inch of my body was hurting terribly. Danson wasn't making it easy for me either. The moment Danson sank his fangs into my neck, he had turned into a completely different person. It was as if a beast had possessed him. He was drinking deeply, without thinking about my condition. Instinctively, I tried to push him away, not being able to bear the pain, but he held me in a tight grip. At this rate, I don't even know whether I'll survive this. Even if I'm a werewolf, I do need blood to survive. Without even a drop of blood in my system, I'll dissipate. My eyelids felt heavy until finally, darkness took over. Danson's POV. Everything within me ached. I had an immense thirst for blood. This is what happens when you're a hybrid. You start becoming bloodthirsty to satisfy your vampire needs, along with the werewolf side. However, you can control this thirst by having blood occasionally. But in my case, it's entirely different. I'm not like any other hybrid that's turned on a full moon under various rituals. My whole transformation was against every possible law of nature. And with forbidden transformation comes multiple consequences. I was a royal werewolf at first, just like Ariel. But one day, I made a decision which probably cost me my life. Since there wasn't any other option to keep me alive, Evan, my friend and also the Vampire King, turned me into a vampire while I was still a werewolf. It surely did save me, but I turned into a hybrid. A hybrid with control issues. Initially, I had a lot of bloodlust and heightened emotions, but they subsided over time as I got used to it. But when it is full moon, the beast inside me awakens. The thirst becomes uncontrollable, and the urge to shift becomes tenfold, but I am not able to move, which causes intense pain. My entire body aches, trying to shift, while my throat hurts terribly. These sufferings can only stop if I drink blood, but I don't trust myself on this day. On a full moon, I become so blinded by thirst that I don't know what I would do to quench it. So, I tie myself up with heavy metal chains and lock myself in a room. Usually, Ariel would be there for me, checking on me once in a while and getting me stored blood. I didn't trust myself around Ariel either, but I know that when the time comes, she's a lot more potent than she portrays herself to be. She's the queen for a reason. The only time I remember feeling at peace and having this pain reduced was when I was with Kira. But since the day she betrayed and rejected me, the pain became tenfold stronger. It works on my emotions or how I feel, according to Claire, a powerful royal white witch who's also Evan's cousin and my best friend. Sadly, this time around, Arish had to leave and I was on my own until I snapped out of my reverie as everything came rushing back to me. Ariel asked me whether I was okay. She is offering her blood. I refuse it. Then she bit on her wrist, and when I still didn't make a move, she kissed me? I wouldn't exactly consider it a kiss, since she was trying to transfer her blood to me by the mouth-to-mouth technique. I'd better not bring it up, or else it'll be really awkward between us. I felt something, or rather someone, stir below me, and that is when I realized that I was still feeding from Ariel's neck. Ariel's body was turning weak in my hold as her weight leaned more on me. Her protests were slowly subsiding, indicating she was losing consciousness, which is not a very good sign. I quickly detached my fangs from her neck, but it was already too late as her body went limp against my chest. I immediately wrapped my arms around her waist tightly, preventing her from losing balance. I glanced at Ariel's face only to find her looking deathly pale. No, she's not okay. What if I've taken too much? Then she won't wake up. No, that can't happen. I quickly picked her up in my arms and rushed towards my room. Thankfully, there wasn't anybody in the corridor. Arish must have given them a day off to avoid suspicion that I'm a hybrid. It's a secret to the world after all. I kicked the door of the room in a hurry and rushed inside. Shutting the door behind me, I walked over to the bed with Ariel still in my arms and gently and carefully laid her down on the bed. I reached my hand to her forehead to check her temperature. She's cold. So cold, and her body is stone still. Again, a terrible sign. She isn't human, which means it won't work if I insert blood into her system, though she's a werewolf. She'll heal herself, and the lost blood will automatically be replaced by new blood due to the werewolf properties. But if too much blood is lost, her healing properties won't work, and she'll most likely not recover. Ariel can't die. She doesn't deserve to die. Why did she help me? She should have let me on my own. I shouldn't have agreed to drink from her in the first place. If something happens to her, then it will be my fault. And I can't let someone die because of me again. Ariel's POV. A new kind of darkness engulfed me. It was like I could feel the surroundings, only that I couldn't see them. My body felt comfortable lying on the soft mattress underneath me, which I think is a bed. The pain I felt earlier was beyond my every possible torment, but now there is nothing. Not even a bit of pain. I felt absolutely normal. Well, not completely, but still, it didn't feel like I was drained either. I attempted to open my eyes once more. My eyes stung a little and my eyelids seemed reluctant to let me take a glimpse of my surroundings. Not having the energy to fight against my eyelids, I let them stay as they are as I drifted back to sleep. I gently fluttered my eyes open, taking in the dimly lit room. The only source of light came from the furnace lit at the corner of the room. I see, you're awake. My eyes caught sight of Danson, who stood up from the couch. He looked better than before. In fact, he seemed completely normal, as if the man, some time ago, was just a fragment of my imagination and not real. He was now thankfully wearing a white shirt with the top few buttons undone, along with the black jeans from earlier. Danson's footsteps clicking against the tiled floor echoed through the silent room as he made his way towards me. Once he was in front of me, he extended his hand to place his palm on my forehead, which took me by surprise. Your temperature is turning back to normal, Danson muttered before looking at me in the eyes. How are you feeling? Me? I tilted my head a little. I don't see anybody else here, he replied in his signature coldness. Now, what's wrong with him? I almost lost my life because of my own stupid idea, but at least he can be a little generous to me for letting him drink from me. Nevertheless, I'm feeling a bit tired. Other than that, I feel fine, I replied to see him give a single nod. No pain? I shook my head and saw him stare at me for a minute before speaking again. Okay then. You should get some rest. You can sleep on the bed. I'll sleep on the couch for today. He retrieved his hand from my forehead as he picked up the extra blanket and walked towards the couch. I heard his footsteps halt as he turned his head in my direction. By the way, Ariel, never do what you did ever again. Chapter 14. Ariel's POV. Blinding bright light hit my face, making me almost groan at the intensity. I don't want to wake up yet, and the stupid light is doing a good job of irritating me. I pulled the duvet over my head, but there was still faint light. Ugh, why am I so sensitive to light? Every time, even if there is the slightest light, I just so happen to wake up from my slumber, even if I'm deeply asleep. I should pull the curtains on. With that planned, I pushed the duvet over my face only to find the light suddenly dimming down. I took a glance out the window and saw a figure looming over it, pulling the curtain shut. The more I looked, the more familiar the figure's silhouette became. A smile automatically grew on my lips as I recognized who it was. Danson's back was facing me as he pulled the curtains to obscure the light from entering the room. Once he was done, he backed away from the window and turned his head in my direction. Oh my. I quickly shut my eyes, pretending to be fast asleep. I hope he didn't notice me awake. I heard footsteps approaching me, indicating he was walking towards me. Does he know I'm awake? I felt the bed dip a bit beside me, and soon after, someone's hand held my face. I felt frozen, not really knowing what to do. My heart started beating its rhythm again. It's a fortune that werewolves can't hear each other's heartbeat if we didn't want others to hear, or else I would be long caught acting. Thank you for yesterday. Danson's voice brought me out of my thoughts. I contained myself from smiling like an idiot. Come on, Danson thanked me for something for the first time, so it's entirely sane to feel happy about it, right? But I don't want you to do that again. You would have died. And there's no reason you deserve to die. I'm the one who's the monster, so I might as well take that privilege. Not you. Danson's hand left my face, and before I knew it, he was already out of the room with the door slamming shut behind him ever so slowly. I gently opened my eyes as his words echoed in my ears. Why does he think he's a monster and that he deserves to die? No one deserves to die. Not even the cruelest person on the planet, and as for you, Danson, you aren't as bad as you display yourself to be. You do have a soft side. Even though it's a bit rare for anyone to experience that side, still, he doesn't have to think so wrongly of himself. It's not good. Does he think he's a monster because he's a hybrid? Is he not happy with who he is? If that's the case, I won't bring up yesterday's events in front of him. However curious I might be, I'll just let this slip so he doesn't feel uncomfortable around me. I felt terrible when he called himself a monster. He's not a monster. Why am I getting so stressed about what he thinks about himself? What's wrong with me these days? Anyway, I can sleep for a bit more since Danson pulled the curtains on. I shut my eyes with that motto, trying my best to avoid any thoughts of a particular person with the most captivating blue eyes, as sleep took over me soon after. There's a piano room? I stared at Danson for a minute before bringing my gaze back to the room in front of me. The piano room was like any other music room from the 80s, with a grand black piano in the center and wooden floors. The huge window in front of the piano emitted a faint, bright light, making the room look even more beautiful. A candle holder was placed next to the stand that held music notes. The lighting in the room was a bit dim, but it gave a strange sense of peace and comfort. After I had woken up and had my bath, I had devoured and dashed out of my room to distract my mind with anything else rather than staring at the empty room and doing nothing. On my way, I saw Danson instructing a maid to clean the piano room later, and that's when I asked him whether there was a piano room. I was surprised when he actually dismissed the maid and showed me here. I skimmed my finger over the piano keyboard as I took a seat on the chair in front of the piano. Danson was standing with his back leaning against the wall across from me. He was staring at me without a word while I scanned the piano. I have always wanted to play the piano, but I never had the chance. Back at my father's house, we did have a piano in the music room, but no one ever used it since my mother passed away. Or should I say, I would face my father's wrath if I ever entered that room. Father thought that the room itself reminded him of the ungrateful woman, his wife, who left the world, leaving a burden, which was me, on his hands. Father was never thankful for what Mother did for him, no matter how many things she sacrificed for him. No matter how many times she broke with her family to please him, he was never grateful, and he still called her mother ungrateful. I still remember those days when my mother would weep and sob her heart out in the music room as she played the piano and sang with her blessed voice, which did a decent job of concealing her grievances. Mother was a fantastic pianist, and she had a charming voice. When she sang, one would drown in the lyrics and forget everything they had on their mind. Whenever Mother would play the piano, I had thought of asking her to teach me to play as well, but one look at her grief-stricken face, and I would hold back my request. Mother never did anything wrong, yet she was the one to pay for everything until she finally lost hope. Only if things were different and Father weren't so harsh. Would she be alive now? I felt tears gather at the brim of my eyes. I gently wiped them away before looking at Danson. Isn't it funny that you have a lot of expectations from your life, even though you know none of them will ever come true? I said to him with a sad smile while he just stared at me. Life's unpredictable, Ariel. You can't expect anything from it. Sometimes you might get immense happiness, which you didn't even wish for, and sometimes you'd be thrown into a path of utter sorrow. You can never really predict anything. Danson spoke the words with his eyes clouded as if he was thinking about something. You're right. Life is unpredictable. I took a glance at the piano keyboards with a sad look as silence surrounded us. Bringing up a smile on my face, I looked up at him. You know, Danson, I had always wanted to play the piano, but I never got a chance to learn. I tried to change the topic since it was getting really awkward with us talking about serious matters. I felt as if I were talking like a monk. I saw him stare at me for a minute before he spoke. It's never too late. I can teach you how to play the piano if you want. His sudden proposal took me aback. From when did the cold-hearted Danson Rodriguez turn so generous? But since he looks quite genuine, I might as well take this opportunity to learn something new, and who knows, I might get to know Danson a little bit more after this. Really? That would be great. My voice must have shown their excitement as he walked up to me and came to stand beside me. Let's begin from today itself, Danson stated, picking the music notes sheet from above the piano and skimming through its pages before settling on a page. Since you're a beginner, let's try an easy piece. Here, try imitating these music notes. Danson placed the displayed notes on the stand while I carefully gazed at them and tried pressing the keys one by one as mentioned on the sheet. Somehow, the music that was created sounded like a screechy violin instead of making a sweet, melancholy sound. Maybe because I was pressing the keys after long pauses. I have to press the following keys faster. As I tried pushing them quicker than before, the sound became more ear-piercing. That doesn't sound right. Let me show you. Danson's voice came next to my ear, his breath fanning against my earlobe. I almost jumped out of my seat due to his sudden voice, but I stayed put. Danson was standing behind me. The center of the room where the piano was situated had a raised platform, so he didn't have to lean much, only that he was leaning in such a way that his face was next to mine. His hands were on either side of me, caging me in as he played the notes with such fluency, creating a sweet, resonant sound, as if it were a walk in the meadow for him. I was so occupied by watching the way his long fingers moved efficiently against the keyboards and the lovely music it created that I didn't realize how close he was standing to me. Danson was standing very close, while his face was deathly close to mine, his breath fanning against my ear once in a while as he breathed. Oh my. Turning my head a bit to the side, I took a peek at his face, but regretted the moment I did that. Danson was staring back at me with his enticing blue eyes that seemed to peer through my very soul. I didn't even notice that the music had stopped long ago, and there was only silence that followed, along with us staring at each other. My heart was pulsating loudly in my chest. I wanted to look away, but I simply couldn't. It was as if I were in a trance, and my mind refused to snap out of it. My eyes took in his features, not missing even a single detail. Danson's eyes seemed softer and gentler. Unknowingly, my gaze settled on his pink lips, and I felt my cheeks go hot. For the first time since I met him, I felt we shared a genuine connection. Am I deluding myself? Suddenly, he looked away, backing away in the process. If you aren't going to pay attention, then how will you be able to play? Danson was avoiding eye contact, and so was I. I was staring at the wooden floor as if it were the most interesting thing in the world. Sorry. Maybe today is not the right day to learn. I should go. I'll try to play the piano again later. Okay, bye. With that, I got up from my seat and dashed out of the piano room, shutting the door behind me, leaving a confused Danson inside. Once I was out of the room, I rested my back against the closed door. I brought my hand to my chest, where my heart beat like crazy. Oh my God, what just happened? Chapter 15. Danson's POV. I stared at the closed door through which Ariel had just left. What the hell just happened? My heart was pounding in my chest. In that moment when our eyes met, I don't know what the heck was wrong with me, but I wanted to kiss her. Thankfully, I looked away before something forbidden could happen between us. Even though Ariel is married to me and is my wife, that doesn't change the fact that Ariel's someone else's mate. No matter what happens between us or how we feel, at the end of the day, she has to return to her mate. And until she's under my wing, I can't take advantage of her. I felt a strange gush of sadness wash over me at the possibility of her leaving me. I raked my hands through my hair, pulling at them in frustration. What is wrong with me? Why am I so bothered by Ariel leaving me when Tony hasn't even accepted the truce? Whatever. I should get over this weird feeling before it's too late. I took a glance at the piano. With slow and steady steps, I approached the grand piano. My fingers skimmed over the piano tiles ever so slightly as bittersweet memories rushed through my brain, filling my train of thoughts with the same music I had despised so much since she left me. A smile tugged on Danson's lips as he stared at the woman whom he loved so dearly. Kira, his beautiful mate. Danson stood next to the door, staring at her as she played the piano, filling the room with the beautiful music that it created. Her long black hair cascaded down in waves as her bright gray eyes flickered from the music notes to the piano keyboard. Her slender yet firm fingers played the piano keys with efficiency, missing out on the fact that she had just learned to play. The moment Kira stopped playing, the sound of hands clapping resounded in the room. If I didn't know better, I would have thought you're a professional pianist. Danson's footsteps tapping against the wooden floor were heard as Kira looked up from the piano. What should I say? Duncan is a pro. He thought a hopeless person like me could play the piano so well. He's amazing. Her lips curled into a smile as her mate leaned down to peck her cheek. You both seem quite close these days. Have you changed parties already? Don't you love me anymore? I'm hurt, Danson joked, his voice laced with sarcasm as he placed a hand on his heart, feigning to be hurt. A smile etched on Kira's face as she held his face with her hands. How can I give up on my handsome mate when the other man is not even close to you? How can I ever leave you? I love you so much. Is that so? I don't believe you. Danson's smile grew wider as he teased her to see a frown settle between her brows. Kira's hand moved from his face to wrap around his neck. What should I do to make you believe me? You can always kiss me. Danson winked at her suggestively. In your dreams, she rolled her eyes, but was surprised when a warm pair of soft lips touched hers without any prior notice. Danson backed away and held her face affectionately, as if I'll ever let you go. The memory faded into the background as I reconsidered the words I had spoken that day. I had been so naive and stupid. I thought she had her eyes only set on me, but little did I know that my words were exactly the truth that day. That she was really rooting for the other party. While the first time I kissed her, she was already admiring the other man. The thing that hurt me the most was how she kept lying to me through her teeth and played with my feelings until I had already fallen deeply for her without any return. Only if she had ended it all earlier, instead of leading me on, things would have been different. But no, she didn't. And now all that is left is a space in my heart. Many times, I think it would be different if I had never told her I am a hybrid. Would she still be by my side? I still remember that day when I confessed to her that I was a hybrid. It was the day before I found Duncan and her on the bed. She was so terrified of me. You're what? Kira's voice boomed through the study. Her face displayed the shock she was in. I'm a hybrid, Danson whispered slowly with gazes cast down. His voice was barely audible even for a werewolf. Kira stared at him for a complete minute before laughing loudly, clutching her stomach. Gosh, Danson, you scared me. Stop joking already. How can you be a hybrid? They're monsters. They deserve to die. That's the reason why they're killed when their existence is found. How could I even think for a minute that you were actually one of them? I must be crazy. Danson's heart shattered into a million pieces as her words played in his mind like a broken record. He knew he was never really worthy of her, but he had thought that she would understand. Out of all people, he had looked out for her, wishing she would look through who he truly was and still won't mind it. Kira's laughs died down as she looked at Danson's grave expression. Her heart began to beat with fear and uneasiness at the possibility. She didn't want to believe what he said, so she just joked it off, but looking at his expression now, she knew there was no joke involved in his confession. No, this can't be. You can't be a hybrid. She started stepping backwards, trying to be away from him. Danson didn't miss the disgust she held when she said the word hybrid, and the way she looked at him now as if he were an abomination on the planet, which he is, no matter how hard he tries to ignore it. Kira. Listen to me. Even though his heart was shattering, he reached out for his mate. No, don't come near me. You're a monster, Danson. She rushed out of the room, leaving a heartbroken Danson alone to suffer his miseries. You're a monster, Danson. Her words from that day still made my heart ache. I loved her so much. I never harmed her or let any harm come to her, yet she was the one who hurt me the most. I thought trust and honesty were the roots of a relationship. I thought if I was honest with her, she might understand. But what did I reap in the end? Only deceit and betrayal. I didn't know that she would jump into bed with my friend after I had confessed to her about myself. I hate you, Kira. I hate you. I muttered under my breath, frustratedly, as I clenched my fists tightly, turning my knuckles white. They say you can never hate a person you genuinely love. But it's all lies. Because as of now, there is no one in the universe I hate more than you, Kira. Ariel's POV. The day goes so fast in this place that you don't even realize when an entire day has ended and it's already nighttime. My day was pretty dull except for what happened in the piano room. I still couldn't get that out of my mind. The whole day I was thinking about Danson. Like, seriously, who does that? Thinking about the same person the entire day. I must be nuts. Right now, despite my unsuccessful protest, I am wondering when Danson will come back to the room. I haven't seen him after the incident in the piano room. He had been working in his study since then. I felt my eyelids shut involuntarily despite my protest to stay awake. Giving in to my stupid eyelids, I let my eyes shut close as sleep took over. My eyes flutter open at the hindering light. I thought it was already morning, but I was surprised to see darkness still outside the window. I looked around the room to find the source of the hindering light, but instead found Danson seated on the bed, his back resting against the headboard, his eyes closed. He had the same diary that I had accidentally come across on our first day of wedding, which had a picture of a girl named Kira in his hands, which was on his lap at the moment. The lamp beside the bed was on, and I understood it was the reason for the light. Why did you do this to me? Was I that bad for you? He whispered, opening his eyes as he stared at the open diary on his lap. He didn't seem to notice me awake. Maybe that's why he didn't block his voice from me. I know I should probably shut my eyes and sleep like I didn't wake up in the first place, except I couldn't do that. I stared at him for quite a while. For some reason, Danson looked defeated. His shoulders were slumped, and there was a deep frown between his brows. His face held a weird kind of emotion which seemed quite familiar to me. And for the first time since I met him, the arrogant and cold-hearted man was missing. This man in front of me looked like he hated himself. Like he hated the life he lived, like he wanted something but could never have it. Like he was living just for his sister. I know this man had been nothing but rude to me all this while, but no one deserved to carry such sadness. I had carried it all my life, and I know it's not a pleasant feeling. I can't change my own life. Before I knew it, I was already drowning in it. But for some reason, I couldn't bear the sight of him looking so bothered and sad. In this moment, I vowed something. From now on, Danson, I'll be a good wife and do my best to make your life more enjoyable. Who knows, maybe even I would find some solace then. Chapter 16. Ariel's POV. I sat on the chair in front of the bed with my chin resting on my palm and my folded elbow on my lap as I stared at my husband's angelic sleeping face. Danson had such a handsome face. Maybe that's the reason why I'm so bothered these days. I scooted my chair ahead, taking a closer look at his face. When I still didn't feel satisfied, I got up from the chair and sat down on the floor next to the bed. Crossing my hands over the soft mattresses of the bed, I placed my face on them and stared at his face that was facing me as he lay on his side. Danson had dark, long lashes that cast a shadow down his eyes, making him look all the more mysterious in contrast with his fair skin. His nose was long and straight, carved into perfection, and his lips looked very defined. Oh my, what am I thinking? Have I lost my mind early in the morning? I woke earlier than him today so that I could put my mission into motion. Mission: make Danson happy. To make him feel comfortable around me, I have to let my authentic self shine through. I know my plan is entirely irrational, but I feel like jumping on board with it, even though I have to wait for hubby darling to wake up. I can't believe I woke up earlier than Danson, who wakes up like 8 in the morning. Isn't that pretty early? At least for me. Anyway, in 2 minutes it's going to be 8 and... Good morning. I greeted him merrily, smiling brightly as I saw him slowly open his eyes. His eyes widened visibly on seeing me, all traces of sleep vanishing. It didn't take long for me to realize why he was so surprised. My face was very close to his. So close that if I moved even an inch, our lips would almost touch. Ariel, get a hold of yourself. I backed away from him, a bit surprised myself. How could I possibly sit so close to him? Ugh, what's wrong with me early this morning? Danson sat upright, staring at me. What are you doing here? It isn't as you think. You have a really nice face. I blurted out all at once without even thinking about what rubbish I was spewing. What? He looked pretty surprised himself, while I mentally face-palmed myself. Way to go, Ariel. I got up from the floor in a hurry. Ready to rush out of the room, I turned around, but a hand caught my wrist, restraining me from moving ahead. Where are you going? Danson's hoarse voice made me stand still. His morning voice sounded so deep. Tingling sensations erupted from where his hand held my wrist. My heartbeat started accelerating again. I wanted to hit my head on a wall in desperation. How can he affect me in such a way? And why am I thinking all the crazy stuff today? The breakfast is prepared. I'll go get it. We'll have breakfast together? You know, it's boring to eat alone, so I thought we might eat together. It's okay if you don't want to. I can totally understand, Dash. Okay. He cut me off from my mindless blabbing. Huh. I said okay. We'll eat together. He clarified his words while I bit back my smile of victory. Danson gently let go of my wrist, and soon after, he was heading towards the bathroom. Once he was in front of the bathroom door, he turned his head to look at me. I'll freshen up while you can tell the maids to bring the food here. With that, he entered the bathroom. I stood frozen in my spot as my heart returned to its regular beating. Are we going to have breakfast in his room? I was speaking about the dining room, though. When Danson said to bring the food here, I guess we would place it on the small wooden table we had here. But the maids who bought the food set a table on the balcony and started putting the food there. Wow. So we are basically having breakfast on the balcony. This is so amazing. I always wanted to have breakfast in the fresh air, but unfortunately, I never had that privilege in my house back then, since my father didn't like the women of the house showing themselves out, so I had to stay cocooned inside the home. Now that I have the chance, I might as well enjoy this moment. Danson's POV. Warm water dripped down my body from the shower, engulfing me in its peaceful essence as my mind drifted off to Ariel. I was shocked to see Ariel's face in front of me when I woke up. It was the first time that a woman greeted me so merrily early in the morning, just as I opened my eyes. I'll admit, it was kinda sweet and weird at the same time. I mean, Ariel's beautiful face was the first thing that I saw the moment I opened my eyes, and to be honest, it's a little bothersome seeing how close she was to me and how fast my heart was beating at that moment. Not to forget how I thought if only I extended my hand a bit, I could grab her face and pull her closer. Okay. That's enough. I mentally scolded myself. You can go on. I was actually having fun listening to your thoughts. Carlos butted in. How could I forget my annoying wolf, stuck to me like superglue? Stupid. Stupid me. Hey, why are calling yourself stupid? It's totally normal to think like that about a pretty girl. As I said before, Ariel isn't that bad dash. I shut him off instantly. Can't he ever keep his mouth shut? Why does he keep annoying me so much? Annoying wolf. I got out of the bathroom with a towel wrapped around my waist once I was done showering. The moment I got out of the room, my gaze landed on Ariel, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, reading a magazine. Her gaze shifted from the magazine to look at me. The way her eyes widened with shock and surprise displayed in them, and her cheeks looked flushed after that, was kinda funny. She looked like she was going to faint from the shock. Ariel got up from the bed, hurriedly knocking the magazine to the ground. A frown settled on her face as she clumsily picked the magazine from the floor and rushed out of the room like a lion had chased her. A huge grin spread across my face as the door shut behind her. She's so funny. She's cute. Carlos spoke yet again, but this time I couldn't deny it. I know, I agreed before shutting him off again as I picked the dress from my closet to wear. Ariel's POV. Oh my god. Oh my god. I walked to and fro in the hallway in a flustered state. I can't believe this. I placed my hands on my cheeks, which felt so hot. My poor heart was pulsating loudly in my chest again. I saw Danson in a towel. Oh, wait, I have seen him in a towel before as well, but this time he saw me seeing him. What the hell am I speaking? The door to the room opened, revealing Danson, who was now, thankfully, dressed in a white shirt with the top 3 buttons undone. The sleeves of his shirt were rolled up to his elbows, and he wore black jeans and a pair of white sneakers. I am dumbstruck. I gulped nervously. Why does he have to be so handsome? I felt like crying. I'm done. Come in, let's eat, Danson said, making me snap out of my mini breakdown. I nodded like a foolish duck and followed him as he led me to the balcony. There was a table set for 2 at the center of the balcony. A white sheet was spread on the table, on top of which the dishes were placed red chilaquiles with fried egg and scallion pancake. I'm so hungry already. I'm starving. Danson pulled the chair for me, and I took a seat, murmuring a thank you in the process. He took a seat himself on the other side of the small table, both of us sitting opposite each other. Shall I serve the meal, Your Highness? I didn't notice the middle-aged woman who stood next to us, wearing an apron with her head slightly bowed down. She must be the chef who cooked the food. Danson merely nodded his head while I put up a bright smile, assuring her that I would serve. She returned the smile politely. I waited patiently as she served the food. Once she was done serving, I managed to say a heartfelt thank you for preparing the food before she left the balcony, leaving Danson and me alone. I dug into my food without thinking about my surroundings. It wasn't until the food entered my mouth and the delicious flavors burst into my mouth that I realized the man sitting opposite me was staring at me. With my fork still in my mouth, I lifted my eyes from the food and looked at him. Aren't you eating? I managed to ask despite my mouth being filled with food. My choked words seemed to get Danson out of whatever trance he was in as he cleared his throat before picking up the cutlery and digging into his food in a well-mannered way, very unlike me, who must be looking like a person who had been starved for a year. I tried to eat better, but it was in vain since I was really hungry. I woke up so early, and I didn't eat anything. It's very normal to be super hungry. There was a deafening silence that followed us, making me feel like I was the only person here. I had almost finished eating my food when Danson spoke. Aren't you afraid of me? His question took me off guard, making me look at him. There was a strange emotion in his eyes, which I couldn't pinpoint, as he stared at me with an unwavering gaze. I tilted my head to the side in confusion. Why would I be? His brows furrowed ever so slightly, because I'm a hybrid. Hybrids are dangerous. They're said to be monsters, aren't they? Oh, that's the reason for his sudden question. Why do you think you're a monster, Danson? What do I say to make you feel otherwise? My eyes softened as I stared into his eccentric blue eyes. Bringing a sincere smile on my face, I assured, you aren't a monster. I know that you won't hurt me. Something crossed within Danson's eyes. How can you be so sure? I just am. There's no reason. Besides, I have seen it. You care for Arish and Cammy more than yourself. I believe a person who can care for others can never truly hurt someone intentionally, and he sure can't be a monster. I smiled, feeling satisfied with my reply. Of course, Danson isn't a monster, but he doesn't believe that. Yeah, he's rude and arrogant. He doesn't care much about others. He treats others without any mercy. But when it comes to the ones he's close to, he doesn't leave even a single effort to make sure they're safe and happy. He might be many things, but he's a caring brother and a loving uncle. Even though he doesn't show it much, he does care for James as well. I still remember the way Danson comforted me and held me close when I broke down in front of him after that nightmare of my mother. He's cold, but he does have a soft side. So, how can he be a monster? Something flickered within Danson's eyes. You're weird. It was all that he said before getting up from the table, but I didn't miss the slow smile that crept onto his face. Chapter 17. Danson's POV. Ariel is weird. Really, really weird. Sometimes she's so silent, lost in her own world and obedient that you'd mistake her for a puppet following her master's order. Then sometimes she's so clumsy and funny, speaking about anything that's on her mind. And then, suddenly, she turns out to be really sweet, attracting people with her personality. Phew, if this goes on, I'm going to be in huge trouble. I said she's lovely. I like her already. Carlos spoke enthusiastically. How could I forget that Uncle Carlos always had a say in my matters? He doesn't get tired of bugging me, does he? I rolled my eyes mentally, shouting my wolf for the 100th time. Well, about what I was speaking, just like I said, today I'm seeing Ariel's other weird side. After breakfast, I went directly to the study to do some work, where Ariel followed me like a puppy following its master. I asked her whether she had something to ask me, but she just shook her head, saying, and I quote, "You can continue with your work. I'll just sit here and watch you. Don't worry, I won't disturb you. It's boring in the room anyways," she had said while sitting on the couch in the study, doing absolutely nothing. Since there wasn't anything important that needed my attention and because Ariel's presence was a little bothersome, I quickly wrapped up my work and was ready to leave them for the day. "Are you done with your work?" I turned my head to find Ariel still seated on the couch as her voice beamed in my ears. "Yes," I gave a short reply, getting up from my office chair. "Do you have anything else planned out for the day?" "No." Ariel was suddenly in front of me, looking at me with her beautiful turquoise eyes. Ariel's eyes were a rare color. They were neither blue nor green. It was something in the middle. A mix of blue-green, perhaps, but whatever they were, mesmerizing. Her cheeks had a natural pink tint, which made her look rather cute. Even her small nose, her huge eyes, and the way her full lips moved as she spoke made her look like an ethereal beauty. Not only does she have a beautiful face, but she is sometimes tolerable as well, unlike all those clingy women whom I despise so much. "So, what do you say?" Ariel's question snapped me out of my reverie, making me furrow my brows slightly. Was she speaking about something? Yes, she was, you fool. You were so busy staring her that you didn't hear even a single thing. Oh, damn. What do I do now? Your life. You do whatever you want. I have nothing to do with it. I'll take my leave. And don't you dare be rude to my lovely Ariel. Bye then. Wait, Carlos. You annoying wolf. How can you betray me in such a vile situation? My thoughts fell into deaf ears as he already shut himself off, making me more annoyed than I already am. That little. Danson? Are you okay? Ariel's concerned voice snapped me out of my temper and made me look at her. I'm fine. What did you say earlier? You didn't hear? I did, I lied, even though I was basically busy staring at her and didn't pay attention to most of what she said. Then why are you asking me? She tilted her head to the side with a questioning look. Oh no. What am I supposed to say? Never mind. You can keep your words to yourself. If you don't have anything to do here, I have to lock the study, so, excuse me, I said rather too rudely, trying to dodge her question with a cold shoulder as I walked past her towards the door. I could almost feel Carlos glaring at me, but if he dared to open his mouth now, he would hear it from me. Okay, I'll tell you again. I didn't know you'd get upset. Ariel's voice was a little squeaky as she trailed behind me. She was half walking, half running, trying to keep up with my long strides. I was asking whether you'll play a game with me. Her question made me halt on my steps. I turned around only for her to bump into me, almost losing her balance if it weren't for my arms wrapping around her waist. Her face was pressed against my chest while her hands were on my shoulders as she held onto them for support. Ariel slowly looked up from the embrace, only for her eyes to widen like saucers. She backed away hurriedly, making me release my hold on her waist. Sorry. You were walking so fast and I thought I wouldn't be able to match your pace, so I just walked a bit faster, and then I bumped into you. It's okay, I cut off her rambling. She looked quite flustered, her pink cheeks even pinker. In honesty, she looked kinda cute. I bit back a smile that threatened to fall on my lips. She's so strange. I don't play games, I replied to her earlier question. I could feel a mental picture of Carlos rolling his eyes with a mocking look and saying, "Oh really? Who was the one who invented the most hideous games on the planet?" Nevertheless, I brought my attention back to Ariel, whose face fell instantly as she muttered an "oh. You're a jerk." She looked so excited to play, and you ruined her mood. Carlos finally spoke, breaking his ice. I thought you disappeared? Whatever, I'm not playing. I tried to shut him off, but he countered it by speaking again. No, you have to play. Or else I won't stop speaking and I'll annoy you. His stern statement made me almost groan out in frustration. Danson, are you okay? Your eyes are clouded. Again, it was Ariel. She was staring at me as if she were trying to figure out something. Play the game. Play. 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 Damn. This wolf. Masking my face back to my regular expression, what do you want to play? Huh? Her eyes showed confusion before a huge smile took over her face, radiating across her whole face. Any game is fine. Yippee. How about truth, dare, and confession? Carlos suggested. Shut up, idiot. We're only two. Besides, that game is ridiculous. I liked it though. I looked back at Ariel, who was staring at me for a reply. Damn. I got carried away by that stupid wolf again. If you don't know what you want to play, then why did you ask me in the first place? Okay, Danson. Way to be arrogant again. You don't really have a suggestion. A frown settled on her face as she looked at me nervously. I do have a game, but I'm afraid you won't like it. It's not your type of game. What? What is she trying to imply by not your type of game? I'm curious now. What is it? I'll play no matter how ridiculous it might be. My tone was challenging, trying to prove to her that whatever the game was, I would play it. How could she say I'm not worth the game? Perhaps she doesn't know I'm the inventor of the game world. Ariel's POV. Water balloon fight? Danson exclaimed, looking shocked. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The expression on his face was as if he couldn't believe his own eyes. We were in the castle's backyard garden, where I had prepared the game materials early this morning. This was my initial plan. To make him play this game so that he could have some fun. And now, I'm sure this is gonna be fun. Yes! Isn't it amazing? I ask excitedly. I already divided the balloons equally. The one whose balloons finishes first and the one who scores highest goals by hitting his opponent with the balloon wins. Easy, isn't it? A grave expression took over Danson's face. I could say he didn't like the idea very much. Or, do you want to back out already? I was pressing on his buttons, trying to get a reaction out of him. Earlier, I realized that he took my every question as a challenge, so I might as well go with the flow. Not at all. These are mine, right? Giving me a challenging look, Danson rolled his sleeves up to his elbows and picked up the blue basket with his balloons. Let's see who wins. I grinned in victory as I picked my own basket containing red water balloons and ran off as far away from him as possible. When we were 10 feet apart, I yelled, "Start." I saw Danson take a balloon out of the basket and approach me. I quickly dodged it and ran off, picking one balloon from my basket in the process. You missed it. You missed your first shot. I squealed in excitement while he narrowed his eyes at me. Haha, you missed your first shot, Danson. Now, see how I throw my first bomb at you. With alert steps, I stalked towards him while he stood rooted to the spot, observing me like a predator observing its prey in return. Once I felt like I was close enough to be able to throw the balloon at him, I focused on my aim and threw the balloon in his direction with full force. What I didn't expect was a balloon to come crashing against my face while Danson dodged my shot. When did he even take that balloon out of the basket? Water dripped down my face, soaking my dress as the balloon, or whatever remnants of it, dropped to the floor. You missed your first shot as well. I got 1 point at least. You have 0 score. He mocked me with a playful smirk. Am I seeing it right? Danson is mocking and smirking at me? The arrogant and cold Danson, who never smiles. Wow. So the motive for playing this game is actually working. He's showing new emotions at least. I felt another balloon crash into my right arm, then another into my left, making me groan for not paying attention. Ariel, are you still here? If this goes on, I'll think my opponent wasn't even a match to challenge me. I saw a grin grow on his face, making me stuck at sight. He looks so good when he smiles. Come on, Ariel. Focus on the game. You can think later. You don't want to lose and make a fool out of yourself in front of Danson now, do you? I encouraged myself as I sprinted off at full speed towards the bucket and grabbed as many balloons as I could in my hands. Danson's gaze observed me keenly as he picked a few balloons himself. I pretended to stay immobile in my place for a minute until he seemed convinced of my spot. When Danson seemed assured that I wouldn't strike, I sprinted off at full speed towards him, throwing the balloons continuously at his face. The balloons burst one by one, drenching him completely. I dare not disagree with the fact that he looked really good with all that water dripping from his jet black hair down his sculpted face and over his body. The thin material of his white shirt clung to his chest, distracting him. I shook my head vigorously. Focus, Ariel. Focus. Now tell me who isn't a match? I grinned devilishly whilst my wavering thoughts. He seemed shocked for a moment before he unexpectedly threw the balloons in his hand at me altogether. I was so stunned by the sudden turn of events that I didn't have the time to make a move. Once he was out of balloons, I quickly took a peek at my basket and then his. I can't believe we're almost at the end of the game. I gestured to Danson to stop for a minute as I informed. We both have 1 balloons left, and guessing by the hits we gained on each other, I think we're even. That means the one who aims their opponent first wins. He completed, and I nodded in accordance. We both grabbed our last balloon from the basket and advanced, as if it were the final moment of a war. Once in front of each other, with just 2 feet between us, we started rounding up, moving in circles. Our eyes were trained on each other's moves while we gripped our water balloons securely, ready to attack at any moment. Sorry, Danson. But I want to win. I raised my balloon ready to attack him, but my plan was cut off abruptly as Danson pushed me to the ground. My eyes widened, and I instantly forgot about the game. I was too occupied by the way his body hovered over mine and the way he held my hands above my head. Water dripped from his messy black hair onto my face while he stared at me with those ocean blue eyes. So do I, Danson whispered, peering straight into my eyes. Huh? What's he on about? Splash. Water ran down my face, bringing me back to reality. Oh, how did I forget about the game? Ariel, you stupid woman. You couldn't keep your thoughts at bay. Now look, he won. I won. Danson grinned widely, the dimples on his cheeks deepening. My gaze wandered off over his gleeful expression, making me forget that I actually lost. I just stared at how his face lit up with that bright smile and how he looked so genuinely happy. He looks excellent when he smiles like this. My heart fluttered at the sight, and I couldn't help the wide smile from forming on my face as well. Just what are you doing to me, Danson Rodriguez? Chapter 18. Wolfbane Pack House. Alpha Tony Gonzalez POV. When are you going to speak to my brother about us? The blonde sat up on the bed, pulling the blankets over her chest. An evil smirk made its way to my lips as I looked at her state. How pathetic women are. She thinks I really care about her? She doesn't even know that she's just a pawn in my game. Nothing more. She's a free pass to my revenge. Or should I say the most critical pawn in my revenge? Very soon, sweetheart, I pulled her back down on the bed. Until then, why don't we enjoy this moment? I spoke with an evil glint in my eyes. You're too much, Tony. She squealed as I held her close. Only because I love you. Her eyes widened at the words, and I had to hold back the evil smirk from making its way on my lips again. What a stupid woman. Truly? She asked with a vulnerable voice. You're falling right into my trap, sweetheart. How satisfying. Let me show you then, I muttered, ignoring my pathetic wolf's pleas of disapproval. He's so stuck with that worthless woman of a mate. What does he see in her? She's so plain. So boring. Nevertheless, this is where my actual plan starts. With this woman in my arms, I'm going to attack you, Danson Rodriguez. You wait and see. Danson's POV. After a very long time, I have genuinely felt so happy. At first, I admit, I was a bit surprised when Ariel suggested we play water balloon fight. Who knew I would have so much fun after playing with a few stuffed balloons? Not that I haven't played that game before with a very crazy, no scratch that, childish friend, but back then I was that way as well. But the most amusing thing was how I, for the first time since Kira left me, felt so comfortable around someone. Not to forget that person was Ariel. Today I saw a new side to her. The more carefree and childish side. The way she jumped up in excitement whenever she got a hit on me made me oddly happy and let my walls down. Ariel's full of surprises. Right now, we're still lying on the neatly cut grassland of the backyard with Ariel below me as I hover over her. She's staring at me with a massive smile on her face. What's wrong? Are you so shocked about losing that you lost it, and you're actually smiling? Sarcasm laced my voice as I inched my face closer to her, causing her eyes to go wide like saucers and her smile to drop, replaced by a scowl. I felt a smile tugging at my lips as well. I am not smiling. You pushed me. How can I smile? Her words trailed as I leaned my face further closer to hers. I looked straight into Ariel's eyes. I didn't realize this earlier, but our faces were just inches apart, my nose almost touching hers, and our lips very close to one another's. Ariel's eyes were wide, lips parted, and cheeks aflame. I tilted my head to the side in slight amusement at the sight of her. She looked attractive, if I dare say. My eyes took in the view of her full lips, and I couldn't help but think about how they would taste. What? I jerked back from her form abruptly and propped down on the trimmed grass beside her as I lay flat on my back with a thud sound. I ran my hand through my now wet hair, trying to ward off that thought itself. Why on earth did I feel about? Deafening silence followed until Ariel finally spoke in a soft voice. Danson? Instead of looking her way, I gazed at the clear blue sky above us, mostly because I wouldn't be able to hold it back if I looked at her. Can we be friends? For a minute, I remained silent. She's asking whether we can be friends when just now I was thinking about kissing her. Maybe. Ariel's POV. A smile made its way to my lips as I gazed at Danson from the corner of my eyes. I'm happy we're finally making some improvements here. This is the first time he has let his emotions loose, and I feel content to see them. He's so amazing when he's not that cold and arrogant man. We lay on the grass for a few more minutes just staring at the clear blue sky without a word before Danson got up. Dusting his clothes, Danson's face loomed over my still-lying form as he extended his hand. I stared at him in confusion. Danson merely rolled his eyes. Are you gonna lay there the whole day? You'll catch a cold. Not that I care, I bit back a smile at his selection of words. Okay, I get it. He's trying to act cold again, even though he does care. With a huge smile, I accepted his hand. He pulled me up from my lying position in one flick movement, making me stand up involuntarily due to the force and almost crashing into his chest. Whoa, how do you even have so much strength? Are you Superman or what? I spoke sarcastically as I backed away from him, maintaining the much-needed space between us. Superman or not. I'm strong 'cause I'm Iron Man. My entire body freezes at the playful jab coming from him. I rub my eyes to verify whether it genuinely is Danson, and there he is, standing with his arms crossed, looking as straightforward as ever, but I didn't miss the hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Turning around, I bite my lip, preventing myself from smiling like a maniac, even though he can't see me. So can Iron Man move a little faster? I have to get inside. If you can't see, I'm drenched, thanks to you. I fastened my steps towards the castle's main door. Soon after, I heard footsteps approaching, indicating he was following. The moment we entered the castle, the butler rushed to our side and gave a quick bow before forwarding a letter to us. The postman said it's urgent. The butler placed the letter in Danson's extended hand. Danson peeled the envelope and took out an invitation card. His eyes widened. Shock and a kind of sadness crossed over his face the moment he read the invitation. Are you sure this is true? Danson inquired, maintaining a straight face, though I didn't miss the hurt look on his face. I'm afraid it is, Your Highness, the butler replied. Very well. Prepare the carriage. I'll be attending the ceremony. Danson walked past the butler after saying that. I stood rooted to the spot, thinking what in the world was written on the parchment that I didn't notice Danson had stopped walking and was now looking at me. What are you doing there? You're accompanying me to the ceremony. He walked towards me, caught my wrist, and dragged me along with him. Chapter 19. Ariel's POV. My eyes took in my dark and gloomy surroundings. A few people mourned in a wallow, a few stood with a sad face while they gave their condolences to the dead, and there were the rest who looked like they either didn't want to be here or they didn't know what was going on. Sadly, I was one of them. Standing next to the wooden casket where a man named Duncan Capriel lay, neatly dressed in a black tuxedo, with his eyes closed. The man was a human and died in an accident at a young age, such a pity. I didn't really know who he was, or better yet, what was going on. Earlier, when Danson had told me to wear something formal and black, I had guessed we were attending a Gothic party, not a funeral ceremony. The moment Danson and I entered the graveyard, everyone had bowed their heads in respect to the prince before going back to looking sad or blank. What worried me was how Danson seemed sad as he stared at the dead man. Although he didn't show it out in front, the way he was clutching my hand so tightly was almost painful. It was like holding my hand would make him feel better, and that was enough for me to understand his dilemma. He had been holding my hand ever since we entered the graveyard. I don't know who this man was to him, but he must be critical to Danson for him to hurt so much. I squeezed his hand in reassurance, although I didn't know what the matter was, which seemed to work as his grip loosened on my hand, but still not letting go. Danny? Came a feminine voice cutting the utter silence around us. I felt Danson stiffen beside me, and the hold on my hand became tight once again. I took a glance at Danson first, who looked disturbed, before I glanced towards the source of the sound. There came a beautiful girl. Her raven hair, cascading down to her waist, bounced left to right as she made her way to us. She was dressed in an expensive-looking black dress paired with black stiletto heels. She looked every inch of a model, whether it'd be her porcelain doll-like pale face, her bright gray eyes, or her blood-red lips. For some reason, I couldn't help but think I'd seen her somewhere. Kira. Danson's voice was cold and eerie as he addressed the woman. Kira. I have heard this name. My eyes widened as realization dawned on me. It was the name of the woman from Danson's diary. I'm sure this is her. I clearly remember her face now. The woman in that picture looked exactly like the woman in front of me. You're here, Danny. I thought you wouldn't come. Kira's eyes were teary as she gazed at the dead man in the casket before looking back at Danson. Danson clutched my hand tighter, if that's even possible, and gave the woman a steel-cold look. Why wouldn't I? Even after everything he did, he's still my friend. I always knew you had a good heart. That's why even when I left you, I couldn't entirely forget you. You were always on my mind. Kira was cut off harshly by a very rude Danson. We're here to give condolences to the dead, not to reminisce the past. It would be disrespectful for you to speak about another man in front of your dead husband's grave. It wasn't good meeting you, Kira. You still haven't changed. My mouth hung agape at Danson's harsh words, but I quickly shut it so I didn't look like a fish. Let's go, Ariel. Danson dragged me along with him while he made his way out of the graveyard. Giving an apologetic look over my shoulder to the stunned woman, I trailed behind a fast-striding Danson. The moment we were out of the graveyard, Away from prying eyes, into the huge, expansive forest of iris, Danson let go of my hand and stared at me with something in his eyes. "How can you be so rude, Dash?" My words stopped as Danson brought his arms around my body, pulling me into his warm embrace. I was shocked for a moment. What is he doing? "Just let me hold you for a while," my heart clenched at his heartbroken voice. Without a thought, I raised my hands from my sides and wrapped them around Danson's torso. I felt his chin rest on top of my head as he pulled me closer to his body, tightening his arms around me. We stayed that way under the dark clouds, even when it started drizzling. Author's POV. Kira's eyebrows knitted into a frown as she gazed at the pair in front of her, hugging each other. She had followed Danson here to apologize to him about everything she had done and mend their broken relationship now that she regretted everything she did to him years ago and didn't have anyone of rich status by her side. But what did she find? He is hugging another woman. Kira gritted her teeth in anger. Just who is this woman? Earlier, she had blatantly ignored the woman even though Danson was holding her hand, but now it was clear that the woman in his arms wasn't just some woman, and maybe she meant more to him than Kira, and the thought itself angered her more. How is that petite-looking woman even a comparison to what she is? "Long time no see, gorgeous," came a man's voice to which Kira just ignored like she always did, but the man was adamant on continuing speaking. I smelled jealousy. "Get the heck out of here, Tony," Kira hissed. Kira couldn't bear the presence of this man for even a minute. Years ago, when she was still with Danson, this man had tried every means possible to break their relationship. She didn't know what it was, but the alpha had a serious grudge with her mate. She could swear that this man would have been the happiest when she chose Duncan over Danson. Today, although she didn't want to invite him, she had to because he's an alpha, and it was an obligation to invite all the alphas to any ceremony within the kingdom. As the rain started getting heavier, Tony opened the black umbrella that he had carried all the way here and raised it above his head. "I must admit, I'm a bit surprised to see the arrogant werewolf Prince Danson Rodriguez holding my mate in his arms." The last sentence piqued Kira's interest. Her head snapped to the side. "Your mate. Finally got your attention, huh?" A sly smirk made its way to Tony's lips. Kira gave him an icy glare, which resulted in his smirk growing wider. "What a beauty. Danson doesn't have eyes, does he? What is he doing with my boring mate instead of claiming his own sexy and stunning mate?" His index finger trailed down Kira's beautiful face. "Get your hands off me, Tony." She swatted away his hand in annoyance. "And what the heck is your mate doing with mine? Shouldn't she be next to you, not Danson?" By now, Kira didn't care if she sounded as jealous as she was. She was furious. How could Danson forget her so easily? Didn't he claim to love her more than his life? Then what is he doing now? And that too with that woman who wasn't even a comparison. "Oh, my mate is Danson Rodriguez's wife. He married her because I didn't accept the truce of peace between vamps and wolves and whatnot. He thought it would be best to manipulate me through my mate and make me agree the truce. Idiot doesn't know I really don't care whatever the heck he does with that woman. She's not my type." "You're more like my type," Tony winked at her. Kira averted her gaze from this man back to her mate and that simple-looking woman. Danson and Ariel backed away from each other's embrace. "Are you okay now?" Danson's eyes scanned Ariel's worried face and a small smile grew on his face. "I'm glad you're here." Ariel looked stunned for a minute, but before she could utter a single word, Danson clasped her hand in his and tugged her along towards the carriage. "Do you want to get drenched again?" "I sure don't want to. It's raining, silly," Danson blabbered, pulling a shocked Ariel along with him. Kira clenched her fists in anger as she looked at the pair. She wanted to be back on Danson's side and in his good books. With this woman, her plan would surely fail. She had to get rid of her. "What do you say, Tony? What about we make a deal?" Kira suggested, her lips twisting into a sardonic smile as she stared at the alpha. "You accept the truce and take back your mate. In return, I'll do whatever you ask." "Accepting the truce means negotiating with my revenge. Do you think I'll settle on a meek compensation? You'll get whatever you want. Just take that woman away from my Danson." "Very well then." Tony's own lips twisted into an evil smirk. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he was sure that Ariel meant more to Danson than what he displayed. And what was better than snatching away his enemy's happiness? He would use this trade to its full advantage. Ariel's POV. The ride to the castle was silent. Danson didn't utter a word the whole way. We are both still partly drenched due to standing in the rain. When the carriage halted in front of the castle, Danson descended from the carriage and extended his hand towards me. Still seated inside the carriage, I stared at his outstretched arm. Why is he standing like a coachman who's supposed to help a lady down the carriage? Danson rolled his eyes when I didn't make any movement. You know my hand is still hanging here. If you don't know, you're supposed to place your hand on mine and get down. My cheeks flushed in embarrassment. Why do I always make a fool out of myself? I hesitantly placed my cold hand on his warm ones. He's still so warm even after getting drenched. Without prior notice, Danson tugged me ahead, and I, who wasn't paying the least bit of attention, stumbled on my steps and fell face-first on top of Danson. Even he seemed to be surprised and unprepared by the sudden action as he stumbled on his footing. Danson's hand wrapped around my waist instinctively, and he fell on his back with me on top of him, and my hands were gripping his shoulders firmly for support. As I slowly raised my head and our eyes met, mine widened in surprise at how close we were, while his eyes contorted with amusement. It wasn't until he spoke that I realized that I had fallen on top of him, and he's the one who had gotten the full effect of the fall. "You're so clumsy, Ari." My eyes widened further when he called me Ari. I dare not say my nickname didn't sound really nice coming out of his mouth. I was speechless, staring at his Greek godlike face while he stared back, a smile playing on his lips. I'm happy he's finally smiling. I thought he'd be back to his cold self since he looked distraught after the funeral. I know I'm handsome, but are you going to stare at me the whole day? Danson smirked, making me snap out of my stupor, but when I tried to get up, I realized his arms were basically still wound around my waist, and there he was blabbering and joking around. I must say, I really love Danson's playful side, though. It's a bit uncomfortable laying on the rocky ground, you know. How would you know? You're on top of me. Despite the grin threatening to fall on my lips, I narrowed my eyes at him. Warding off his arms from around my waist, which he finally let go, I got up from on top of him. Danson still didn't get up, instead lying there with his hands folded behind his head and a massive grin on his face. I ignored him and walked towards the exit, but when I didn't hear any footsteps following, I turned around and stomped towards him again. Aren't you coming in? I huffed while he continued giving me that Cheshire cat grin. Can't a poor man get a little help? Okay, I love when he's playful, but right now he's annoying me. I know he can get up on his own, so why is he acting like a victim here? Nevertheless, I outstretched my hand for him to take, which he did quite gleefully, taking my hand and then dragging me towards the castle's main door. Once he was up on his feet, like all along, he wasn't the one lazing about. Once we entered the mansion, the sound of heels clicking against the floor was the first thing I heard. The next moment, a blonde-haired woman with beautiful gray eyes, wearing an elegant yet tacky attire, came rushing towards us and practically pounced on Danson, pulling him in a bone-crushing hug. The surprising element was that Danson didn't cringe or push her away arrogantly, but instead accepted her hug with a lovely smile on his face. Just who is this woman? Chapter 20. Ariel's POV. Danny. The girl squealed as she, thankfully, backed away from Danson, prying her hands off him. Why do I sound like a jealous lover? When did you return back from Benetton, Carl? Danson asked with that sweet smile still intact on his face. Benetton? Yeah. I returned back just now. You missed me, right? I knew it. The girl named Carl grinned, winding an arm around Danson's shoulder. I swear I'm feeling this raging fire inside my heart just looking at them both acting all lovey-dovey. I feel like crying. For the sake of the Lord, I'm not the jealous type of woman. On a closer note, why am I even jealous? It's not like Danson, and I have a real husband and wife relationship. My, who is she? Hang in there, I think I know, I didn't notice it earlier, but Carl was now looking at me. I'm taken by surprise when she immediately waddles over to me as she hugs me, squeezing the air out of me. She's beautiful. Carl does a happy dance once she lets me go and holds my hand. So, tell me, how did you guys fall in love? When did Danny propose to you? The brute didn't even inform me about his wedding earlier. He got married just like that. I know my brother looks cold and all, but he's really romantic. Maybe? She keeps on blabbering and questioning me about the things I have no idea about. I give Danson a what should I say look. Wait a second. Did she say brother? Oh my, how could I forget? According to the tabloids and newspapers, the werewolf royal family had 3 siblings. Ariel and Danson are the original heirs, the children of the original royal blood werewolf queen and king. At the same time, Carl must be the daughter of the king's second wife. A few years after the king's mysterious death, his second wife took over the throne. The werewolf queen who was replaced was killed by the vampire king Evan Davies because she was a black witch practicing dark, forbidden magic. The former queen had created quite a havoc in the kingdoms back then. Carl was rumored to be a witch as well, but the vampire king, Ariel and Danson had cleared all the rumors cast on Carl's name since she was innocent and was just caught up in all her mother's mess. She's a half-royal blood werewolf, though. Her mother, the former queen, Danson Rodriguez, was a heartless woman. She had killed her sisters and parents for the sake of powers, so what better could she do to her daughter? Who knows, she might have even killed her own daughter for powers. All in all, Carl is Danson's stepsister. So all that feeling jealous thing was really worthless. I can't believe I was fuming a few minutes ago, seeing Carl hug her own brother. What a big fool I am. Why was I even jealous in the first place? Hey, are you still there? Carl was waving her hand in front of my face, making me snap out of my reverie. I managed to put up a bright smile as I brought my attention back to her. She asked me a few questions to which I have no absolute answers. Thankfully, Danson interjected our conversation as he wound his right arm around mine and left arm around Carl's shoulder, standing between the two of us. Carl, didn't you say you just arrived? You should go freshen up. You can do the talking later, maybe? Danson said, to which Carl nodded her head as if listening to the major commander. I bit back a laugh at the mental picture. Danson would really suit the role of a strict and rude major commander. Okay, I get it. You both want some alone time. Yep, I must be a third wheel. I should go freshen up. Talk to you later. She quickly scurried away from us and practically ran towards her room, giving a wink to both of us over her shoulder. By the time her words sank into my head, I felt my cheeks heat up. Oh my, did she imply? Come on, Ari. Let's go have our alone time, Danson whispered right next to my ear, his voice sending a shiver down my spine. I almost choked on my spit when I heard his words. Despite the fast thumping of my heart, I turned my head to the side and sent Danson a frosty glare. He was staring at me with a mischievous glint in his eyes. I rolled my eyes before walking past him. Hey, wait. Let's go have our alone time, he shouted, making me halt on my steps abruptly. Just what the hell is wrong with him? Complete and utter shock crossed the maid's face as she cleaned a vase. She accidentally dropped it. Talk about being embarrassed. I gave the maid an apologetic look and stomped over to Danson. Giving him a don't you dare speak anything look, I grabbed his hand and pulled him along with me to our room. Shutting the door behind me with a thud once we were inside the room, I rested my back against the door and folded my arms across my chest as I glared at him vehemently. Can't you keep your mouth shut? What was that stunt you pulled there? I breathed through my nose in anger. I don't know what's up with his sudden change in demeanor. I mean, Danson's never been so sarcastic and sly before. Not to forget such a conceited idiot to say something like that in front of other people. What? I was talking about getting to know each other. Isn't that what couples do? Get to know each other. He dared to act innocent when a few minutes ago, he was smirking with mischievousness in his eyes. We're not couples, I mumbled matter-of-factly with a blank face. When I attempted to walk past him, he blocked my action by placing his hands on either side of my head, thus caging me in between. But we're married and that makes us a couple, right? Danson arched an immaculate eyebrow, emphasizing his words. Couples, as in, couples who like each other, care for each other. Couples who hold hands and kiss each other. Not like us. We are just sticking around with each other because of a mere truce. Well, the last sentence hurts. The truce can go to hell. About couples. Every person cares for another. At least for the sake of humanity. As for liking each other, Danson tucks a wayward strand of my hair behind my ear. Do you like me, Ari? Huh? His question took me off guard, and all I could do was stare at his face that was inching closer to mine. Do I like this Greek godlike man? I don't know. Maybe. By the way you're blushing, I'll consider it a yes. He gave me a Cheshire cat grin. I'm blushing. Now that he said that, I could feel the scorching heat rush through my face to my ears, making me feel hot all over. The funniest thing was that I couldn't utter a single word while he continued speaking. We had held hands already. As for the kiss, his voice trailed as he leaned closer. Danson held my face with one of his palms while his other hand still rested on the door behind me. He was inching closer and closer. Thump, thump, thump. There, my heart started to beat its melancholy again. I felt as if I had been rooted to the spot, or better yet, I didn't want to move. What in the world is wrong with me? Danson's face was dangerously close to mine. Our bodies pressed up against each other. His lips barely brushed against mine when I heard a loud knock behind me, making me snap out of my haze as I pushed Danson away from me. Even he seemed to be shocked, as if he couldn't believe what he was about to do. Glad to know I wasn't the only one who got carried away in the spur of the moment. Looking anywhere but me, Danson gently scurried me away from the door, all the while avoiding eye contact, and twisted the door handle to receive the person on the other side. What? I flinched at the high-pitched tone of his voice, as well as the maid who knocked on the door, who looked as if she would cry in fear. Mossmaster. Queen Arish and her family are back, and you have a visitor who wishes to speak to you. The poor soul stuttered while Danson continued giving her a hard look. Who the heck is the person? He inquired of the maid with a scathing voice. His mood seemed to be really gloomy. I rolled my eyes at his sudden mood swing. Danson's really unpredictable. Just a few seconds ago, he was flirting and acting all cocky, and now he's rude again? Wait, we were about to. I placed my hands on my cheeks as I felt them heating up again. If the maid hadn't interrupted, would we? I don't know whether to be happy or sad about the interruption. Are you out of your mind, Ariel? What are you thinking? You're nuts, seriously. Even Danson seemed surprised by what he did then. Why are you floating in the air? My train of thought vanished out of the window when the maid said the visitor's name. Alpha Tony Gonzalez, Your Highness. Why is he here? Danson gave a single nod. I'll be there in a moment. Until then, keep an eye on him. Giving one last bow, the maid rushed away as if her soul depended on that. I stood rooted to the spot as Danson shut the door. Suddenly, it felt really awkward to look him in the eye. I stared at the tiled floor as if it were the most interesting thing on the planet. I heard Danson clear his throat before speaking. Carl doesn't know the truth about our marriage. She believes we married because we like each other. I would appreciate it if you let it be that way. I don't want her to be involved in the kingdom's conflicts. She's still young and naive. I and Arish have the royal powers as a protection, but Carl is a half-royal blood, so she isn't as powerful as us. On a closer note, I didn't want her to worry about all this. She had already gone through a lot after her mother's deceit and betrayal. She's changed tremendously for the better since then. Arish and I thought it would be best to keep her away from court matters, where people would look for ways to stoop her low. So, I want you to act out like we're close in front of Carl. I'll tell her the truth when the time is right. I nodded my head in understanding, finally mustering the courage to look up at him. There he was, avoiding gazes just like me. His gaze landed on mine for a fraction of a minute before he quickly looked away. I get it. He's concerned about his sister. Even if Carl is Danson's stepsister, he still cares for her as much as he cares for Arish. The fact itself makes my heart warm. He really has a good and loving heart. Then why does he even act so cold in front of others? I understand, I said, since he didn't see me nodding. Very well. I have a few things to look after. Until then, suit yourself. Okay, bye, he said all too quickly and exited the room. The door closed with a thud behind him. I stared at the closed mahogany door for a while inside. How did things turn so awkward between us all of a sudden? Danson's POV. Ugh. What was I thinking? How could I let my walls down so much that I didn't have any control over what I was doing? She seemed so shocked. I must have lost it back then. How could I get carried away so much that I was about to kiss her? And this is not the first time. Oddly so, I don't even regret it. This is stupid. Very, very stupid. What's wrong with you, Danson? I groaned, raking a hand through my messy hair. I didn't realize I was already in front of the study door where Tony was waiting. I glanced around and saw a few of the servants and maids staring at me like I was the clown in a circus. What are you looking at? Do your work, I commanded harshly before opening the door to the study and striding in. My eyes observed the people in front of me. Arish smiled sweetly the moment she spotted me. I smiled back, and my sight glided over to the other person, who was already observing me with his calculating eyes. Alpha Tony Gonzalez. The man had his own sinister smile plastered on his face. The type of smile that holds hundreds of secrets within it. He was sitting regally on the couch, dressed in a crisp black suit. As he took a puff of the cigar he held between his index finger and middle finger. Something about this man never seemed right to me. It must be that evil glint in his eyes or the way he spoke. He doesn't give me good vibes, is all. Long time no see, Danson Rodriguez. Oh sorry, Your Highness, Tony spoke, breaking the ice. Good evening to you too, Tony. How do I own the pleasure of meeting you? Or have you decided to accept the truce already? I asked, hitting the nail. I didn't enjoy this man's presence at all. It would be best if we got this so-called meeting over with as soon as possible. You know me well, my prince. I wanted to let you know I'll be accepting the truce in front of the court by the end of the month, that is a week from now, he concluded with that same sinister smile. Very well. I'm glad you've finally realized your mistake. An evil smirk made its way onto his lips. What should say, I never regret anything. As for the truce, I hope you know the other conditions. Other conditions? What is he talking about? Tony got up from the couch and walked over to Arish. Taking Arish by surprise, Tony bowed down a bit, took hold of her hand, and kissed the back of her hand. You're always so pretty, my queen. I'll take my leave now that we're settled with the matter, he says, stepping back while I clench my fists in anger. How dare he touch my sister? Say hello to Princess Carl. I heard she's back. Tony smirks before walking towards me. Just as he's beside me, he places a hand on my shoulder. I want to pry his hands off me, but I hold back my will. These kinds of people just want to get a reaction out of you so that later they can stab you in your back. It's best if you act like you don't care. Squeezing my shoulder, he whispers, you have beautiful sisters, Danson. Take care of them. You never know who'll be the prey to others' games. Before I could break his neck for even mentioning my sisters, he backed away and strided out of the study. Coward. My jaw set in a firm line as I clenched my fists tighter. Who the hell does he think he is? He doesn't give me good vibes, Arish muttered. I released my clenched fists and looked at her, the feelings mutual. Arish smiled at my reply before a frown settled on her face. Danny? Yes. You know what he means by other conditions, right? I tilted my head in confusion. What other conditions? However, her following words made me freeze in my tracks. You have to let Ariel go back to Tony. Chapter 21. Danson's POV. I pressed on the accelerator pedal, fastening the pace of this wrecked yet expensive car as I drove off at full speed on an empty road to God knows where. I was glad Tony finally accepted the truce, but ever since Ariel reminded me of the other part of the truce, where Ariel has to go back to that damn alpha, I don't know what to feel anymore. There's this part of me which is satisfied now that she'll finally leave, and I could get rid of all these mixed feelings I've developed for her over time, but then there's a larger part of me that doesn't want to let her go and make her stay by my side forever. What the heck is wrong with me? From when did things start changing? I pressed on the accelerator to increase the speed even more, but my whole body jerked forward as the car came to a sudden halt. I had actually pressed the darn brake. Before my head could make impact with the steering wheel due to the sudden jerk, the airbags puffed out, making the whole interior of the car look like a damn balloon. I quickly got out of the car and closed the door with a lot of force out of frustration. I rested my head on the hood of the car. I don't know what to do. I want Ariel with me, but I also wish to see her back with her mate. Something about Tony doesn't seem right to me, which makes me even more cautious about letting Ariel go back to him. On top of that, Kira wants me back. Why now, though? Ugh, this is so annoying. I kicked the car in anger. Lifting my head, I looked around my surroundings, only for my eyes to widen. How the heck did I end up on a cliff? My eyes roamed over to every nook and cranny of the oddly comforting deserted land. At a particular spot, I spotted someone standing at the end of the cliff. My eyebrows furrowed as the figure became more and more familiar. What is she doing here? Oh, damn. Just before she could jump off the cliff, I ran over to her in my full vampire speed and caught her on time, pulling her away from the cliff's edge before she could fall. Have you lost your mind, Kira? Do you know what you were about to do? I shouted right in her face. Kira took me by complete surprise when she broke down in front of me and hugged me. I'm sorry, Danny. I just don't have anybody anymore. Duncan's family threw me out of his house. My parents died years ago. I can't stay in the orphanage anymore. I don't have a home for myself. I'm homeless. Where should I go? Even you don't want me anymore. I feel so lonely, Danny. Kira cried hysterically, clutching onto me tightly. I stood frozen to the spot without a word. My hand remained on my side while she continued sobbing loudly. If it were years ago, it would have hurt me a lot to see her like this, and I would have done anything to comfort her, but for some reason, I don't feel very sad now. In fact, I feel nothing. I didn't know she was so heartbroken since Duncan's death, and I didn't expect Duncan's family members to throw her out of his house either. However much his family hated Kira, I knew for sure that Duncan really loved her and would do anything to keep her safe and happy. I saw it in his eyes, even though it hurt a lot back then, but I knew that he loved her with all he had. Maybe that's one of the reasons I never tried to snatch her away from him. Danny, Kira finally let go of me, but still held onto my arm, clutching it tightly as she stood tall in front of me. Kira is taller than Ari. Ariel seems so small compared to Kira, like a fragile yet beautiful and fiery doll. Ariel's so cute when she's clumsy and carefree. She really is something. I smiled at the thought of her. Danny, are you listening? What are you smiling at? Kira's hoarse voice buzzed in my ears, getting me out of my thoughts. I asked you whether I could stay at your place, and you weren't even paying attention. Her facial expression showed sadness. I gently took her hands off me before speaking. You can't stay in the castle. But don't worry, I'll arrange a house for you to stay, I assured with a nod of my head. Kira seemed annoyed by my reply, or maybe I'm just assuming it. You weren't like this before, Danny. You used to always care about me. How can you leave me alone in a house? I swear, I'll give up on my life if you don't take me along with you. Kira burst out in anger as she strode past me towards the cliff's end. What's up with her? Why is she so hell-bent on giving up her life? I grabbed her hand and pulled her back. Okay, fine. Come along with me. Ariel's POV. You know, there was one time when Steven and Danson got along and irritated Evan so much that he left the party. Carl spoke enthusiastically from the sofa opposite me. Even little Cammy, who was currently sitting on my lap, gazed at her with interest. By the time I freshened up and put on a fresh set of clothes, Carl was already by the door, knocking at it, ready to chat with me. Carl is a little enthusiastic, but sweet. She is excellent company anyway. Right now, Arish and James were going through some paperwork at one end of the hall, sitting on a sofa, flirting with each other at times, along with doing work. They're both so adorable. While I, Carl, and little Cammy were on the other end of the hall listening to Carl blabber endlessly about all her childhood moments. Basically, Danson and Arish were the same age as they are now when Carl was still a child, which makes me think these two must be quite older and more powerful than her. Carl also said Danson used to be playful and flirty before, which is kind of surprising. Danson and the Vampire King, Evan, are like best friends, and then there's Claire, Evan's cousin and Danson's best friend, who is fantastic, according to Carl. She also mentioned Evan's brother Steven, whose tales were hilarious. She was excited for me to meet them and even mentioned Evan's daughter's birthday party, which is in 2 days. Okay, now enough of my rambling. Tell me about you and Danson. Tell me, where did you guys meet for the first time? Carl asked with curiosity and excitement lacing her voice. Wolfbane Packhouse. I mean, we met near Wolfbane Packhouse. I smiled nervously, hoping she would buy the lie. Danson had asked me not to let Carl know about our genuine relationship. I might as well oblige his request. Carl seemed to believe it, her eyes turning dreamy for a minute. It's funny how everyone I know meets the love of their life there. Huh. I meant about a friend, she said a little too fast for my suspicion. I took a sip of the coffee from the cup in my hand before placing it back on the table. Gazing down at little Cammy, who was staring at me, I asked, "You want some?" Cammy replied with a nope, her cute little lips popping into a P. You know, Ari. Andrea is so cool. Though she's a troublemaker, she's smart and strong. She can even climb a tree. Dorian is a crybaby and Lucien is always a gentleman. I'm waiting for Andrea's birthday. We'll have so much fun. Cammy mumbles in her childish voice about Lord Evan's kids, Andrea and Lucien, who are 5 and 7 years old respectively, and Stephen's son Dorian, who is 5, nodding her head along with her words. I smile at her excitement. A kid's life is so amazing and fun. It's so sad I never got to experience that happiness due to my father. She was talking with me, Cam. How can you steal my friend and leave me lonely? Carl feigned a cry while little Cammy looked troubled at making her aunt cry. I bit back a laugh. Poor little sweetheart fell for her aunt's act. Sorry, Aunt Carl. Little Cammy looked really genuine with her apology. Oh, my cutie. Come here. Carl stretched her arms out for Cammy, to which she got off me quickly and rushed towards Carl in a jiffy before hugging her. Carl tickled Cammy as she burst into fits of laughter. We were busy in our happy moment when we heard a voice. Hello, everyone. Came an oddly familiar feminine voice. I turned my head towards the source of the sound to find a very stunning Kira making her way towards us alongside Danson. She gave me a smile which I returned sincerely. You! How dare you step inside this castle with your ugly feet? Carl's voice was accusing as she placed Cammy on the sofa and walked towards Kira, looking agitated. Kira looked taken aback by Carl's outburst, and so was I. Why is she so angry? What's she doing here, Danny? It was Arish who spoke this time, heading towards us along with James. I took a glance at Danson, who was already staring back at me. His eyes held a strange kind of hesitation as he spoke. Kira doesn't have anywhere to stay. She will be staying here for a few days. A frown settled on Kira's face when Danson said a few days, but she soon covered it up when she caught me seeing her. Arish and James looked disturbed as they stared at me, as if that would help them conclude. At the same time, Carl looked furious and started staring at me. What's the matter? Why has the environment become so tense since Kira came? And why in the world is everyone staring at me? Doesn't she have the big house of that man she ran off with years ago? Carl snapped, finally breaking the ice and focusing her attention back on Kira. Carl. Danson's voice was like a warning to which Carl scowled openly. What? How can you not see it, Danny? That woman is acting to be pitiful to gain your sympathy. She'd always done that. She's an actress. I never really liked her. Enough. Danson's firm command boomed through the hall, making Carl stop. I could see Kira's eyes well up with tears on hearing Carl's words as she clutched onto Danson's arm. I am surprised by the amount of rage Carl has for Kira. Carl didn't seem like the kind of person to insult someone without a reason. Did Kira do something wrong to her? Fine. Do whatever you want. Carl stomped off in anger towards her room. Let her cool down. She'll be okay, Arish said, blocking Danson as he tried to follow her. Are you sure you want Kira to stay here? Arish's eyes lingered on me for a fleeting moment before she looked back at Danson. Danson nodded his head without a word. Okay, then, Arish motioned a maid to approach her, show Mississippi Kira to the guest room, and make sure she's provided with all the amendments. Thank you, Arish. I knew you were, Kira started, only to be cut off by Arish. Don't flatter yourself. I didn't do this because of you, Kira, Arish said before walking past her, heading towards her room. Don't worry, I'll send someone to look after Carl and Ariel will be fine, James assured with a smile to a worried-looking Danson, placing a hand on his shoulder before carrying a flustered Cammy from the sofa and following his wife. I'll show you to the room, ma'am, the maid said politely to Kira. Can't you wait a minute? Kira snapped at the maid. I was stunned for a moment. Just a few minutes ago, she looked so pitiful and sad, and now it was like her demeanor turned vicious the moment all of them left. Kira seemed to realize her mistake when Danson looked at her with a frown. I'm sorry. I was a bit upset. Let's go, she apologized to the maid before following her. It was nice meeting you, Ariel, Kira smiled, but when Danson wasn't looking, she glared at me, taking me by surprise and walked past me, nudging her shoulder with mine. Kira's strange. My eyes flickered over to Danson, who seemed preoccupied by his thoughts. I guess I'm the only one who's oblivious to what's happening around. I have so many questions bugging me that I have no answers to. Nevertheless, I'm not going to force answers out of anybody unless they willingly say it to me. With that being confirmed, I turned around to walk back to my room when Danson's voice stopped me. Ariel, I turned around to look at him. Danson's stormy blue eyes were fixated on me as he spoke. Did you have dinner? I shook my head in reply. I saw him exhale a sigh as he strode towards me and grabbed my hand. I looked up at him in surprise. Let's have dinner together, he said, dragging me along with him towards our room. Are we having dinner on the balcony again? Despite the gloomy air, the thought of eating on the balcony, sitting under the starry sky, made me happy. By the time we finished dinner, I was full and a bit sleepy. Danson and I had dinner in complete silence and a peaceful environment. Many times I saw Danson staring at me as if he wanted to say something, but when I asked him whether he had anything to say, he would deny it and continue eating. Right now, we are both standing on the balcony with our hands resting on the railing as we stare at the sky. Don't you have anything to ask? Danson spoke, turning his head in my direction, breaking the peaceful silence. I tilted my head slightly, not taking my eyes off the starry sky. I don't want to ask you anything that you don't want to answer. But I want to answer. I looked at him, a little taken aback by his words. Smiling, I said, then no one's stopping you from speaking. Danson's own smile tugged on his lips before he inhaled a deep breath as if preparing for something. Kira, she's my mate. My eyes widened as I stared at him in shock. Mate? Kira? If Kira is Danson's mate, then what was she doing with that man named Duncan Capriel? Could it be that Danson found her after she got married? As if hearing my thoughts, Danson continued. Kira and I were together almost 5 years ago. I loved her a lot, Ari, but she never seemed to return my feelings. At that time, I had a friend Duncan. Duncan used to teach Kira to play the piano. I don't know how it happened, but Duncan fell for Kira, and even Kira seemed to like him, and all along I was unaware of the fact. One day, I thought I should be fully honest to Kira and told her about me being a hybrid. She freaked out when she heard the truth and even called me a monster, an abomination. I was so heartbroken, Ari. The woman I loved so much was terrified of me. To add fuel to my miseries, the very same day, I found Duncan and her together. Danson's voice quivered by the time he reached the end of the story. Arish and Carl started loathing Kira ever since she betrayed me because they thought she was the reason I became aloof. Although I never said them, but Kira indeed was the reason. She left me heartbroken, and I started despising myself. You know, I have never said this to anyone before. There was a sort of uncertainty in his eyes as he turned his body now facing me. I took his hand on the railing and intertwined our fingers. I could see the surprise in his eyes, but he didn't make a move to snatch his hand away, so I spoke. Is that the reason why you shut everyone out and became cold to others? Danson nodded, clutching my hand tighter. I felt privileged that he confided in me enough to express his feelings in front of me when he hadn't even confided in his sisters, whom he trusted so much. A sincere smile grew on my face as I brought my other hand up to his face. Have I said you this before, Danson, that how cunning you are when you're playing water balloons fight? I try to change the topic so he doesn't have to reminisce or feel sad. The past is past after all. It's the present that he has to make better. Surprise crossed over his face at my words, and he leaned his face more onto my palm with a smirk on his lips. No. But you can say it now. About how hot I look soaked in the water, and how incredibly amazing player I am. He wriggled his brows, giving me a wink. I let out a chuckle at his reply. You are crazy. Only for you. His smile broadened before a sad look crossed his face. He took my hand off his face, leaned down a bit, held my face in his hands and kissed my forehead, taking me by complete surprise. My heart beat like crazy while he rested his forehead on mine and peered right into my eyes. I'm gonna miss you so much, Ari. Chapter 22. Ariel's POV. Staring at my hands resting on my thighs, I let out an exasperated sigh as the hairdressers and makeup artists did their work on me. I don't even understand why I'm being dolled up as if it's my birthday, not the little girls we're attending. Apparently, the day of the birthday appeared all too soon, and I didn't even realize how 2 days passed in a jiffy. Of course, the days were filled with a lot of drama and tantrums, which were thrown mainly by Carl because, as you would have it, she couldn't bear the sight of Kira. Due to this, Kira had to stay stuck up in her room most of the time to avoid a fuming Carl, who was ready to explode at any moment. But today, Kira was also attending the birthday party since she was invited as she's the king's late friend's wife, and it would be rude not to ask her. Unfortunately, Carl wouldn't be attending. Carl had asked Danson not to let Kira attend the party, but he blatantly refused, which infuriated Carl. In the heat of the moment, she said she wouldn't attend. But she made sure I attended and literally forced me to get dressed up pretty good, even warning me to stay by Danson's side all the time so that woman, as she calls Kira, doesn't have a chance to hit on her brother. You may now wear your dress, milady. The maid said, politely handing me the beautiful sky blue full-length gown as the others finished my makeup and hairstyle. I smiled at her, taking the dress from her hand and heading towards the walk-in closet as they all exited the room shortly after. The dress was breathtakingly beautiful. It was an off-shoulder sky blue colored gown. The top part of the gown, near the neckline, had colorful embroidered cloth flowers. The bottom of the gown had the same kind of flowers and a bit of silver glitter. The dress was a bit revealing for me since I never wore an off-shoulder dress, let alone a ball gown, but Carl was insistent that I wear this, and it was spectacular anyway, so I didn't think about it much. Putting the dress on, I finally took a look at myself in the full-length mirror and couldn't help but be surprised. Is the girl in the mirror really me? The dress fit me perfectly, and the color also suited me well. My hair was styled into an updo bun with a few tendrils let loose in the front. My makeup was a natural look with light silvery glitter on my eyelids. Smiling at my reflection in the mirror, I did a little happy dance at how extraordinary I looked today. With the same huge smile on my face, I got out of the closet, but stopped on my tracks the moment my eyes met Danson's. Danson looked dashing in his black tuxedo. His dark hair was combed neatly behind his head, which brought out his eccentric blue eyes. He looked like a showstopper model. I don't know who was more stunned, he or I, as we both stared at each other, and then he said something that made my heartbeat accelerate. You're stunning. Danson's POV. I felt like my eyes would bulge out of my sockets just looking at how beautiful my wife is. I couldn't take my eyes off of her. Your wife, huh? I could feel Carlos smirking at me. Whatever, she looks gorgeous. Indeed, she does. She looks like a goddess descended from the heavens, my beautiful Ariel. My God, you're so cheesy. I mentally rolled my eyes at the stupid excuse of a wolf and shut him off. Looking at Ariel, I found her staring back. You're stunning. Before I knew it, the words were out of my mouth. I saw a blush creep up her face, making her look even more attractive. You look pretty yourself, Ari said with her eyes looking anywhere but at me. With an amused smile, I walked up to her and raised her chin to meet her eyes, but she still avoided eye contact. Pretty? Is that how you describe a good-looking man? I teased her, and it seemed to work as her turquoise eyes snapped to mine. No. There was confusion written all over her face. I mean, you're handsome. Thank you, handsome man's wife. I teased her a bit more to see her cheeks getting even redder. She looked quite flustered, to be honest. Okay, enough of the teasing, Danson. I retrieved my hand from her chin and wrapped it around her waist. She looked a bit startled, but she didn't object, nevertheless. Let's go. Or else we'll be late. Ariel and the others left already, I said, to which she nodded like a doll. She's so pretty and cute. The men in the party are going to go gaga over my girl, and for some reason, the thought is very unsettling to me. You're going to stay by my side the whole time, I murmured under my breath, but I'm sure she caught it since she looked at me with a perplexed expression. Her eyes were wide and her full pink lips slightly parted. Snap out of it, Danson. I gave her a Cheshire cat grin in return. Nowhere in hell am I letting her leave my side today. Ariel's POV. The ride to Veneton was long, and there was utter silence in the carriage in which Danson and I were riding. James, Arish and Cammy were in another carriage while Kira was still in the castle, getting ready. Danson said it would be better if she left a bit late after us, since no one actually knows she's staying in the Rodriguez castle, and Danson wanted it to remain that way until he finds the right place for Kira to live. The silence was deafening as Danson stared out the window with his elbow on his leg and his chin resting on his palm. Why are we going in a carriage? Don't you have many cars? I asked, breaking the silence, and also because that question had been bugging me for a long time now. Danson averted his gaze from the scenery outside and looked at me with a smile. It's a custom for the royals to travel in a carriage. We do use the car sometimes though, but we can't neglect the customs while visiting another royal, right? Right. So, are you and the Vampire King like best friends? I asked to keep the conversation going. Yes, he's my best buddy, he smiled. And Claire? Carl said, didn't she? I nodded to see his smile grow wider as he shook his head. She really can't keep her mouth to herself. Well, about your question, yes again Claire's also my best friend though I'll warn you, she's a little overbearing and too annoying but good at heart. Sounds like a great person. Yeah, right? He said sarcastically, rolling his eyes. I smiled at his lack of enthusiasm, but then a question appeared out of nowhere in my mind. Danson? Do you still love Kira? Danson looked taken aback by my question as his smile fell, replaced by a confused expression. I really don't know anymore. I see. I looked away from Danson towards the passing outskirts, feeling a sense of hurt in my heart. Could it be that he still loves her and can't get over her? Is that the reason he's still shutting his feelings from others? But he's different around me. He's more sarcastic and sweet rather than cold and arrogant. That still doesn't mean anything, right? Maybe he's free around me 'cause he sees me as a friend. For some reason, the thought sent a wave of pain through my heart. What in the world is wrong with me? The rest of the ride passed in uncomfortable silence. I almost fell asleep by the time we reached the Vampire King's vast mansion. When the carriage entered the gates, I couldn't believe my own eyes at the beauty of the mansion. It was an enormous castle-like mansion. The mansion was built on a large plot of land, with a beautiful garden surrounding it. It was magnificently beautiful. It looked kind of like a fairy tale palace. Danson descended from the carriage once it halted and extended his hand for me to get down. I placed my hand on his, only for him to tug me ahead, resulting in my face crashing into his chest. His other hand wrapped around my waist. You did that purposely, didn't you? I asked, perplexed, when I saw him smirking. Did I now? His smirk grew wider as he let me back on my footing and stood beside me, winding his arm around my waist while I glared at him. I felt a tingling rush through my body at our proximity, but I just ignored it as he led us inside the castle. I also saw Arish and James going in, along with little Cammy. As we stepped in, I could see big portraits of scenes and unfamiliar people hanging on the walls. The interior was somewhat gothic, which made it look intriguing. The mansion had a large hallway which led to a ballroom. The ballroom was grand, with lights burning luminously on the walls and from the large crystal chandelier that hung at the center of the ceiling. Many people had already arrived at the party, women in their designer dresses and men in suits. Attending a party like this was something new to me. I haven't actually had a chance to visit a party in my life due to my father. Ariel. My brows seized up at the familiar voice. I looked around the ballroom. A slow smile grew on my face when I finally spotted her. I took away Danson's vice-like grip from my waist and walked in my werewolf speed towards her. Alina. My smile was wide by the time I was in front of her. It's great to see you here, Ariel. I didn't know it was you who was Danson's wife. She gave me a bear hug while I hugged her back. And I didn't know the king's maid Alina was actually you. This is great. The Vampire King is lucky to have you as his mate, I rambled as we moved apart from our embrace. He is lucky indeed, Alina winked at me. Alina and I have known each other since we were small. Her uncle and my father were friends. Unlike her father, her uncle was a really good man, just like Alina. They never knew how my father treated his family because he put on a massive facade of a happy family in front of everyone. You two know each other? Danson's voice made both our heads turn to look at him. When did he even come here? Yes, we're friends, Danny. Alina wound her arm around my shoulder. Danson just nodded in reply. I spoke with Alina for some time, and all the while, Danson was standing close by without a single word, pretending as if he wasn't listening to everything we were speaking. Hey, people, came a girl's booming sound. I looked at the owner of the sound to find a stunning redhead with lovely green eyes, making her way towards us. Hey, Danny and Miss Beauty. Giving a dazzling smile, the redhead wound her arms around mine and Danson's shoulders, standing in between us. Her action caught me a little off guard, but Danson seemed unfazed, as if he was already used to this. Danson slowly pried the girl's hand off his shoulder, which made the girl scowl openly and make a face as she jutted out her tongue at him when he wasn't looking. Her actions made me want to laugh, but I held it back. Hello to you too, Claire, Danson said with a lack of enthusiasm, to which the redhead rolled her eyes. So she's, as Danson would say, the overbearing and annoying Claire. She's cool, though. She has a cheerful personality. Such a rude man. Whatever, nice to meet you, beauty. I'm Claire Ronson, Lord Evan's cousin sister. Claire took my arm and extended her hand for a handshake with a massive smile on her face. I accepted her hand with my own smile. I'm Ariel. Her smile widened as she held my hand for a few minutes, not letting go of it. For a minute, I even felt as if I saw her eyes sparkle blue. Maybe it's just because of the lighting. You're pretty and sweet. No wonder Danny has a thing for you, Claire said with enthusiasm while Danson glared at her. Wow. She's really something. Where's Jacob? Why isn't he accompanying his annoying wife? Danson remarked. Haha. Very funny, Danny. Claire made a face before shrugging off. Anyways, Jacob, Stephen, and Olivia are on the duty to look after the kids. Kids? Oh yes. We're here on Lord Evan's daughter's birthday. That means it's Alina's daughter's birthday. I would love to meet her kids. I'll go wish the birthday girl. Excuse me. I excused myself from them and walked towards the group of kids near the cake. I saw a little cute girl with brown eyes and brunette hair dressed in a lovely red ball gown with a substantial black bow in the back, who was giggling with Cammy. She must be the birthday girl. Happy birthday. I bent down to her level and handed her the gift I bought. Thank you. The little girl smiled, showing her teeth as she received her gift. Andy, this is Ari, my friend. Cammy introduced me to her supposed friend. The little girl, whose name is Andrea, I guess, stared at me for a while before a huge grin broke on her face. She's really pretty. I want to be beautiful like her when I grow up. Little Andrea said in an ear-piercing yet excited tone. Me too, Cammy agreed, nodding her head. I'm so flattered. Now, if everyone becomes like me, then how will I be able to see such cute little faces? I pouted, gently pulling both their cheeks, which made them giggle. Danson's POV. I was staring at Ariel, who was talking to the kids, making them laugh and giggle. Ari is really good with children. She'll be a fantastic mother. If she had a daughter, then she would be pretty like her, and if she had a son, then he would have a lovely personality like hers. Mother? Daughter? Son? What the heck am I thinking? Danny. Danny. Claire's loud voice buzzed in my ear, making my eardrum almost pierce due to how loud she was. What the hell, Claire? Can't you speak slowly? I snapped at her while she rolled her eyes at me. After talking with Alina and Evan, I was happy with my solitude as I stood next to the drinks counter, having a drink myself and staring at Ari. But of course, Claire, being Claire, loved to annoy me just like that annoying Carlos. Hey, I'm not annoying. I shut him off before he could bug me again. Don't snap at me. I've been calling you for a while now, but you were busy staring your beautiful wife. You really like her, don't you? Claire's question took me a little off guard. I took a look at Ariel. What's not to like? She's simply amazing. But of course I'm not going to say that to Claire. I don't. We're just together because of the true stash. Keep that crap to yourself. You can't fool me like you did with Alina. And you don't almost kiss someone you don't like. She had a sly smile on her face as she said that, emphasizing the word kiss. I narrowed my eyes at her. You jogged Ariel's memories. My tone was accusatory. Claire rolled her eyes yet again. She does a lot of that, doesn't she? I wonder how Jacob handles her. Hey, don't look at me that way. I have an ability, and she so happened to shake hands with me, so I just couldn't help it. Don't worry, I didn't see much. It was like a fast-forward movie with a few snippets. I just saw the water balloon fight, the breakfast together, the day she fed blood to you through her mouth, you teasing her, the almost kiss you both had, she rambled on. She literally saw every freaking moment Ari and I had together. Annoying woman. Doesn't she know the thing called privacy? I opened my mouth to give her an equally annoying retort, but she spoke instead, this time with a much serious tone. Look, that alpha Tony is trying to woo your girl. Ariel looks uncomfortable, Claire said, pointing in Ari's direction. Not far away. Tony was standing a little too close to Ari for my comfort. He asked her something, and she shook her head, but then he grabbed her hand almost forcefully. What the hell? Why is he holding her hand? I feel like ripping his hand off his body for touching what's rightfully mine. Why did I even let her leave my side? Without waiting, I strode towards them. Released the damn alpha's hand from hers harshly before grabbing her hand myself. You owe me a dance, I said, dragging a confused Ariel towards the dance floor away from Tony's watchful eyes. Chapter 23. Ariel's POV. After chatting with the kids, I decided to talk to Alina some more when someone's voice interrupted. Expensive clothes does suit you well. You look ravishing, said a familiar masculine voice. I looked at the person, and there he was, dressed in a gray tuxedo, standing with a smirk etched on his face, Alpha Tony Gonzalez, my mate. Thank you, Alpha Tony. His smirk grew wider at my response as he stepped closer. I'm glad I accepted the truce now. At least, I'll get something in return. Alpha Tony's eyes slid over my body, and I felt really uncomfortable under his scrutinizing gaze. He's my mate, but I don't understand why I never really felt comfortable under his gaze. His stare was so invasive, and the thought itself made me feel disgusted. I should get away from him as soon as possible, but before I could speak, he beat me to it by speaking himself. Can I have the honor of dancing with you, love? He extended his hand while I gently shook my head. I don't think it's a good idea. I should take my leave. I attempted to walk away from him, but he caught my wrist. Where do you think you're going? You're going to be by my side by the end of the week when I accept the truce. All of this is just going to go in vain. Alpha Tony's grip tightened, which became painful for me. In the next split second, I felt Tony's hand being pried off mine harshly, and someone else held my hand instead. The tingles that erupted from his touch were enough to tell me who it was. You owe me a dance. Danson started dragging a confused me along with him, preventing me from saying anything. When did I agree to a dance with him? However, I'm glad he got me out of that alpha's clutches. Before I knew it, we were on the dance floor. I don't know how to dance. I tried to reason out to him and moved a bit back so that we could have at least a little space between us, but his firm grip didn't let me move an inch. My brain can't function with him so close. Just follow suit. I'll take care of the rest, he assured me as the music started playing in the background. Steadying ourselves, Danson places one of my hands on his shoulder and interlaces the other with his fingers. Little bolts of electricity bolt through the length of my arm and my waist, where his free hand is placed. I love it when you call me señorita. I wish I could pretend I didn't need ya. But every touch is ooh la la la. It's true, la la. Oh, I should be running. Oh, you keep me coming for ya. As the beginning chords of the song started playing, I found a slow smile forming on my lips. This is my favorite song. I lifted my head a bit to look at Danson. He had a soft smile on his face as well. Glad to know that, he whispered, moving our bodies along with the song. Land in Miami. The air was hot from summer rain. Sweat dripping off me. Before I even knew her name, Lala. It felt like, ooh la la la, yeah, no. Sapphire moonlight. We danced for hours in the sand. Tequila sunshine. Her body fit right in my arms, Lala. It felt like, ooh la la la, yeah. I find myself staring right into those ocean blue eyes of his. Seriously, how can someone's eyes be this blue? Danson lets go of my waist and places his hand on my lower back. Interlinking our fingers, he begins lowering me to the ground, attempting a dip. He lets me stay that way for a few seconds before pulling me back on my toes and twirling me with his one hand. I am drawn back against his body as his arms wind around my waist, making my body flesh against his. Unknowingly, even my arms twine around his neck. I love it when you call me señorita. I wish I could pretend I didn't need ya. But every touch is ooh la la la. It's true, la la. Oh, I should be running. Oh, you know I love it when you call me señorita. I wish it weren't so damn hard to leave ya. But every touch, ooh la la la. It's true, la la. Ooh, I should be running. Ooh, you keep me coming for ya. The music picks up its tempo as Danson lifts me off the ground by the waist and twirls me around, taking me by complete surprise. His eyes don't leave mine even for a second as he descends me back to the ground. He places both his hands on my waist as I wrap my arms around his neck. Locked in the hotel. There are just some things that never change. You say we're just friends. But friends don't know the way you taste, Lala. 'Cause you know it's been a long time coming. Don't you let me fall. Ooh, when your lips undress me. Hooked on your tongue. Ooh, love, your kiss is deadly. Don't stop. I love it when you call me señorita. By now, I don't know what the hell is happening. Yes, we're dancing, but all I can focus on is his eyes and the way he's looking at me as if I truly meant something to him. Danson's eyes zero in on my lips, and he's looking at them like he'd been aching to touch them with his. Oh my God, am I thinking it all wrong? I cannot even make sense of anything as my heart threatens to burst out of my chest. Every nerve within me was aware of how close he was. Ari, he whispers, leaning into me. I don't know what takes over me, but I find myself inching my face closer and closer to his. The loud cheering and clapping sound sets me out of whatever trance I was in as I abruptly push Danson away. Tears threaten to fall out of my eyes as I rush away from the crowd, out of the ballroom. I could hear Danson calling out for me, but I didn't care. I just kept running until I was in the isolated hallway of the mansion. Oh no. I covered my face with my hands as tears spilled out of my eyes uncontrollably. This is not right. I thought that all these mixed feelings I had for Danson were temporary and would vanish with time. But at that moment, when we were dancing and he was about to kiss me, did I realize what these feelings were? No, it can't be. I can't possibly. Why did you run off like that? Danson's voice next to my ear made me almost jump. Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. I quickly turned my head to the other side and wiped any traces of tears from my face. The lighting here is dim, so he possibly wouldn't have noticed the tears earlier. I turned back to look at him once I was satisfied that I didn't look like I had cried. I was overwhelmed with so many people around Dash. Danson gripped my shoulder all of a sudden. Ari, were you crying? Concern was written all over his face, which made me almost lose my resolve again, but I stayed my ground. No. He didn't seem to be convinced as he spoke further. Is it because of what happened back there, Dash? Nothing happened back there. What are you speaking about? I replied sternly, looking straight into his blue eyes. Don't pretend like you don't know that we were about to. Danson's voice trailed off as I gave him a disapproving look. I don't want to bring that up again. Why is he being so stubborn? About to what, Danson? You don't understand. We have been forced to live together due to the circumstances. We don't have anything except friendship between us. We're friends. Just friends. And eventually, we're going to leave each other soon. Alpha Tony told me about the truce. I averted my eyes away from him as my voice quivered in the end. I don't know why this hurts so much. I was never truly meant to be his. Then why do I feel so bothered and hurt at the possibility of us leaving each other? Kira is Danson's mate, and now she's back. The woman Danson loved so much can be back with him if I leave. What right do I have to be here and become a thorn in the middle? Danson's warm hand holding my face got me back on alert as he made me look at him. A dark expression crossed his face. So this is about that damn Alpha, huh? You're saying we're friends? But friends don't know the way you taste. His voice was like a hidden thunder, but I didn't understand what he meant. What dash? The next thing I knew, he had backed me against the wall and slammed his lips to mine. It took me a few seconds to register that Danson was kissing me before my face felt like it was set aflame. Embarrassed, I tried pushing him away, which resulted in him pulling me closer to his body as he circled one of his arms around my waist while his other hand traveled from the nape of my neck to across my cheek. My feeble attempt to escape stopped when his lips parted mine. Shocked by the action, a gasp escaped my mouth, giving him the much-needed opportunity as the kiss deepened. The kiss was far from innocent. It was passionate and demanding. I want to pull away before I lose myself, but I can't seem to. In this moment, my senses were overwhelmed, and I could no longer think straight. I have lost all reason and sensibility, and now, without a doubt, I know one thing for sure. I'm in love with Danson Rodriguez. Chapter 24. Danson's POV. The feel of my lips on Ariel's soft and delectable ones was excellent. I pulled the pins out that held her hair up, letting her silky chestnut hair tumble down her back in thick locks as I entangled my hand in them. Her hands clutched my suit jacket as I gently bit on her bottom lip with my extended fangs and licked the spot to soothe it. I can't hold myself back. Ari's presence is so captivating. I kissed her for a bit more until I felt her breathing quicken. When I pulled away, she slumped against my chest, breathing heavily, and she trembled from the overwhelming sensations. I made sure to hold her tight, securing my arms around her waist. Once she was fine, she tried to back away, and I let her have her space. We oddly stared at each other, as if it was a silent conversation, until I realized what I've done. I found a huge grin making its way on my lips. I finally kissed her. Why did you do that? Ari asked in a hoarse voice, avoiding eye contact, a blush creeping up her neck to her cheeks. She looks so lovely like this. Why did I kiss her? Back then, when Ariel said she had to leave me eventually, I felt a strange tug at my heart at the thought of losing her, and to add fuel to that, she mentioned the wrecked Alpha who had been holding her hand earlier. I was so annoyed at myself on the realization that it was I who had set the damn condition that she would return to him after he accepted the truce. When I held her face, all I wanted to do was keep her to myself and kiss her. And so I did. My instincts took over, declining any sense of reasoning. I loved the way her small body fit in my hands. The way our lips molded perfectly against each other. The way she relented as I played with her hair and held her tighter and tighter. When we broke away, I wanted nothing more than to pull her back and kiss her again. But I didn't. She was already flustered enough, and I didn't want to scare her. Now, how am I supposed to explain all of this in short? Before I could say anything, an angry voice interrupted. Danny. Reluctantly, I looked away from Ariel to find a fuming Kira making her way towards us alongside Tony, who had a smirk on his face. When did she arrive? And what the heck is Tony doing here? How can you? You both can't go around kissing each other. And Ariel, how can you be unfaithful to your mate? Don't you know, you're with Danson just because of the truce? You were Tony's dash. Kira burst out in anger at Ariel, but I cut her off. Enough. She didn't do anything wrong. I kissed her. So don't drag Ari into this. And who are you to blame her of being unfaithful when you did the same thing, Kira? My tone was accusatory when directed towards Kira. I grabbed Ariel's hand, walking past both of them. I don't want to waste my time on them. Ariel has been oddly silent ever since I kissed her. Except for that one question, she hasn't said anything, which scares me a bit. Will she hate me after what I did? I intended to walk out of here and talk this out with Ari, but Tony's following words made me stop on my tracks. Ari, huh? You do realize that she's my mate, right, Danson? You can keep her for now, but by the end of this week, she'll be mine. And then it'll be me who would touch her, kiss her, and be with her dash. Shut up. I let out a ferocious growl, unable to hold back the extreme anger bubbling inside me, as I let go of Ariel's hand and punched Tony square in the face. Blood dripped down his lips, which he wiped off with his thumb before licking it clean. Danny, what did you do? Kira let out an exasperated gasp. Even Ari looked stunned as she stared at me, eyes wide. It's okay, Tony assured Kira before looking at me. He placed his hand on my shoulder, which I swatted away instantly. Cool down, Danson. Does she mean so much to you that you'd let your façade of the ignorant, cold man down and punch someone? You should be careful about letting others know your weaknesses, Your Highness. You never know who would use her against you or perhaps slaughter her to seek revenge from you, Tony whispered next to my ear, giving me a sardonic smile. My fists clenched by my sides as I felt like punching him once again. How dare he threaten Ari? Danson, let's go back to the castle. I'm not feeling very well. Ariel's voice stopped me from handling the alpha. Concerned about her health, I turned to look at her and gave a single nod. Okay. Let's go. I held her hand, dragging her along with me back to the ballroom. I don't care what those two are doing there. They can kill each other for all I care. I'll inform the first person I see about our leave. Unfortunately, the first person I spotted was Claire. Ugh, why not someone else? Even Stephen would have been better. Nevertheless, I approached her. Claire, we'll be taking our leave. She scowled at my words as I had expected. What? You can't leave so soon. You guys didn't even see the Mystic Falls. All of us are heading towards the lake in a few minutes. So you're not leaving now. Ariel doesn't feel good. We have to go, I insisted. A concerned look crossed her face, really. She grabbed Ariel's free hand, holding them for a while as her orbs sparkled blue. Oh, damn. I saw a slow, sly smile making its way on Claire's lips. You finally. I glared at her before she could finish the sentence. I mean, you can go. I'll tell Evie. Don't worry. Beauty. Ariel's POV. The moment Danson and I got seated in the carriage, there was utter silence that followed. I had feigned to be unwell so that Danson wouldn't pick up a fight with Alpha Tony, but he seemed to believe I was actually not feeling good. Back there, things got so messed up that I didn't know what to do. I was still reeling from the after effect of the kiss, and then Kira showed up looking like she'd murder me any moment. Even Alpha Tony had a strange, creepy look on his face. And to add fuel to the scene, Danson goes around punching Tony. Phew, what a messy situation that was. I take a look at Danson, who's now staring outside the window with his chin propped on his palm. Unconsciously, my hand raises to touch my lips that still feel sore and lively. My thoughts wander off to the time Danson kissed me. His soft lips on mine, the feel of his kiss, and his arms that held me securely. My cheeks warmed up at those thoughts, and I looked the other way from Danson as if he could see me and say what I'm thinking. I had always thought a kiss was limited to the touch of two lips. Nothing more than that. But the kiss I received a few moments ago was a whole different story. I felt my cheeks warm up again as the kiss kept replaying in my mind like a broken record. Snap out of it, Ariel. I shook my head vigorously. What are you shaking your head at? Danson's voice made me almost jump out of my skin. I slowly turned my head to look at him. My eyes took in his handsome face, his dark black hair falling on his forehead, his perfectly shaped eyebrows, piercing blue eyes, thick lashes, straight nose, plush lips. I quickly averted my gaze away from his face, looking anywhere but him. What am I supposed to say? I was shaking my head so that I could get rid of the passionate kiss I shared with you. How stupid that sounds. I was shaking my head for fun? My answer sounded more like a question, and who on earth shakes their head for fun? Stupid Ariel. For fun? Who does that for fun? You're really something, Ariel. At least, try making a good excuse next time. There was a hint of amusement in his voice which, despite my lack of protests, made me turn and look at him. There he was, giving me that same heart-wrenching smile. That smile, it must have been the reason I fell for him in the first place. His smile turned into a smirk, and I felt my cheeks heating up again. I was staring at him like a maniac. "I'm not making excuses," I murmured, looking outside the carriage's window. I heard him chuckle in the background. "Keep saying that to yourself." The rest of the ride was spent peering out the window, eventually falling asleep as peaceful slumber took over. Danson's POV. By the time we reached the castle, Ariel had fallen asleep. I thought of waking her up, but I couldn't get myself to do it. She was sleeping so soundly, looking like an angel. Who would have it in their heart to disturb her? So I gently carried her in my arms, bridal style, and made my way towards the main entrance of the castle. The coachman looked a bit surprised, so did the butler, but they didn't say anything. The moment I stepped in, Carl came rushing towards me. "Hey, Danny. How was the party?" "Oh, is Ariel asleep?" Carl asked in her not-so-slow voice, making Ari stir in my arms. "Ch-ch-ch." I gestured to Carl to stay quiet, which she did very obediently, placing a finger on her lips. Ari snuggled closer to me as she stopped stirring. I sighed without a noise. Hopefully, she's back to sleep. I looked up from Ari's sleeping face to an awestruck Carl. "You both are so cute." She squealed happily before placing a finger on her lips as Ari stirred again in my arms. Suddenly, Carl covered her mouth with her palm, looking paler than ever, as if she was trying to hold back her vomit. That made me alert, and despite Ari in my arms, I slowly asked, "Are you okay, Carl?" Yeah, I'm fine. Maybe I just overate or something. Don't worry about me. Just take Ariel to her room." Saying that, she rushed away towards her room, leaving me staring at her retreating form. Is she really okay? I'll ask her to meet a doctor tomorrow. With that being confirmed, I headed towards my room, still carrying a sleeping Ari in my arms. Once we were inside the room, I slowly shut the door with my leg and made my way to the bed. Gently laying Ariel on the bed, I took off her shoes and covered her with the duvet. I should have called a maid to help Ari change her clothes, but I'm afraid it will wake Ari up. Nevertheless, the dress isn't too tacky, and I made sure it was comfortable enough when I bought it. So, I guess it should be fine for her to sleep in that. After freshening up and wearing a fresh set of t-shirt and track pants, I walked to the other side of the bed and lay down next to Ariel. Ari's gonna freak out in the morning when she finds me sleeping next to her. I'll have to get up early and go before she wakes up. It's okay since she wakes up late. Tucking a wayward strand of hair that fell on her face behind her ear, I stared at Ariel's beautiful face. Although she's not gonna answer, I asked her sleeping face, "Is it wrong of me to want you for myself?" Chapter 25. Ariel's POV. I snuggled closer into the warm embrace, making myself as comfortable as possible. This person's body is so warm, and their large arms wrapped around me gave me a sense of security. Wait a second. I fluttered my eyes open in a rush, only to find my face pressed against Danson's hard chest, while his steady breathing could be heard along with his fresh, manly scent. His arm was wrapped around my waist, holding me close to him. Oh my, how did I end up like this? As I recall, I last fell asleep in the carriage. What happened after that? Could it be that Danson carried me all the way here and laid me on his bed? Why on the bed, though? Why not on the couch? Ugh, so many questions. But first, I have to get out of his hold. I slowly tried to get out of Danson's hold, being careful not to wake him up, but the moment I moved, I heard a groan of protest coming from him as his hold tightened around my waist, pulling me closer. "Danson?" I slowly called out. I felt his body stiffen beside me, but he didn't make a movement and just stayed silent. Is he awake or not? "Danson, if you're awake, could you please, let me go?" I urged him, trying to wriggle out of his embrace. Instead of letting me go, he pulled me closer to him, if it's even possible, and said in his sexy morning voice, "I'm not letting you go away from me." Huh? Why does it sound like he doesn't mean just about the embrace? But... You see, I'm feeling suffocated here, I reasoned out, trying to pull back. Danson finally moved back a bit, his arms still not letting go of my waist. "You're feeling suffocated?" "I'm sorry. I didn't realize it." His tone was so gentle, and he looked genuinely concerned, his eyes half open, so adorable and hot at the same time. Actually, it's not the problem of air suffocation or something. I'm feeling overwhelmed with the tingling sensations in my tummy from his closeness. I have this massive urge to wrap my arms around him and lie like this forever. I'm seriously screwed. Someone, please save me. When Danson's eyes opened fully and his gaze assessed my face, he seemed to snap out of whatever daze he was in as his eyes widened visibly. "You're awake," Danson said, still looking surprised. Why did that sound like a question? Why didn't you lay me on the couch? And why are you still holding me so close? As soon as those words left my mouth, I regretted them as Danson unwrapped his arms around me and moved back almost instantly, making me miss the warmth already. But before I could say anything, his body hovered over mine, taking me by complete surprise. My eyes widened while he stared right into my eyes. "I didn't lay you here. You yourself came here in your sleep, pushed me off the bed, and leisurely laid on my bed. Don't think I took advantage of the situation or something. You hugged me and even threatened to punch me if I didn't hold you back, okay?" By the time he was finished, he had thankfully moved back and lay on his back beside me. I turned my head to look at him with my eyes narrowed in suspicion. Danson himself had a nervous look on his face, but he kept a hard front as if he wanted to prove that he was telling the truth. After a bit of staring him down suspiciously, I finally believed his words. "Sorry for the inconvenience then. Just wake me up next time if I do something like that, okay?" I quickly said before getting up from the bed and rushing towards the bathroom in a hurry, leaving a still-lying Danson on the bed. How embarrassing. I can't believe I did all those things. Lord, from when did I start sleepwalking? Danson's POV. You lied to her. You're so cunning. Carlos' voice was accusing as he made his presence known. Happy realization, I replied with a lack of enthusiasm before shutting him off. Okay, I know what I said to justify my actions was a bit over the top, but Ari actually believed it, so it's great. I admit, I shouldn't have lied to her, and I feel bad about it, but if I said that I willingly made her sleep on the bed and held her close, she would surely freak out. However, today's sleep was one of the best sleeps of my life. I feel so refreshed and great waking up with Ari's beautiful face in front of me and her in my arms. I want to wake up like this every day. But sadly, today is the last day Ari will be here before she leaves me to go with that alpha. My heart ached at the thought, and I ran a hand through my hair in frustration. Damn. What should I do to keep you by my side, Ari? Here, this is yours, Arish said, handing me a silver chain with a unique blue charm stone adorning it. After the morning's incident with Ariel, the first thing I did was look for Ariel to find a way to let Ari stay here for a while longer. I found Arish in the study, but before I could say anything, she handed me the silver chain first. Charmstone? Where'd you get this? I asked, scanning the unique stone pendant attached to the chain. To find an original charmstone is rare, and by rare, I mean almost extinct. There's only one person I know of who has them. Did she give you this? Yeah, Lisa gave one to each you, Evan and Claire, she confirmed, confirming my suspicion. She didn't give you a similar one? I assessed the silver chain with a red charmstone wound around Ariel's neck as she shook her head in reply. Then does this have to do anything with the prophecy? Lisa, or better yet, Melissa Castilejo, is the queen of all supernaturals. The first ever crossbreed accepted by the witches. She's a vampire Lycan, which siren crossbreed. Though her existence is unknown to the supernatural world, it's only the royal families who know that there's a more potent force behind the shadows. She's our ultimate queen. Since Evan, Claire, and I are the firstborn royals, we were predicted by the ancients to be part of a prophecy that will take place after 200 years. Yup. Apparently, it's for your protection. The charmstone will keep you safe from any harm till the time of prophecy. I did get one for me and Carl as well, but yours is a bit different. Lisa said these were specially meant for you three, so there would be no glitches until the prophecy. I see. I took a glance at the charmstone that lay in my palm. So this stone was meant for protection, right? Danny, weren't you here to say something? What is it? I looked up from the stone to her face about that. Ariel's POV. It is the most boring when there's no one in this castle. Apparently, Carl has gone out somewhere, Arish and Danson are having some discussion in the study, and little Cammy is out with her daddy to visit the toy store. All in all, there's no one I can pass my time with. I sighed, walking in the isolated hallway. Clicking of heels against the wooden floor was heard. I looked in the direction of the sound to find Kira making her way towards me, wearing a red, body-hugging dress that clung to her curves. I totally forgot she was here, too. "Can I speak to you for a minute, Ariel?" Kira asked politely as soon as she approached me. Her words took me by surprise. I mean, she never seemed to like my presence, so why did she suddenly want to talk to me, and she even spoke politely? I nodded my head nevertheless. "Not here. Let's talk in my room." Kira led me to her room while I followed. Once we were inside the room, she shut the door behind her. "Have a seat." She gestured towards the couch at the corner of the room as I made myself comfortable on it. "What did you want to talk about?" I asked, hitting the nail. For some reason, ever since Danson told me about how Kira betrayed him, I had started to dislike her presence. I don't understand why she would betray someone like Danson and break his heart. He deserved all the love in the world. Even if Kira was in love with Duncan, then why didn't she break off her ties with Danson earlier? Why lead him on and let him suffer? Kira headed towards me. Taking a seat on the couch beside me, she spoke. "I wanted you to leave Danson and go back to your mate. From what I know of Danny and what I observed in these few days, I realized he has some kind of feelings for you, and he most probably won't let you go easily. Ariel, for a person, his or her mate is the only one who can give them their full love. I don't know whether you know this, but I'm Danson's mate, and I'm most certainly the only person who can love him the most. I did a few mistakes in the past, and I regret it now. You also have a mate. Don't you think you should get back with your mate and leave mine? So, I'm asking you politely to leave Danson and go back with Tony tomorrow without any hesitation. If Danson comes up with something to keep you here, which I'm sure he would, I want you to deny his request. That's all I wanted to say. I'll look forward to your cooperation." After her reverie, Kira stood up from the couch and extended her hand towards me for a handshake with a fake smile on her face. I stared at her hand, then at her face, before getting up myself and gently swatting her hand away. "Why should I listen to you? I'm sorry, but I can't accept your words. Next time, don't ask me to do something ridiculous like this," I said with a twinge of arrogance in my voice before walking past her towards the exit door of the room. "I get it. I'm not supposed to be with Danson. After all, I'm not his mate. I'm not the one he loves, even though I had already lost my heart to him. Even if he had kissed me so passionately just yesterday, he still didn't say anything about it. But that doesn't mean I would let Kira tell me what I should do and what I shouldn't. Honestly, if I get the chance to be with Danson for even one more day, I would gladly accept the offer because I love him." Just when I was about to turn the knob and get out, Kira spoke again. "Danson is a hybrid," she said frantically, trying to stop me from going. I turned my head in her direction and gave her a knowing smile. "I know, and I don't have any problem with it. It's just who he is. What's wrong in that? Unlike you, I won't leave him just because he's a hybrid. I know he's a little dangerous sometimes, but that gives me all the more reason to stay with him. If you really loved him, you would have realized that he never meant harm to anyone. Why are speaking as if you know him so well? You couldn't possibly be in love with Danny, could you?" Kira gave me a stern look at the end. I stared right into her eyes and said, "I love him. So what? You can't change my feelings for him." The look she directed towards me was one of pure anger and animosity. She gritted her teeth before, and all of a sudden, an evil smirk grew on her face. "You love him? Wow, this is great." Kira laughed like a maniac, now coming to stand in front of me. "Since you didn't accept my polite request, let's settle with the hard resolute. You love Danson, so you wouldn't want your love to suffer, right?" I stared at her, confused and shocked. Gone was her facade of innocence, replaced by a malicious look. Why do I suddenly have a bad feeling about this? "Ariel, if you don't accept my condition and don't leave with Tony tomorrow, then I'll reveal to the whole world about Danson being a hybrid. What do you think will happen then?" I looked at her in shock as my steps staggered. How could she be so cruel? I didn't know she would stoop so low and threaten me with Danson's biggest secret. Doesn't she care even a little bit for her mate? How could Danson trust Kira and reveal his true identity to her? I know very well what the consequences would be if Kira were ever to reveal Danson's identity. The citizens and the courtiers will go crazy about the news. They would accuse the royal family of betraying their trust and keeping a hybrid in the castle. Their rage will increase further, and they will even go on a rampage when they realize that all these years, a hybrid and their beloved prince ruled the kingdom was actually the one. If the situation goes out of hand, then... A shiver ran down my spine, and tears welled up in my eyes at the possibility of what the worst could happen. I guess you got it. If I revealed Danson's identity to the world, he would be executed sooner or later. You don't want the love of your life to have such a tragic death, do you, Ariel? Kira smiled sardonically. So be a good girl and accept my condition. If you still don't agree, then dash. I will do it. I will go with Tony tomorrow. You can't let Danson's identity out. I cut her off before she could speak further. About denying Danson's offer to keep you here. I'll deny it as well. A satisfied smile grew on Kira's face as she patted my shoulder. Good girl. Now you can leave. Kira turned the doorknob and pushed me out of her room. Once I was out of the room, I leaned my back against the wall beside the room's door as tears flowed down my face one by one. What had I just agreed to? Could I really leave the man I loved behind? Could I really go back to the mate who treated me nothing less than a servant? Most importantly, could I really hurt Danson's feelings? Chapter 26. Ariel's POV. I stared at the view of the castle's beautiful garden in front of me as my hands rested on the railing of the balcony. Cool breeze blew my hair to my face, but I didn't bother tucking it behind. The whole day had passed just like that, and it was already nighttime while my mind was in despair. My heart hurt even thinking of saying harsh words to Danson. There's no person in the world whom I hate more than Kira right now. How could she ask me to do something like that? If I disagree with her, it will be Danson who suffers. And I don't want that. I should suffer than him. While I was busy with my thoughts, I didn't notice the person approaching me coming to stand beside me. It wasn't until he spoke that I realized he was here. What are you thinking about so attentively, Ari? Danson's hand gently tucked a wayward strand of my hair behind my ear. I turned my head to look at him. He was standing beside me with his one hand resting on the railing while his other hand was playing with a lock of my hair, twirling it around his index finger. There was a small smile playing on his lips as he stared at me with warm eyes. I felt my heart flutter just looking at him. I didn't see him the whole day since morning, and I dare not say I didn't miss him. It was only for this short time span, and I missed him terribly. What will happen when I leave him? The fact caused a tug at my heart, and I averted my gaze away from him back to the view of the garden. I was just looking at the view. You have a beautiful garden in your castle. Really? It's good to hear that you like it. Did you know I decorated and planted all the plants in the garden myself? Danson's voice was merry, as if he felt really proud of planting them. I looked at him from the corner of my eyes, and there he was, still staring at me with a massive smile on his face. Beautiful, he whispered, which I caught without a problem due to my werewolf ears. It is, I smiled, agreeing with his words. He's talking about the garden. I didn't mean the garden, Ari. Danson tucked the strand of hair wrapped around his finger behind my ear. My cheeks heated up when I realized he was referring to me, and from the corner of my eyes, I saw his smile widening. What's up with him? He's flirting with me, and he also looks genuinely happy. You look happy, I pointed out, looking back at the garden. That's because I am, he chirped merrily. I felt at ease seeing him in such a good mood, which is very rare. Is there a reason for your happiness? I asked curiously. Of course, there is. I finally found a way to keep someone close to me. My brows furrowed a bit. Why do I have a feeling that he's talking about me? But then, why would he? It's not like he has feelings for me. From what I've observed in these few days, I realize Danny has some kind of feelings for you. Kira's words snapped in my head, making me involuntarily turn my head and look at Danson. He was staring back at me with the same warm and loving gaze. My heartbeat accelerated automatically. No, Danson can't possibly have any feelings for me, but then, Danson isn't the type of person who would kiss anybody just for the sake of fun. If it's true, then does that mean? By the way, turn here. Danson cut my train of thought as he placed his hands on both of my shoulders, turning me to the side so that I'm facing him. He took his hands off my shoulders and unclasped the silver chain wound around his neck. I stared at the beautiful pendant with the blue charm stone attached to the silver chain as Danson held it in his hand. Before I could fathom what he was doing, he put his hands that held the chain around my neck and hooked the chain's lock, letting it rest on my neck. Danson's fingers trailed across my neck, where the chain settled, as he ran his thumb up and down my neck gently. The action caused my skin to tingle at his touch and my breath to turn a bit shallower. "You have such a soft skin, Ari. Makes me want to sink my fangs in them," Danson murmured before retrieving his hand back and shaking his head vigorously, muttering something akin to, "I can't do that to her." What is he talking about? Danson finally looked at me when he saw me staring at him with a confused look, giving me an apologetic smile. "The necklace looks much better on you. The charm stone is to protect you from any harm. Don't take it off, okay?" he coaxed gently with a sweet smile. I looked at him in disbelief. So it actually was a real charm stone? Why is he giving it to me? Isn't it very precious? I can't keep it. Aren't the charm stones almost extinct? If this is a real one, why are giving it to me? You should keep it for yourself. It will protect you. It's precious. I don't deserve dash. Danson cut my ramble off by placing his index finger on my lips, hushing me. There, sweetheart." The endearment made my heart flip as I stared at him wide-eyed, my mouth sealing shut. Danson took his finger from my lips, but instead of moving back, he held my face tenderly. His thumb caressed my cheek as his eyes peered into mine. "You're the most precious thing to me, Ari," he said, leaning his face closer to mine. Oh my. I can't breathe. This man had a way with his words. Why does he have to have such a sweet tongue? My poor heartbeat can't slow down and I feel dizzy. He's moving closer and closer and closer. Is he going to kiss me again? But why do I feel like the ground is shaking beneath me, and why does his face seem a little blurry? Wait, I'm actually feeling dizzy. Danson's face looks doubled, and the world around me seems completely blurred. What is going on? Before I could gather what was wrong, I felt my consciousness slipping away, and I involuntarily fell on top of Danson. I could hear him calling my name frantically, but before I could reply to him, the world around me turned black as I lost consciousness. Danson's POV. Ariel. I hurriedly caught Ari's limp body that fell on me as she passed out. Her soft body in my arms was on fire. My hand reached out to touch her forehead, and just like I thought, it was scalding hot. I had sensed the heat earlier, but I thought I was making things up. Damn. If only I were a little alert. I quickly carried Ariel in my arms and headed towards my room hurriedly. Martha, call the doctor this instant. I instructed the maid who was passing by in the hallway. She looked at me and then at Ari, who was still in my arms, with a surprised expression. What are you staring at? Go call the doctor. I snapped, not caring about my tone. She flinched visibly before nodding and scurrying away, probably to call the doctor. I spotted Arish making her way towards me, her face worried. Instead of attending to her, I continued striding towards my room. I was least bothered about anyone right now. All I cared about was Ariel, who was burning with fever as she remained unconscious in my arms. My princess was sick and I didn't even realize it. I feel so worthless right now. Once in the room, I gently and carefully laid Ari on the bed. I didn't have it in me to leave her side and call for a doctor, but I have to for her sake. Placing a kiss on her forehead, I dashed out of the room in a hurry. Where's the damn doctor? I asked the maid named Martha. Your Highness, the doctor. The maid was stuttering so much that it was getting on my nerves. I was already panicked enough by looking at Ari's pale face, and this woman was not making it easy. You can go, Martha. I'll inform him about the doctor, Arish said, walking towards me. The maid looked at Arish as if she were a lifesaver before walking away. Calm down, Danny. The doctor is on his way. He'll be here in a few minutes. What happened to Ariel? Arish thankfully replied as she placed a hand on my shoulder. I looked at my sister helplessly. I don't know. We were talking and suddenly she passed out, and when I checked her temperature, she was burning. I should have realized it earlier. It's all my fault. It's not your fault, Danny. Don't worry, Ariel will be fine. It might just be a minor fever, okay? So calm down. She squeezed my shoulder reassuringly. I nodded my head before something snapped in my head. How the heck did I forget it? I left Ari alone in our room. Send the doctor to check Ari the moment he's here, okay? I'll go stay with Ari. She's all alone in the room, I said in a rush before walking past Arish to my room. Danny, wait a minute. Arish's voice made me halt on my steps. I turned to look at her. What does she want? I have to get back to Ari ASAP. You love her, don't you? Arish asked, making me freeze on the spot. I knew very well that she was speaking about Ariel, but I didn't say anything and just stared at her without a word before averting my eyes away from my sister, who could tell what I was thinking about by just looking at me. After all, she knew me more than anyone. I should go back to Ariel. Ask the doctor to come to my room once he's here. With that, I turned around and quickly dashed towards my room, thus running from Arish's further interrogation. Author's POV. A smile grew on Arish's lips, which turned into a massive grin as she watched her brother dodging her question and running away. You do love her, Arish murmured, knowing very well that her brother could hear her with such good hearing, but Danson just pretended like he didn't hear and walked ahead on his way. Arish chuckled lightly, looking at her brother. It's been so long since he ran away like that, she thought to herself. Now she understood why Danson had been so adamant about finding a way to keep Ariel here for longer. Her brother was in love with the woman and didn't want to lose her. Arish's momentary happiness died down, and her smile dropped as she recollected what would happen tomorrow. Tomorrow was the day Tony would accept the truce in the court, and tomorrow would be the day Ariel would leave. Although they had a plan to keep her here a bit longer, it was still based on Ariel's wishes. If Ariel herself didn't want to stay here, then she could not do anything. She just hoped everything would go as planned and that Ariel would agree to stay here. Arish couldn't bear to see her brother hurt again. Kira, who had just witnessed the scene between Danson and Ariel with her own eyes, clenched her jaw in anger and balled her fists tightly at her sides. The thing she feared the most actually happened. It wasn't only Ariel who was in love with Danson, but Danson was in love with Ariel. Kira was so angry that she felt like hitting someone, but instead, she hit the wall, which took the full wrath of her anger and jealousy. She had to do something. She had to get that woman out of the frame. In her pent-up anger, Kira dialed a number on her phone, which was picked up on the second ring. How have I got the pleasure to be called by the gorgeous herself late at night? Does she need company? I would be glad to provide it. Tony's voice came from the other line, who was cut off by a fuming Kira. Shut the hell up, Tony. And listen, no matter what, you're going to take Ariel with you tomorrow by hook or by crook. You get it? Someone sounds really worked up. I wonder if I could help. Stop freaking joking around, Tony. You take Ariel away no matter what. As you wish, gorgeous. But in return, you need to do me a favor, Tony said to her with mirth laced in his voice. What do you want me to do? After a few minutes had passed, Kira had a troubled expression on her face as she registered what favor Tony had asked her. I can't do that. It's quite risky. If Danson finds out, I'll be done for, Kira replied frantically. Come on, gorgeous. Who better than you knows to portray it as an accident? Don't think I don't know the real reason of Duncan's accident or murder. Besides, forgot the other part of the deal? I take Ariel back and you do as I say in return, he reminded. A cold sweat ran down Kira's forehead. Did this man know about the real reason for Duncan's death? She had always made sure no one knew about it. But then, so what if she killed her own husband and portrayed it as an accident? It still wasn't her fault. She was tired of feeling small in front of others. Although Duncan was a respectable nobleman with a lot of wealth, he still couldn't match Danson's title, which she had pushed away due to her stupidity. Once she realized her mistake, Kira wanted nothing more than to get rid of her husband, who stood in the way of her getting back with Danson. Kira was about to decline Tony's request, but when she saw Danson's worried expression as he led the doctor to check on Ariel, she couldn't hold back her anger. Okay, fine. I'll do it. There's still time for that. First, you take Ariel back tomorrow anyhow. Done deal. The moment she heard those words, she cut the call. You wait and see, Ariel. By the time Danson realizes his feelings for you, you'll be long gone. Danson's POV. She caught fever due to not having food the entire day. Werewolves are very sensitive towards their diet. Although starving won't kill them, but it would surely cause them to fall sick. Apart from that, she's okay. I have prescribed a few medicines and have given her an injection right now. She'll be waking up anytime soon. Once she does, feed her something and then give her the medicines. She'll be fine after that, the doctor listed out after checking up on Ari. Is that all? I inquired with a dangerous look on my face. If he missed even a single detail related to Ari's health, he was done for. The man quivered slightly under my scrutinizing gaze. Yes, Your Highness. Danny, Arish warned me to stay calm. After all, the doctor's here to help Ari, and I shouldn't act on impulses, but what should I do? I'm freaking worried about my princess. She looks so deathly pale. Thank you for visiting on such a short notice, Dr. Sunday. Come, I'll walk you out. Arish said politely to the man with a gentle smile, being the caring queen to her peasants. Once Arish was out with the doctor, I took the wet towel off Ari's forehead. Cammy, who was sitting next to Ari on the bed, looked at me. Dan, why is Ari so hot? Cammy asked in her little voice after checking on Ari's temperature. That's because she didn't eat anything, Cam, I replied to her question as I gently stroked Ari's flushed cheeks. So, is Ari sad? Cammy continued speaking in her childish voice, intently watching my actions. Why do you say so? You said Ari is sick because she didn't eat. So, I thought Ari is sad. Because I don't eat when I'm sad. Cammy was staring at Ariel's face and then back at me with her big, blue, round eyes. Really? Then how do you become happy again? I asked, curiously looking up at the little girl. Little Cammy smiled widely, showing off her teeth. Mommy hugs and kisses me. And then I feel happy again, she chirped. You also give Ari hugs and kisses, then she will also be happy again. I nodded my head, okay. After that, Cammy left the room to have dinner. A tray of food was sent to my room for Ariel while I sat next to Ariel's unconscious form, staring at her beautiful face. Silly girl, who said you to starve yourself? I thought as I stretched my hand and brushed away the hair obstructing the view of her face. Leaning down to her face, I gently placed my lips on hers. I felt Ari stir in her sleep, making me move back out of instinct. Soon after, she slowly fluttered her eyes open. Hey, I smiled at her. I actually fainted? Ari looked at me confused, trying to sit up. I helped her up and placed a pillow behind her back. Yes, and how can you not eat anything the whole day? You should take care of your health. Do you know how worried I was? I'm going to feed you food myself now, I lectured her with a stern look on my face. A smile formed on Ari's face, which turned into a wide smile as she looked at me with a funny look. What's so funny? I acted strictly, even as my resolve melted at her beautiful smile. You sounded like a mother hen scolding her chick. I thought it was funny, Ari chuckled before covering her mouth with her hand as she saw me narrowing my eyes. That's not funny. Anyways, open your mouth. I brought the spoon to her mouth after picking up the bowl from the food tray and scooping a good amount of soup into the spoon. I can eat by myself, she tried to take the spoon from my hand. I gave her a hard look and said in a firm voice, Be obedient, Ari. Open your mouth. She looked at me, then at the spoon in my hand, before opening her mouth and obediently drinking the soup. A smile tugged on my lips. That's my girl. Ari's eyes widened visibly, and my own smile widened, but I acted like I didn't just say that and continued feeding her. Once she was done drinking the soup, I wiped her mouth with the napkin and fed her the medicine. All the while, all she did was stare at me without a word. Now it's time to sleep. I helped her lie down and covered her with the duvet. Danson? Yes, darling. Her cheeks turned a bright pink when I called her darling, which she tried to hide, but her fair skin did little to help her. Why are so caring towards me? Her eyes held a kind of awareness, which seemed a little strange to me. Isn't it obvious? I rubbed her cheeks gently, loving the feel of the soft skin on my thumb. But dash. Shh, sleep now, princess. You need to rest. I hushed her, leaving no room for talk. After a while, Ari eventually fell asleep. I walked over to the other side of the bed, lay next to Ari and wound an arm around her waist, pulling her closer to me before eventually falling asleep myself, engulfed by her sweet lilac scent. In the morning, the first thing I saw was my wife's beautiful face, bringing a bright smile to my face. How I love waking up to her face in the morning. Good morning, princess. I chirped happily with a broad smile the moment Ari opened her eyelids, letting me see those beautiful turquoise eyes of hers. Good morning, she said simultaneously with a smile of her own. My arms were basically still wrapped around her, but she didn't seem to mind it. Slight improvement there. Just when I was about to lean in to peck her lips, there was a knock on the door followed by the maid's voice. Alpha Tony is here, Your Highness. I felt Ari stiffen beside me, and so did I. When Ari and I were making improvements, the wrecked Alpha just had to ruin it. I hope everything goes as planned and Ari agrees to stay here. Chapter 27. Ariel's POV. Alpha Tony is here, Your Highness. The voice of the maid came through from the other side of the door. My entire being went stiff. The moment I dreaded the most is here. How I wish this time never came. I felt Danson stiffen beside me as well before a frown settled between his brows. The maid must have probably left after she informed about the Alpha's presence, as no voice could be heard after that. I expected Danson to get up and freshen up so that he could meet the Alpha, but instead, he pulled me closer in his embrace, snuggling his face in the crook of my neck. He's acting a little strange, maybe? Though his actions are making me feel giddy. Aren't you going to meet the Alpha? He must be here for the acceptance of the truce. Danson. What are you? My last words came out as a squeak when I felt Danson's lips brush the soft spot on the crook of my neck before placing a soft kiss there. Yes, princess. What were you saying? He dared act innocent, as if he didn't just brush his lips against my neck. And what's with the endearments? Although I wouldn't say I didn't like it. Whenever he calls me princess, it makes me feel pampered and loved. I know I'm misinterpreting most of the things, but I can't help but think maybe Danson does feel something for me as well. And if it's true, then it's not good at all since I'm about to leave him, and I don't want him harboring feelings for me only to be left alone in the end. What are you thinking about? Danson asked, cutting off my reverie. Nothing. You should let me go, I need to freshen up. I think even you have a few things to look through, like meeting a certain Alpha, so could you take your hands off me? I said, with a stern face, while he had the same devil-may-care expression as he continued doing crazy things, such as trailing his index finger down my face, rubbing my bottom lip gently with his thumb, and all the while smiling as if he were observing a rare treasure. I won't say that his actions didn't make my breath hitch and my heart beat wilder in my chest. Still, I had to refrain from feeling this way because soon enough, all these moments between Danson and me will remain a bittersweet memory, one that will always be imprinted in my heart. Are you okay now? Danson's voice was laced with concern, which made me wonder. Huh? Was something wrong with me? Although my mind is not always in the right state when Danson's close to me. Danson rolled his eyes when I gave him a confused look. You were having a fever, remember? The fever. I exclaimed as if the lights suddenly appeared in my head. I'm fine. I'm fine. You don't have to worry about that. Don't have to worry at all. I heard him chuckle, which made me look at his handsome face with a questioning look in my eyes. Why are you laughing? Danson chuckled a little more before finally looking at me as his hand tucked a messy strand of my hair behind my ear. It's just that my wife is too cute when she's flustered and when she's repeating the same sentence twice. My little heart fluttered in my chest when he said my wife and called me cute, but when his other words registered in my head, I felt my cheeks heating up. Ugh, Ariel, what's wrong with you? Why can't you speak properly? I snapped out of myself scolding when Danson held my face with his hand and stared right into my eyes. You don't have to go back to him if you don't want to, Ari. Stay with me instead. I didn't have to ask who he was talking about, but... No matter how amazing his offer sounded. No matter how badly I wanted to stay with him. No matter how much I loved him. In the end, his life is what I care about the most, and to let him stay in peace, I have to give up my happiness. Give him up. Danson, I dash. Danson placed his finger on my lips, preventing me from speaking. Ch. Now, princess. You don't have to answer the question now. Think about it carefully, okay? Until then, I'll go meet that nuisance. I mean the alpha, he smiled, retracting his finger from my lips as he leaned down to place a gentle kiss on my forehead. I hope you choose to stay here. With me, he mumbled, which I heard without a problem due to my wolfy ears. Before I could ask him anything, he got off the bed and headed straight to the bathroom, probably to freshen up. By the time Danson got dressed in the closet and exited the room, I was still lying on the bed, wondering what in the world to do. I want to stay with Danson more than anything, but I can't for his own sake. What do I do? Danson's POV. I made my way straight to the courtroom, where all the ministers, who are the alphas of other packs in the kingdom, and the wrecked alpha Tony would be present, along with Ariel. I had sent Carl out with Cammy to visit Benetton, the vampire kingdom, which was Evan's kingdom, so that she would be away from all this. I know I shouldn't hide this from Carl, but I don't want her worrying about all this. Besides, it's best if Carl's away from the prying eyes of the outsiders who are waiting for the right moment to attack her. The sound of my footsteps tapping the marbled floor was the first thing heard, followed by the courtiers' greetings as I entered the courtroom. I walked over to the throne next to Arish, that was on a raised platform than the others in the courtroom, and sat down on it while gesturing to the ministers to settle down. Among the ministers, James was seated at one of the chairs. Although James was Arish's mate, he wasn't exactly a royal, and the actual person to possess the powers given by the moon goddess is Arish, so when matters like today's arise, James had no say in it. Still, if the queen considered taking her mate's advice, then no one could deny it. My eyes flitted over to Tony, seated at one of the seats. He was already looking at me with a smirk on his face. I narrowed my eyes at him, feeling my insides boil. Why is it that every time I look at this man, I feel a strange surge of annoyance? Let's begin the court. Arish's commanding voice boomed in the entirety of the courtroom, snapping me out of my glaring contest with Tony as I looked ahead at the courtiers. The Civil Bureau stepped ahead to read out the contract of the Alpha's acceptance of the truce, today, in front of the courtiers and the majestic Queen Arish and Prince Danson. I, Alpha Tony Gonzalez, hereby accept the royal truce of peace and treaty among vampires and werewolves. The Civil Bureau recited the exact words written on the parchment. Rolling it to close the sheet of handwritten acceptance by the Alpha, he continued. Thereby, as per the conditions, after accepting the truce, Alpha Tony's mate Ariel Cristford, who had been married to His Highness, Prince Danson Rodriguez, as a form of punishment, is to be sent back to the Alpha today itself. A frown settled upon my face as the Civil Bureau concluded his mini-speech. I would have been thrilled if he hadn't spoken about the stupid condition. The condition can't be fulfilled, I announced right away, causing the courtiers to seem a bit stunned while the wrecked Alpha continued smirking like a maniac. How badly I want to wipe that smirk off his damn face. Danny, what are you doing? I know you want to keep Ariel here, but don't be so obvious about it, okay? You don't want Ariel to conjure danger, do you? If everyone comes to know that the prince has a soft spot for a woman who's already someone else's mate, won't they try to attack her so that they can indirectly attack you? Arish whispered all of this into my ears, although no one could practically hear her, even with their werewolf hearing, since she was blocking her voice from the others. Royals are meant to be royals for a reason. We have many abilities that others aren't even aware of. One of them is that we can block our voice from others if we want to, even if the other person is a supernatural with spectacular hearing. After considering Arish's words, I realized the danger that I would put Ariel in because of my words, and I don't want anything to happen to my princess. So, with a straight face, I corrected my words. Ariel is currently not well, and it wouldn't be right to make her travel when she's still sick, would it? I posed the question, hoping for a positive response, and I got one. The prince is right. We should be considering about the lady's health as well, one of the courtiers was saying to another, which I caught without a problem. You're right. It's good to know that the prince actually cares for his peasants' health. The other butted in. It was obvious that they knew I could hear them and were trying to sugarcoat me to get in my good books. Although I despise such fake people, right now their opinions were helping me to keep Ari here, and I was ready to keep my annoyance at bay for the time being. As long as it's concerned with Ari, everything is fine with me. But just when the reports were coming out all positive, Tony, my nemesis, spoke. You don't have to worry about my mate's comfort, Your Highness. I'll make sure to take her back to the pack without any problem. Besides, it's just an hour distance from here. So, it wouldn't do much trouble. Thank you for your concern though. The wrecked alpha just had to ruin everything. He's telling my mate as if he owns Ari. How dare he think that way? He doesn't own her. No problem though. This wasn't my initial plan to begin with. Still, I can't let her go back with you as of now, I said to receive confused expressions from the courtiers and a chilly face from the alpha himself. Gotcha. I know we had agreed on this earlier, but there is still a few paperwork to be sorted out about the alpha's acceptance of the truce and legally, Ariel's still my wife. Without completing the paperwork or without her consent, I can't send her back to the Wolfbane packhouse. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. If there's any objection, feel free to raise your voice, I asked, my voice laced with a warning indicating if you dare object, you would see your death. I don't care what the others would think. Like, who cares? I want Ariel here no matter what. My eyes flitted over to the alpha, only to find him calm and composed, as if I didn't just burst his plans. Why the pretense? He must be fuming from inside. I found a smirk making its way on my lips at the victory, but the smirk dropped when he said the words I didn't want him to bring up. Why don't you ask my mate what she wants, Your Highness? I'm sure you would agree to her wish. The wrecked man dared to smirk after trying to trap my Ari. I mean, you're a great prince to your subjects, Your Highness. And I'm sure you wouldn't object my mate's wish if she wants to return back to her mate. That is me. I shot him a death glare. Only if looks could kill, he would be 6 feet under the ground by now. I stood up from the throne, my eyes trained on the man with annoyance and anger. Fine. I'll confirm from Ariel myself. Then it will be as she wishes. With that being declared, I walked out of the courtroom, heading straight to my room, where Ari most certainly would be present. I had said to everyone that I would ask Ari about her opinion, but honestly, I won't, or should I say I'm afraid to do so. I'm worried that she would agree to go back with the alpha and leave me. I'm afraid that I'll lose her. I'm so scared to let her go. Afraid to lose something that is now very precious to me, and maybe I know why. I'll tell the courtiers that Ari said she doesn't feel good and is in a weak state, so she won't be able to make it back to the packhouse today. Although I won't be asking Ari whether she wants to leave, it's totally fine to see her, right? I miss her, and it's hardly been an hour. What would I do if she ever leaves me? No, that can't happen. I won't let that happen. Engulfed by my thoughts, I didn't realize that I had reached my room already and stepped inside. I spotted Ari through the open door of the balcony, standing with her back facing me. The fury in me caused by Tony automatically subsided the moment I saw her. I sighed helplessly. This girl has such an effect on my emotions. A small smile formed on my lips as I approached her, coming to stand beside her on the balcony. I know the garden's pretty and all, but with the amount of staring you do at the flora makes me jealous, you know? I joked with a twinge of sarcasm. Ari didn't reply or say anything, instead just stared ahead, not uttering a word. Her silence made me worry. Ari? I called out to gain her attention. She continued gazing ahead for a while before finally speaking in a very low voice. You know you're a wonderful man, Danson, she muttered, but I don't deserve you. Her words confused me a bit, so I stared at her side view. Something was really not right. Ari looked as if she wasn't solely present here and was in her own bubble. I stepped closer to her frame and turned her to the side so that she was facing me. Ari, what's wrong? My sentence trailed off, and a frown settled between my brows as I took in her face. Her eyes looked puffy, and the rim of her eyes had turned red along with her small nose. She looked as if she had been crying. Of course, she had been crying, you idiot. I felt anger and worry bubbling inside me. Anger directed towards the person who made my princess cry, and worry because she looked afflicted. Her state made my insides churn. Who dared make my Ari cry? Ari, why were you crying? I asked, holding her face gently, concerned about her. She looked up at me with those turquoise eyes of hers as tears welled up in them. Gosh, did I say something wrong? Danson, you idiot. The next moment, I felt her arms wrap around my torso as she hugged me tightly. I was surprised by her sudden action, and before I could move or wrap my arms around her to hug her back, I heard her let out slow, sniffing noises. Is she crying? Yes. You dimwit. Can't you hear? Are you deaf? Carlos mocked me through his mind link. I shut him off instantly and brought my attention back to Ari. Wrapping my arms securely around her petite frame, I gently rubbed her back with my hand with the intention to comfort her, but instead, the slow sniffs turned louder. Eventually, she started sobbing loudly in my arms, all the while hugging me tightly. My heart hurt to see her like this. She was the one crying, and I was hurting more than her. I don't know why she's upset, but I swear if I knew who or what made her cry, I would destroy the thing or end the person's pathetic life. Although right now, all I can do is hold her in my arms and try my best to comfort her. Don't cry. I promise you that whatever the reason is for which you are crying, I'll sort it out. So don't cry, please. It hurts me to see you like this. I moved my hand up and down her back while saying comforting words. I've never felt so worthless before. What kind of husband am I if I can't even comfort my wife? Besides, I even let someone make Ari cry under my nose. After a few minutes of crying and clutching onto me, Ari thankfully stops and backs away to face me. I instantly missed her warmth and the feel of her small body hugging me, but I somehow felt content that she was okay now. Why were you crying? I began, only to be cut off by her. The following words she spoke made my heart drop as I felt the worst heartbreak of my life approaching. I want to go back with the alpha, Danson. Chapter 28. Danson's POV. I want to go back with the alpha, Danson. For a minute, I just stared at her blankly. My mind had gone blank, and the exact words repeated in my head over and over. Why does Ari want to leave? No, she can't. She can't leave me. Ari, but you didn't look very happy to meet Tony last time, and even seemed uncomfortable around him. Then why do you want to go back with him? Is he forcing you to get back with him? I asked desperately, trying my best to get a liable answer from her. The alpha must be forcing her. Yeah, that must be it. There's no other reason she wants to get back with him. Ari's soft hands held mine, snapping me out of my momentary denial. No, Danson. No one's forcing me. I have to make the decision myself. And I chose to go back with him because... Tears flowed down Ari's beautiful eyes one by one. I wiped away the tears with the back of my palm, feeling my heart ache as she peered straight into my eyes and said, I love him. I love him. I love him. I love him. No, you're lying. You don't love him. Did I do something wrong? Is that why you want to leave me, Ari? I snatched my hands out of her hold and held her shoulders in a firm grip. No matter what she said, I didn't want to accept that she wanted to leave me and that she loved. No. The tears started running down her cheeks once more. I'm not lying, Danson. You never did anything wrong, and so, I want you to end this marriage of ours. Divorce me, she said in a choked tone as her voice shook. What? I swallowed hard, trying to clear my voice. Suddenly, in an instant, my world collapsed right before my eyes. I don't think I heard her right. Why does she want to end our marriage? Why? Although it was agreed at the outset that Ari and I would divorce once Tony accepted the truce. Technically, the mate bond meant more than a marriage based on a few papers in the Werewolf Kingdom, but Ari had unknowingly crept into the depths of my heart more than anyone could ever be, and I don't think I can fulfill that part of the truce now. I had vowed to myself that I'd never let a woman into my heart ever again, because it was like asking for a permanent heartbreak. But Ari, she is different. I tried so much not to be attached to her, but despite that, she always managed to break my walls and make me fall for her because she was worth the goddamn risk. Why? My voice was thick with emotion before I cleared my throat and said in a stern tone, I can't divorce you, Ariel, no matter what you say. As for your request to return back with Tony, will you be happy after that? Just say no, Ariel, please. She nodded her head, breaking any ray of hope in me. Very well. I spoke defeatedly. My heart was aching, and I wanted nothing more than to lock Ari up in a tower and keep her for myself, away from any prying eyes or away from the Alpha, but I can't do that with Ari. I can't force her into something she doesn't want. If she'll be happy with the Alpha, then so be it. Even if that breaks me forever, I'll feel content that she's happy. I stared at her face, trying to capture every feature of her face. Her beautiful eyes, a mixture of blue and green, her pretty, pale face, her soft and delectable lips. I felt my resolve breaking just looking at her. How am I going to live without her? Ari, can I just, one last time, kiss you? I didn't wait for her permission and instead leaned down to claim her lips. She seemed surprised, but she didn't object or try to back away. Instead, she wound her arms around my neck, deepening the kiss. I was stunned by her action, but I didn't have the time to dwell on it. Time was ticking before Ari would back away. So, what started as a sweet and gentle kiss turned into a passionate one, as I poured all my desperation into it. Ari, on the other hand, didn't object and let me deepen the kiss. As much as I craved to keep kissing her forever, we both knew this was a goodbye kiss. When I pulled back, I knew something between us was breaking, and it hurt. Ari, don't leave. My voice was barely above a whisper, but I'm sure she caught it as she gazed at me with a heartbroken expression. Wait, heartbroken? No, I must be misinterpreting it. Didn't she say that she wanted to go back with Tony? Then why would she be heartbroken? But then why did she kiss me back? I don't want to dash. Ari's eyes widened as she realized what she had just said, and I couldn't help but stare at her in shock. A glimmer of hope seeped through my heart, but that hope vanished in thin air as she continued after a clearing of her throat. I mean, I don't want to stay here. I have to go back. I'm sorry, Danson. Although her mouth spoke these words, her face said otherwise. Why am I misinterpreting everything today? Maybe I don't want to believe that Ari has to go. Okay then. As you wish, I said coldly. A numb, void feeling has replaced all traces of emotion in me. I grabbed Ariel's wrist, dragging her towards the door so that we could go to the courtroom and get done with this. I know I'm being irrational, but I can't bear this pain anymore. And I'm afraid that if I stay here with her any longer, I would actually lock her up or worse, beg her to stay here, both of which I shouldn't be doing. Just when we were about to make it past the room's door, Ari stopped walking, making me involuntarily halt on my steps. I turned my head a bit to look at her with a questioning look. She hesitantly spoke, as much stupid and cliché this sounds, I want you to live a happy life without me. I want you to find your better half, and I know she'll be the best because you deserve the best, Danson. You know what? I let out a sardonic laugh, turning around so that I'm facing her. Pulling her body flush against mine, I wound an arm around her waist and inched my face deathly close to hers. I actually found that better half, and believe me, she is the best because she makes me happy when she's around. But good things never last. I let her into my heart only to be left heartbroken. Since the girl I love is leaving me alone, I said everything from the start to the end, all the words meant for her. Ari stared at me with wide eyes, looking shell-shocked. She looked at me as if I were an alien. For some odd reason, I felt content due to her expression. I didn't wait for her answer and backed away. Grabbing onto her wrist once more, I proceeded to move ahead when Ari finally spoke, seeming to get out of whatever trance she was in. Danson, could you please go ahead? I'll be following you shortly in a minute. Please, Ari asked, avoiding eye contact. I frowned at her request, but when she said please, I sighed helplessly. Okay, just 5 minutes. You have to be there in the courtroom after that. She nodded in reply, still not looking at me. I hesitantly let go of her hand, missing the warmth and feel of her hand in mine, but then I realized that maybe I won't ever be able to hold that hand again, which dims my already dull mood. I briefly glanced at Ari's face before turning around and exiting the room as I shut the door behind me. I walk a few steps, but then suddenly halt on my steps, only to punch the wall next to me in frustration and self-despair. Letting my forehead rest against the hallway's wall, I let out a defeated sigh. I love her. I had admitted it myself, and the worst thing is, I realized it just when she's about to leave. Now, how the hell am I not going to miss you, Ariel? And how the hell am I supposed to survive another heartbreak when I know very well I'll never be able to get past this one or forget you, Ariel Cristford. Chapter 29. Ariel's POV. I felt the ground beneath me move as I sank to the floor and crouched down, wrapping my arms around my knees, which almost touched my chest. Danson had just said that he loves me, not the exact words, of course, but everything he did screamed about how much he cared. Kira was right. I don't deserve Danson. He's too good for me. How could I be so heartless as to break his heart when he just indirectly confessed to me? But what could I do? I didn't have any other option. I shut my eyes, letting the tears roll down my cheeks as my mind drifted off to the conversation I had with Kira after Danson left to meet the Alpha. I had already freshened up and was ready to leave the room to look for Kira, so I could tell her I won't be able to accept her condition. I would request her or even plead with her to let me stay here. But then a knock came through the other side of the room's door, and when I opened the door, Kira stood there looking as stunning as ever. Kira? Why are you here? Before I could finish the sentence, Kira let herself in as she pushed the door open and stepped inside the room before closing the door shut behind her. I stared at her with an incredulous look on my face. Who does she think she is? Barging into my room, well, technically Danson's room, without my permission. What are you? I began only to be cut off by her again. You're going with Tony today, right? Her voice was more like a command than a question. She was busy scanning her nails as she blew at them occasionally, not even sparing me a glance. Actually, I wanted to talk to you about that. I begin as she finally looks at me with a raised brow. Look, I know you said that you wanted me to go with the Alpha, but honestly, I can't leave Danson because he's finally opening up a bit around me, and if I leave now, I don't think he'll ever open up around someone. And if it's true that Danson holds some feelings for me, then how can I break his heart? My heart hurts when he hurts, but of course, I'm not going to say this to Kira. Because I don't want to go back with Alpha Tony. I know we're mates, and that's supposed to make us feel happy around each other, and all those stuff. But honestly, I feel uncomfortable around him, and I don't think he likes me as his mate either. So how about I stay here instead of going back with the Alpha? I'll do whatever you say other than leaving Danson, I mean, leaving this castle. I tried to compensate with her. Kira didn't seem quite pleased with my answer as she walked up to me and looked straight into my eyes. You're leaving with Tony. It's fixed. Kira gave me an I dare you deny me look. A slow smile grew on my lips. I was prepared for this. I did try to talk nicely, but she asked for it. Well then, I smiled almost sardonically. I wanted to say warn you that if I inform Arish about what you're scheming to do, I don't think the Queen will be very happy knowing that you're threatening to reveal her brother's identity to the world and putting his life in danger. Arish is a loving sister, and don't think just because she's sweet and caring, she'll tolerate your threat. She's the Queen for a reason. If she wants, she can just lock you up in the dungeon so that you never see the sun again or splutter about Danson's identity to anyone. As for Danson, from what I know of him, he would be furious and would regret letting you stay here. He might as well kick you out of the castle, or better yet, feed you to the rogue wolves. Besides, how can you think that anyone would believe you, a normal wolf who betrayed her mate who loved her so much, for another man, other than believing their queen or prince who had been trustworthy since centuries? I ended my mini-speech with a triumphant look on my face. When I looked up at Kira, I had expected her to be a little wary at least. What I didn't expect was for her to turn hysterical as she laughed, as if I had cracked the funniest joke in the universe. You're so funny. Haha. Gosh, I can't believe this, she laughed. She clutched her stomach, still laughing uncontrollably. Could you please stop laughing? Seriously, her laughs were annoying and sounded like that of an evil witch's hysterical laughter in Disney movies. After some more laughing, she thankfully composed herself and looked me straight in the eye. Do you take me for a fool, Ariel? Do I look stupid to you? Do you think I'll let you win just like that if I can't win myself? The thing is, even if I won't make it out alive out of this castle, or if no one believes me, I still have some allies. Some of them are very trustworthy among the courtiers as well, who will expose Danson if I go missing even for a day, and I also have a lot of evidence which proves that Danson indeed is a hybrid. Want to look at one of them? She cocked a questioning eyebrow at me as she brought forward her phone and clicked on something. A video played shortly after, and I felt my eyes widening as I looked at what it displayed. How did you? My voice trailed as I focused my attention on the video in which Danson was tied up in shackles with his wrists bound by silver chains and tied to the ceiling, the same way he was tied that day when I found out he was a hybrid. The background was dull and looked like it was a cellar, while Danson growled ferociously. His voice is enough to raise goosebumps for a normal person. Then Kira swiped the screen, revealing another video. In this video, Danson was in the study, looking directly at something or someone with a worried expression. You're what? I recognized Kira's voice, but she wasn't visible in the video. She must be the one recording it. I'm a hybrid, Danson whispered slowly with his gaze cast down. Kira's hysterical laughter was heard before she spoke. Gosh, Danny, you scared me. Stop joking already. How can you be a hybrid? They're monsters. They deserve to die. That's the reason why they're killed when their existence is found. How could I even think for a minute that you were actually one of them? I must be crazy. After a minute of silence from Danson and his heartbroken look, Kira spoke up again. No, you can't be. Kira, let me explain. Danson started moving forward. No, don't come near me. You're a monster, Danson. Kira's voice roared before the video went blank. I felt anger surge through me. How could she be so heartless? Danson just confessed about himself, and she blatantly told him that he deserved to die and called him a monster. She didn't even let him explain himself. I looked back at Kira vehemently, but when I noticed her smirk, I realized what this was all about, and I felt my shoulders slump in defeat. Guess I don't have any other option now rather than leaving Danson. Fine. I'll go with the alpha. You have to stick to your part of the deal and erase all the evidences that states Danson's a hybrid in return. Done. Though about the evidence, it'll be safe with me as long as you're with Tony. And there's one more thing I want you to do. I mean, you have to do. And that other thing was asking Danson for a divorce. Apparently, Kira wants to be back with Danson, and since I'm still bound to him through the marriage, she won't be able to do so, or that is what she said. I didn't accept her condition initially, which also led to her dissatisfaction, but I didn't care. I just wanted to be connected with Danson at least through those papers, but when she said certain things, it really hit me hard, and I didn't know what to do anymore. Don't even think Danson likes you, or that you could ever have a chance to be with him. I've done my research on you. You're a murderer, Ariel. You killed your own mother. Your father despises you, and your entire family tolerates your presence. If it weren't for you being Tony's mate, you'd still be stuck with your hateful family. Tony pulled you out of that cage, and even though Danson married you as a punishment to Tony, you're nothing but a stain on him, Ariel. How can you even fit in? On the other hand, I'm Danson's mate. He loved me from his heart ever since he met me, and I know he still loves me. That's why he's so angry at me. Don't you think that if I want to return to him, ask him to forgive me, and shed a few tears, he would accept me now or later? Because he loves me. He had always loved me. And he will always love only me because I'm his mate. You don't know the Danson I know, Ariel. The man he is now is entirely different from how he used to be. Danson was the most fun-loving and carefree person I'd ever met, but now he's no longer the same since he's still pining over his lost love for me. Ariel, if you really love Danson, then let him have his happiness back. With me. Let him get back with me and don't be an obstruction between us. Besides, you don't deserve him. You're just a nobody with maybe okay background, but you've been accused of killing your own mother. Just don't think you deserve Danson or he has any feelings for you. Kira's big speech did make me upset. I wanted to yell at her and say to her face that I didn't kill my mother, that it was my father who made my mom kill herself. She had no right to speak about my background. What did she know about me? Nothing. She didn't know how long I had endured my father's abuse or how much it hurt to see every single person whom I cared for and looked up to see me with an accusing and disdainful look on their faces, or how much I've wanted to end all of this, end my pathetic life. The people whom I thought trusted me even betrayed me. My father was so addicted to money and power that he didn't care about anybody else, nor even his wife or daughter. No one believed me when I cried or said that I didn't kill my mom. Then how can I expect Kira to believe me? Besides, what she said about me not deserving Danson wasn't it right. How can I even deserve someone like Danson? He's the only person who has cared for me since my mother's death. His presence itself lifts my mood. And though it's strange, Danson is the only person in front of whom I have ever been my true self and felt free, even when he was arrogant and rude during our initial days of marriage. I know he's a fantastic soul, and I don't want anything other than happiness for him, even if that happiness has to be without me in it. So earlier, I cried alone on the balcony till there were no tears left, and I had prepared myself to say everything as Kira told me to speak to Danson. But despite everything, I didn't expect myself to break down in Danson's arms the moment I saw him, or for Danson to look heartbroken when I said that I loved Tony. I never meant it. What I meant when I said that I love him was, I love him, the man who's in front of me, the man who's looking at me right now, the man who resides in my heart, but I couldn't say it. I couldn't know that I love you, Danson, for your own sake. But then, when he kissed me, it just broke my resolve once again. At that moment, I didn't think about anything else and just kissed him back because I knew this might be the last time I would be able to feel his lips against mine. But when we pulled back, it hurt me like hell when he asked me to stay, and I refused him on his face. What could I do? I was in a fix. It wasn't like I wanted to go. I am forced to go. The most shocking thing was when he indirectly confessed to me. It just shook me to the core. I couldn't believe my own ears. I thought Danson could never have feelings for me after what Kira said. Guess Kira was wrong, and even I was utterly wrong to believe her words and hurt Danson. But can you blame me? Just how could I feel when I had thought about every possible reason he would hate me after he came to know about the rumor of me killing my mother? Although it's not true. But he doesn't hate you. He loves you. A sweet, feminine voice rang out in my head, startling me, and I rubbed my ears, trying to verify whether I really heard that voice. I'm sure it's the same voice that I had heard from when I was small. Celine? Is that you? I tried to mind link her back, but there was no reply from the other end. I might be hallucinating. Why would my wolf suddenly show up again after almost 16 years? The possibility of separating from Danson is really making me insane. I'm starting to hear things. On that note, I got up to stand straight and wiped my eyes roughly, trying to rub off any traces of tears on my face. I hope I didn't take too long. I'm glad that this room is soundproof. Or else what if Danson had heard me sobbing? It would have been strange to explain to him why I was crying when I got what I wanted. When I stepped out of the room after fixing my haggard self, I caught sight of Danson, who was standing a few steps away from me with his forehead resting against the wall while his eyes remained closed. He looked somewhat defeated, and that made my heart clench. I gulped the lump starting to form in my throat as I walked over to him. Once I was next to him, I extended my hand to place on his shoulder, but thankfully stopped halfway and, with a shaky voice, called out to him, "Danson." The next moment, I was suddenly yanked towards Danson's body as he turned to me and pulled me by my waist. Before I could fathom what he was doing, he crashed his lips against mine. He kissed me hungrily, not willing to let go, and his hands roamed all over my body while my breath started turning shallow. I was frozen to the spot. He was kissing me with a strange kind of possessiveness that I had never felt before in both of his kisses. I realized Danson wasn't the gentle kisser type, but the way he's kissing me now makes me feel like he owns me and my soul, no matter how much I deny it. I want to kiss him back so badly. But no. I can't do this again. I can't hurt him more than he already is by leading him on. So with much needed force, I pushed him away. Danson, don't. Danson seemed to be stunned for a moment, and his eyes widened as if he didn't realize what he had just done, as if he had kissed me out of instinct. But then the look was gone. the way it came, and his face turned into a stony one. "You should get going. Your mate is waiting for you," Danson said coldly without looking at me and emphasizing the word mate with a strange disgust, as if the word itself contained a plague. Danson grabbed hold of my hand, but as soon as his hand touched mine, I felt a powerful and strange kind of tingling erupt where his hand held mine. Danson seemed to feel it as well by the way his eyes widened, and he retrieved his hand in surprise, or maybe shock. What was that? I swear, in that moment when his skin touched mine, for the first time, it felt like, never mind. It's not possible. It must be just friction or something. Danson must have realized it too, as he shook his head and led me towards the courtroom, not daring to grab my hand this time. I followed him quietly while he continued walking at an ant's speed. What's up with him? The speed he is walking in is considered slow for even a human, and he's what? A werewolf, a royal one at that. I wouldn't be complaining about spending these few leftover minutes before my leave with him if it weren't so painful and aching for me. When Danson was about to twist the huge doorknob to enter the court grounds, I walked over in my werewolf speed to stand in front of him and looked straight into his ocean blue eyes. I feel like hugging him so bad, but I can't. I freaking can't. But at least I can say one thing to him before I leave. Goodbye, Danson. Chapter 30. Danson's POV. Goodbye, Danson. I stared at Ari without a word, and before I could respond to her or say anything, the courtroom's entry door handle rattled beneath my hold. The door soon slid open as I let go of the handle, and the man I loathed the most in this world appeared in my sight. "Here you are, Your Highness." "I was worried what took you so long, so I came to check myself." The alpha feigned worry, undoubtedly because the courtiers could hear him, although they couldn't see him from his back facing them, and they couldn't clearly see the annoying smirk etched on Tony's face as I could see. I gave him a cold glare before turning to look at Ari and then back at him. I don't want to let her go with this man, but I can't do anything. I swear I've never felt so disappointed in myself ever before. My beautiful mate. There you are. I missed you so much. Tony feigned enthusiasm as he stepped forward to hug Ari. I clenched my fists at my sides, and I felt that I would explode any moment due to the amount of rage that was bubbling inside me. Why? Just why him out of all people? Why isn't it me that you love, Ari? Am I that worthless to anyone's love? First, Kira left me for Duncan, and now Ariel is leaving me for this annoying man. But at least with Duncan, I was sure that he loved Kira a lot, and sometimes I actually thought Kira wasn't worth his love since she didn't seem to have the same level of love Duncan had for her. But with Tony, I'm damn sure that he just doesn't care about Ari. More or less, he's content with being with different women. He's a man who's playing with Ari's feelings, and that fact itself is pissing me off. I pulled Ariel out of Tony's embrace by grabbing her wrist and tugging her towards me out of the alpha's hold. The courtiers who were secretly watching us seemed stunned, but who cares what they think? I want to advise the man to stay the heck away from Ariel, but as I was about to speak, I heard Arish's voice warning me. "Danny, don't. You don't want to put Ariel in danger." Arish said to me through our royal hearing link so that no one else could hear her. No matter how bad I wanted to confront the man, I couldn't risk Ari's safety. So with much-needed tolerance, I spoke in a calm yet stern tone. "Tony, since Ariel is here, why don't we finish with the agreement first? You see, I'm a busy person, I don't have all the time in the world, and I have other matters to take care of. So if you don't mind, you can shower your mate with dash." My gaze shifted to Ariel, who stood beside me staring at my face with her pretty, big turquoise eyes. Gosh, I can't tell him to shower her with love when that is precisely what I want to do. I want to hug her, kiss her, and love her. I can't tell him to do the same, though. I looked back at Tony before I did something I would later regret. Whatever you want later on. As you say, Your Highness. Let's get in, Ariel. Tony's smirk grew wider as I glared at him when he extended his hand forward and released Ariel's hand from mine to hold her hand himself. I so badly wanted to confront him. Nevertheless, I didn't say or do anything, given the stupid courtier's desperate eyes trained on Ari and me. I moved aside to let Tony and Ari in before I made my way inside the courtroom. I took my seat on the throne beside Ariel's while Tony stood ahead of us with Ariel beside him. The more I saw them together, the more it infuriated me, so I focused my attention solely on Ari. Ari's eyes met mine, but she immediately averted them to stare at the tiled floor as if it were the most interesting thing on the planet. I smiled inwardly. She's so funny and cute sometimes. But I won't be able to look at her funny tactics anymore. That brought a fresh pang of pain in my heart, bringing my attention back to the main topic. Basically, Arish is talking to the courtiers, explaining to them why Ari doesn't look as sick as I mentioned earlier. That's because Danson is very caring. And even if a person has just got a little cold, they'll think they should be well taken care of until they're absolutely fine. So, he must have thought that Ariel should stay here until she's fit again. Right, Danny? Ariel turned her head in my direction, looking at me with a questioning look, but I didn't miss the pity in her eyes, which was all too apparent to me. I hate it when someone pities me, and still, it's what I get in the end. People pitied me when my parents were brutally murdered. People pitied me when my actual soul mate turned out to be a black witch who had taken many innocent lives for the sake of black magic, and had to be killed in the end for the safety of the people I cared about. Well, it's a story for another day. People pitied me when I had to suffer the life of an unlawfully turned hybrid just because I tried to save Alina's life. People pitied me when Kira, my second mate, rejected and betrayed me to elope with Duncan. And now again, I'm getting pity when Ari is leaving me. Pity, pity, pity. For the sake of the Lord, I don't need your pity. Out of all the people, Ari was the only one who didn't pity me when I told her about what Kira did or how heartbroken I was when she left. Ari didn't pity me when she saw me suffering on the full moon. Instead, she always found a way to comfort me without making me feel like a pitiful case. Ari's the only one who truly understood me. Danny? Ariel's voice brought me out of my reverie, making me realize that she'd asked me a question. I cleared my throat before speaking. Yes, I thought Ariel should rest well before leaving. Now that she's okay, I took a brief look at Ari's face before confirming she can leave. What about the divorce? Tony began, only to be cut off by me harshly. I'm not divorcing her, I announced sternly, receiving a few perplexed expressions from the courtiers. What the prince means is that although Alpha Tony had accepted the truce, we still need a means to keep this agreement intact so that he doesn't back down from his words. If Tony ever tries to break the truce, we have the right to get Ariel back here since she's lawfully married to Danson. Am I clear? Arish confirmed in a queenly, authoritative tone, leaving no room for argument. Tony seemed a bit taken aback, and so did the courtiers. It's rare for Arish to use her commanding tone, but I'm glad she used it anyway. No way in hell am I divorcing Ari. A minute of silence followed before a unison of "Yes, Your Highness" was heard. I sighed in despair, wondering how quickly this all would end. And now, it's already time for Ari to leave. We would like to take our leave now, Your Highness, Tony said, mentioning him and Ari. I didn't have it in me to tell her to leave. How could I, when all I want is for her to stay here with me? Arish got the cue from my silence as she herself allowed them to go. In a somewhat hesitant tone, "You can leave. The court is dismissed." As the courtiers started leaving one by one with Tony shortly behind them, I got up from the throne and strode towards the exit while the people made way for me to go. On my way out, I stopped walking once I was in front of Tony and Ari. I took a brief look at Ari's beautiful face, memorizing her every single feature while the pain in my chest intensified. I quickly averted my eyes to Tony when she looked back at me. I stepped closer to Tony and whispered in his ear, blocking my voice from the people around. "Take good care of her. I swear, if you hurt her even once, then you won't see another sunshine." My voice contained a warning which I wouldn't hesitate to prove as I stepped back from him. "Thank you for your advice, Your Highness," Tony replied with a sardonic smile of his own before he hooked his arms with Ari and strode out without sparing another glance. Most of the courtiers had left already, and the few who were left were trusted ones who wouldn't dare interfere in my business. So, I passed an order to a few of the guards. Keep an eye on Tony's every move. Also, place guards around the pack house to ensure Ariel's safety. With that being said, I strode towards my room at werewolf speed. I shut the door behind me once I was in and quickly rushed towards the window. I peered down my window, watching Ari getting inside the carriage after Tony got in. I stared at her petite form until she climbed inside the carriage. Once in, she looked outside the window of the carriage and suddenly looked up, staring right at me. I was frozen on the spot. I didn't know what to do. Should I look away and pretend like I wasn't watching her? But then why should I when all I want is to look at her until she's here? So, with the needed motivation, I stared at her while she stared back. We just kept staring at each other until the carriage started moving, and her face could not be seen any longer. I stepped away from the window and leaned my back against the wall beside the windowsill as I closed my eyes. I'll miss you, Ari. Ariel's POV. The tears that I held back so long slid down my face one by one as the sight of the castle disappeared from my peripheral vision. I don't want to leave Danson. I don't want to go away from him. Yet everyone is hellbent on making us apart. Why? Just why? Can't I for once be allowed to have some happiness? Why do I always have to lose the people I love? Why can't everyone let me live peacefully with the one I love? As I thought about my miserable life, more tears ran down my face like a waterfall. Gosh, would you stop with the crocodile tears? It's annoying the shit out of me. What's the fuss about? Do you really like that man so much? Tony said from beside me in an irritated tone. I totally forgot he's in the carriage as well. And the fact itself made me cry even more. You won't understand, I croaked out hoarsely before turning my head away from the window to look at him. I'm angry. I'm sad. And this man is annoyed by my tears when he and Kira are very much the reason why I'm so miserable. You know why? Because you're a heartless man and you just know to hurt people. You won't know how I feel right now. More tears sprang out of my eyes as I burst out at him in anger. Tony just looked at me in amusement and chuckled as if I had cracked the funniest joke on the planet before resting his head back on the seat as he shut his eyes. He's ignoring me, I get it. But when I looked away from him back to see the view outside the window, I heard a faint voice murmur. Believe me, I know better than you how it feels to lose the one you love. My head snapped back in his direction. His eyes were still shut, but for the first time since I met Tony, I sensed a kind of sadness and despair in his voice. When Tony's eyes fluttered open, I caught a glimpse of immense loneliness and misery in their depths, which shocked me for a moment, and suddenly I felt bad for him. Why? I don't know myself. Chapter 31. Tony's POV. You know why? Because you're a heartless man and you just know how to hurt people. You won't know how I feel right now. Tears ran down Ariel's face like a wave of water as she burst out in anger. A chuckle eluded my lips as I stared at my mate in utter amusement. Does she have no idea? I shook my head in dismissal and rested comfortably on the carriage's seat, ignoring the outburst of the woman beside me. Although I was certainly ignoring her, that didn't mean her words didn't bother me a bit. You won't know how I feel right now. I shut my eyes as Ariel's last sentence echoed in my head, reminding me of the woman I loved from the bottom of my heart. The woman whom I met on that winter night. The woman who died in my arms. I had just traveled to Ireland from Veneto all alone. More like, I had run away from home with my little sister. We were fed up with that house, with those people, with everything that reminded us of our misfortune. So, what if we were loaded with money? It still didn't mean we were happy. Money isn't everything. It's the happiness and peace one feels that is the real wealth. But sadly, everyone didn't realize it. Brother, I'm feeling dizzy, and my minor sister clutched onto my sweater jacket's hem. I looked down at my 7-year-old little sister as she looked up at me with those brown eyes of hers, which were shutting occasionally. It's been hours since we have been standing here, under a lonesome street light, freezing with cold on an isolated road, waiting for a public vehicle to arrive or at least a single living soul to pass by so that we could ask them the way to the Wolfbane pack house. It's my stepfather, Richard's pack. Unlike Mom, he had always been considerate of Aunt and me. He cared for us like we were his own blood. And although I never knew who my real father was, Richard's always been a father figure to me. And is his daughter, though, but he's never considered me inferior to her. Mom neglected us after she rejected my stepfather, but I know for a fact that he would always accept us. The weather was cold. Too cold for Anne's little body to bear. And it was making me worry whether she would make it alive to the pack house. I took off my sweater, crouched down to her height, and wrapped my jacket around her little body before picking her up in my arms. She rested her little head on my shoulder, wrapping her tiny arms around my neck. I regretted bringing her with me. She was too small to be carelessly brought out in the cold. But how could I neglect my minor sister as our mom did with us? Mom just left and me alone in that huge mansion with loads of nannies and servants to take care of us. I knew she never really wanted kids. She had said that herself. She told me how I was a mistake she never wanted. But she didn't regret having me, since I was an open ticket to her for getting enormous wealth from my real father, so that she would never say to anyone who my father was. The other reason I'm here is to find out about my real father. The cold, falling snow made me shiver as it touched my bare skin, which was now covered only by a single cotton shirt. I held Anne tighter in my arms so that the little soul wouldn't feel any colder. I could hear Anne's breathing grow shallower, which increased my heart rate. I have to find shelter soon. But I can't see even a single soul here. What do I do? With little Anne still in my arms, I frantically looked around. Was there not anyone out here who could help us? I was distraught due to Anne's worsening condition. And then she came into my life like an angel sent from heaven. A woman's silhouette rushed towards me, and I felt my spirits rise. Thank the heavens. At least, there's someone out here. But wait, why is she running? And why does it seem like... Ouch! The woman and I both said simultaneously as she crashed into me, resulting in both our heads bumping into each other. Are you blind, mister? The woman, no girl, said furiously as she rubbed her head. She's young and beautiful. She has bright and lovely gray eyes. She looks about my age, that is, 18. She is wearing a black hood, but it doesn't completely hide her blonde hair. Her face looked flushed, probably because of the cold. She's really gorgeous. Don't tell me you're blind and deaf as well? First you don't get out of the way, and then you stand like a statue. Her words snapped me out of whatever trance I was in as I came back to my senses. Deaf? Blind? Wait, what's she talking about? I'm sorry, ma'am, but I don't think it was my fault. You were the one who bumped with me. How can you say that? She rebuked back angrily. I smiled internally as the woman glared at me after scowling. She's really something. Brother, I don't feel good, Anne's slow voice brought me back to the main topic. Excuse me, can you please tell us the way to the Wolfbane pack? I asked the woman with urgency as Anne started trembling in my arms. What happened to her? Is she your sister? The woman was quick to check on Anne's temperature. Oh my goodness. She's freezing. You need to take her to somewhere warm. That's why I'm asking you the way to the Wolfbane pack house. Are you a pack member? No, wait, we don't have time for that. The Wolfbane pack is miles away from here. You need to address the little girl ASAP. Come follow me, I'll take you to my house. It's the closest from here. I was a bit hesitant to go along with her. I mean, she's a stranger and I don't even know her. How can I follow her home? What are you waiting for? We don't have time. Your sister is shivering really badly. The woman shouted at me as she grabbed my cold hand with her extremely warm one, dragging me along with her. Suddenly, she stopped walking and turned to look at me. You're freezing yourself. How long have you been standing here? An hour maybe? An hour. What's wrong with people these days? Standing out in the snow on a deathly cold night. Do you not have a brain or what? Phew. Now I'll have to do something, she rambled before stepping closer to me. Extending her hand, she held my face, which stunned me. What are you? Shut up. I'm trying to give you some of my body heat so that you don't die before we reach my house. I can't do that with your sister since she's really small, and I can't risk using my magic on her. Body heat? What does she mean? Did she say magic? Are you a witch? You realized really soon, mister. She rolled her eyes, still holding my face. Now, shut up and let me focus. I shut my mouth as she instructed, then stared at her beautiful face. As I continued staring at her, I could feel a warmth creep into my heart and my insides. I'm not sure whether it's entirely because of the magic she's using or something else. Who knew that I would fall madly in love with that woman I met on that frosty winter night? Who knew she would become my everything? That I would do anything to keep her happy? That I would even endure heartbreak and let my heart suffer by seeing her fall for another man just so that she's content? But what happened in the end? When I couldn't bear the pain anymore of seeing her with someone else and pretending to be just her friend, when I surely had feelings towards her more than a friend, I left, only to return after a few years and find her taking her last breaths. I still remember those hollow, lifeless eyes, which once used to be so bright that they would lighten my whole day, look so devoid of emotion and life. I still remember the way she suffered during her last breaths, the way she died in my arms. A piece of myself died that day along with her. Believe me, I know better than you how it feels to lose the one you love, I murmured while I felt the build-up emotions surfacing. Just why did it have to be her? And why not me? I would love to die instead of her. I never really had anything in my life except her anyway. But now even she's gone, all because of Danson Rodriguez. I opened my eyes as I felt those memories gnawing back at me. It's been almost 5 years since she died, yet the one who caused her death dared to live peacefully. Not on my watch, people. I'll make all of them go through the same pain I went through all these years. Especially you, Danson. I'll avenge your death, my love. Danson's POV. Missing someone isn't about how long it has been since you've seen them or how long it has been since you've talked to them. It's about the very moment when you find yourself feeling lonely and wishing they were here by your side so that you could look at their face and feel blessed. I miss you, Ari. I miss your angelic voice. I miss your pretty smile. I miss the way you blush when I flirt with you. I miss how easily you get flustered or how you sometimes say anything that's on your mind. I miss your face. I miss the entire you, Ari. Only if there was a way to get you back. A knock came through the other side of the door, making me snap out of my despair. I was about to dismiss the person, but stopped when I heard Arish's voice. Danny, open the door. I have something to show you. It's about Tony. Arish's voice seemed a bit alarmed, which piqued my curiosity as I got up from the bed and made my way to the door. The moment I opened the door, Arish quickly walked in and shut the door behind her. She seemed a bit off. What's the matter? I noticed a file in her hands, which she extended towards me. I raised one of my brows in question. Remember you said to do a background check of Tony after the first council meeting? I nodded for her to continue. Well, I made sure to do a thorough background check, and although there's a few things which couldn't be found, there's something that we didn't know about Tony. Look at it yourself. I received the file from her and scanned its contents. Arish pointed towards a part of the file, and as I took in the details, my eyes widened in shock. Are you sure this is true? I wasn't able to quite believe this. How could it be that Tony knew her? More like loved her. I appointed the best investigators of the kingdom for this task. I'm sure the information in this is certainly true, Danny. Then if it's true. I felt my shoulders slump in defeat. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. I didn't expect my past to kick me back like this. Now I understand why Tony wants revenge on me or why he hates me so much. It's because I am very much the reason why the love of his life is dead now. Chapter 32. Ariel's POV. It's been a whole freaking week since I came to the Wolfbane Packhouse. Though this time around, I wasn't treated as a slave like the last time I was here. Instead, I was left on my own to do whatever I wanted. I was given a guest room to stay in and allowed to do anything I wanted, except step out of the packhouse. It's strange since I had expected the worst to happen. Tony seemed a bit off ever since that day in the carriage, or maybe it's because I had started to observe him more closely. Although he never showed anything on the outside and always seemed like a sadistic, arrogant man, there were times when I would spot him looking into the distance, lost in thought, his eyes filled with sadness. That look in his eyes still confused me. Why does it seem like he isn't as bad as he portrays himself to be? Whatever, why am I suddenly starting to consider that he might, which has 0.0001% possibility, be a good man? I shouldn't forget that he had been nothing but impulsive and ignorant towards me. He and Kira are very much the reason why I'm away from Danson. The mention of Danson's name brought a dull ache in my heart. God, I miss him so much. Ariel? Are you listening? Giovanna asked me while I was still lost in thought. Giovanna is the beta of the Wolfbane pack, Tony's pack. He's the only one who's been sweet to me, even when I was here the last time. Huh. I looked at him in confusion before it occurred to me that he was indeed speaking to me while I was preoccupied with my thoughts. Sorry, Gio. I didn't pay attention. What were you saying? Instead of replying, he just stared at me before a knowing smile tugged on his lips. You love Danson, don't you? My eyes widened at his words while I gulped the lump that started to form in my throat. Except Kira, no one knows that I love Danson. Tony was a bit suspicious, but he wasn't sure himself. How did Giovanna know then? Why are you so shocked? Don't worry, I won't say anybody. Not even the Alpha, if that's what you're concerned about, he assured, and I could sense the truthfulness in his statement. But still, how did you know? He looked at me before a smile tugged on his lips. It's quite obvious if you ask me. Others don't know because they haven't talked to you much, or they haven't seen the longing in your eyes whenever Danson's name is mentioned. But from what I've observed, you love him a lot. And same could be said for Danson. The reluctance in his every action and the pain in his eyes while you were leaving raised a doubt in me which was confirmed after I spoke to you for a few days. By the way, I was present in the courtroom on the day of the truce acceptance. No one seemed to notice me though. He let out a chuckle. I followed the Alpha's carriage after you both departed. I see, I mused. You seem to know a lot about love. When you find your mate, she is going to be lucky to have you, Gio. You're a wonderful man. An expression of sadness passed on his face before he covered it with a smile, which I didn't miss. Well, I guess I'm unlucky in that department, you see. His voice trailed off, making me more confused than I already am. Why do you say that? You know I already found my mate, actually. What? Really? Then where is she now? I know I shouldn't be pestering him for information if he doesn't want to share, but something piqued my interest, and I don't know why I wanted to know more. This whole mate thing is strange. Don't you think so? Giovanna let out a bitter laugh before looking elsewhere, avoiding eye contact with me. You love Danson, but he's not your mate. Danson has a mate and so do you, but still you both fell for each other. You're Tony's mate yet he doesn't care about you. Kira, I don't know what role she plays exactly. She betrayed Danson once already. I came to know when I accidentally overheard Alpha and Kira's conversation over the phone that Kira doesn't love Danson, but she wants him back for the sake of status in the society. This is all so messed up. And then comes my mate. Gio walked over to the nearby windowsill and looked out in sadness. She's in love with Tony, and I can't do anything about it. I know that she's my mate, but she doesn't know about me yet. I can see how much she loves the Alpha and she would, without an objection, die for him. I can say Tony is just using her for his own fun, and it pisses me off so much that sometimes I feel like just going to him and challenging him for her even if it ends with me becoming a rogue. But whenever I look at her sad face when Tony doesn't speak to her even for a few hours, I realize that she will be heartbroken when she realizes about Tony's true intentions. And although it hurts like hell for me, I can't snatch her happiness away. Even if it's temporary, I have to let her believe that Tony does truly care for her and not be an obstruction between them. I placed my hand on Joe's shoulder as he looked really sad talking about this. I felt bad for him. He didn't deserve this. Why would that girl love Tony instead of a sweet man like Giovanna? And from what I've observed from my stay here, I guess Tony never kept around the same woman for more than a single night. He would have different flings every other day. Then, why is he keeping Joe's mate around? Something doesn't seem right. I'll have to do my hunt on this as well. Gio, what's your mate's name? I asked after he calmed down a bit. He opened his mouth to say, but stopped abruptly when Tony appeared out of nowhere. I stared at Tony, taking in his tired appearance. His hair was harshly disheveled as if he had been pulling at it mercilessly. There were eye bags under his eyes, indicating his lack of sleep. And his eyes looked a bit swollen as if he had been crying. He looked nothing like his charming self. Don't get me wrong, Tony was blessed in the looks department. He had captivating brown eyes, but when you looked at them closely, you would see the loneliness in their depths. His hair was dirty blonde, which looked really good on his pale face and brown eyes. He was an eye-catcher, always maintaining his charm, but today he looked haggard and unkempt, unlike his usual self. I've never seen this man so out of place. I averted my eyes to the ground when he caught me looking at him. Usually, he would have smirked or made some of his perverted remarks, but today, he just ignored me and directed his attention to Giovanna. "I'll be back in an hour. Take care of the pack." That was all he said before he walked past Gio and me. He exited the pack house's main door and headed towards the parking grounds. "Where does he always go early in the morning?" I asked Gio once Tony was out of sight. It wasn't the first time. He would always go somewhere early in the morning. Even when I was here last time, I observed this. There was a long silence before Gio sighed. He misses her. So, he's just wasting his life like there's no tomorrow. Tony's been like this ever since she died. He is my best friend since he joined this pack. He used to be so different before. So caring and considerate. She really ruined my friend for anyone else. I still miss that idiot best friend of mine. I could feel the sadness and yearning in his voice. But heck, what did he mean? And who is this she he was talking about? What do you mean? I asked, but my questions seemed to startle him. He looked at me as if he hadn't expected me to be here. You didn't leave? I mean, don't mind my words. I have work to mend. Bye. Gio said, all too rushed, and quickly walked away. I stared at his retreating figure. Why did he seem scared all of a sudden? And who is this girl Tony misses so much? Believe me, I know better than you how it feels to lose the one you love. Tony's words played in my head. Has he lost someone he loved dearly? What was this man's backstory? But first, I ran in my werewolf speed out of the pack house to the pack grounds where the cars and other vehicles were kept, all the while being careful not to be spotted by the guards around. I looked around frantically, trying to find the familiar figure. I felt my shoulders slump when I didn't spot Tony anywhere. Oh no, did he leave already? What if he didn't carry a vehicle and instead ran off in his wolf form? It would be tough to catch up with his wolf, considering he's an alpha wolf. How will I find out where he goes every morning now? I heard a car's door slam with a lot of force, so that, at one point, I thought the door would wear out. Soon after, a car drove off from the grounds at immense speed. I stared at the car in bewilderment before it clicked. It's definitely Tony. I didn't see anybody else entering the parking grounds. I quickly stripped out of my dress behind a tree and turned into my wolf form. My bones shifted as my hands and legs stretched, my palms and feet turned into paws, and auburn-colored fur started developing on my skin. My mouth turned into a snout, and I quickly bent my wolfy head down to hold my clothes in my snout. Thank God, I could still shift, although I didn't have a connection with my wolf anymore. I miss her, though. I darted behind the car at full speed, keeping the required distance so that Tony wouldn't see me following him. The car is really slow, considering a werewolf speed, even when he was driving at God knows what the highest speed limit. I hid behind the bushes when the car came to a halt. Turning back to my human form, I put on my dress quickly and followed Tony when he got out of the car and started heading towards the cemetery. What work does he have in a cemetery? Well, I guess I'll have to find out. Keeping my steps slow and making no sound, I followed him in. I hid behind one of the tombstones so that he wouldn't see me. Tony walked past many tombstones holding a massive bouquet of white lilies in his hand before he halted in front of a particular grave. He walked over to the grave, knelt before the black marble tombstone, and placed the flowers in front of it. I tilted my head to take a closer look at the name engraved on the tombstone, but stopped when I saw Tony breaking down in front of the grave. I miss you, Jeannie, so damn much, he sobbed, making me shocked. It is the first time that I have seen this man look so vulnerable. He's always been so cocky, but now he looked like a lost puppy. You promised me that you would never leave me, then why did you leave me? He sniffed, resting his forehead on top of the marble podium of the grave. I feel so alone. So lonely without you. You were my sunshine. My angel. You were the only one who understood me. His eyes held so much pain that it hurt me for a minute, stupid mate Bond. Tony raised his head and stared at the tombstone. Remember the day when I tried to kill myself because I couldn't take everything anymore? It was the day when I saw you become angry at me for the first time since I met you. You were so angry at me that you slapped me on my face. Hard. And I swear, it hurt a lot. Where did you get so much strength from? He smiled for the first time. I was angry at you first for stopping me from ending the misery, but when you put some sense into me saying that I should think about and Richard, and how heartbroken they will be if they knew what I was about to do, I realized at least there was someone who cared for me, who would be sad if I died. From that day onwards, I admired you even more. I always felt something for you, but I didn't know this admiration would turn into undeniable love, and I would fall madly in love with you, Jeannie. I am speechless by now. I have never expected Tony to be a soft-hearted man. He tried to kill himself? But why? What did he face to lose all his hopes? Mom's face flashed in front of my face, her body lying motionless on the floor. I shook my head, brushing that memory away. Who's Anne and Richard, by the way? Most probably, who is this girl Tony loved so much? But even that didn't last. There was a bitter smile on Tony's face as he spoke further. You fell for him while I just looked on hopelessly. But I was fine even with that because I could see you happy. See the beautiful smile on your face. That was all I wanted, your happiness. So I left for your sake. I didn't want you knowing about my feelings for you after that day I kissed you. It would have ended the friendship we had. And I didn't want to end any ties with you. Though I regret not confessing to you. But when I returned back He started sobbing again. You were being killed. I tried so much to save you, but the stupid witch's shield didn't let me reach you. And by the time I was able to reach you, you had left this world. The tears didn't stop running down his eyes as he put his head down on the tombstone. I saw you die in front of my eyes, Jeannie. You must have been in so much pain, right? And I couldn't do anything. Tony raised his head. He looked sad and angry as he continued. But Danson could. And he didn't save you. You were his mate, but he didn't care. He let you die. He let Claire kill you, Jeannie. Tony was furious by now. His eyes held pain and anger, both making him look a bit dangerous. But Danson's mate? Isn't Kira Danson's mate? How can this girl be his mate then? And Claire, she killed Tony's lover? But why? She's so sweet and lovely. Why would she do something like that? So many questions. My mind seemed to be going in circles since I couldn't understand or make out anything. And as if this wasn't enough, the next moment I heard the voice which I would recognize even in my dreams. I had to do it, Tony. I didn't have any other choice. She had to die. Danson said as he entered the cemetery gates and walked towards Tony. When did Danson arrive? And what is he doing here? Just what in the world is happening? Chapter 33. I had to do it, Tony. I didn't have any other choice. She had to die. Danson said as he entered the cemetery gates and walked towards Tony. She had lost herself to the darkness. There was no returning. If I let her live, she would kill innocent lives, Danson continued, coming to stand in front of Tony, next to the grave. Genevieve had to die. Something ticked in Tony as he got up from his sitting position, and I swear I even saw his eyes spark golden, or maybe it's just because of the lighting. Then, in a moment of splurge, Tony lunged at Danson and hit him on his jaw brutally. I prevented myself from gasping out loud by covering my mouth with my hands. I saw blood dripping down Danson's lips where a cut had formed due to the punch. But all too soon, the cut healed in a second, and Danson wiped the blood off his lips. He didn't have time to attack back as Tony threw another punch to his face. What the dash? Punch! What the hell is wrong with Tony? Don't you dare utter her name from your mouth, Tony snarled, aiming to punch Danson once again, but this time around, Danson blocked his hand and instead punched Tony back, square on his face. Tony fell on his back as Danson tackled him to the ground. What the hell? You're stronger than an average alpha. That punch took me off guard. The force in that hit. I even saw your eyes glow golden, which only happens when you're a... Danson's voice trailed as he scrutinized Tony's face, all the while keeping his guard up. Royal, Tony completed, smirking lightly, which only happens if you're a royal. He repeated Danson's words, think again. Did the men of the royal families ever have a mistress? My hand slid down my mouth involuntarily as I gaped at Tony in shock. What is he saying? A royal? But there are only two royal families in existence. The Davies, that is, the vampire king Evan's family, and the Rodriguez, Danson's family. Does this mean Tony is from one of these two families? Or is there another royal family in existence that no one is aware of? But what is he talking about, mistress? That's not possible. You're not from my family. Father would never betray mother. He loved her, Danson said with conviction as he stepped away from Tony and stood up, back on his feet. Tony himself got up from the ground, dusting his pants, and leaned next to the tall gravestone of the girl in question. Danson had said that his father loved his mother and was not willing to remarry Queen Diana, but only married her because the kingdom needed a queen. I never said I was from your family. I would be damned if I shared the blood with the person who is the reason the love of my life is dead. Tony smiled bitterly as he glanced at the tombstone of the girl lovingly before a grave expression took over his face. But how ironic. I actually do share the blood with my genie's actual killer. Something clicked within Danson's eyes while I was still oblivious and thoroughly confused by the whole scenario. Nothing is making sense. I don't understand anything they're talking about except Tony saying he's from a royal family. You mean Claire? Are you from her family? But that doesn't make sense since Uncle. Danson's eyes widened as he seemed to realize something. Your father is Evan's father, Jonathan Davies, isn't he? Bingo. Tony clapped his hands dramatically with a sardonic smile etched on his face. This is so funny. Let me tell you the whole story. Stephen and me, we're both Evan's stepbrothers from different mothers. Although Stephen thinks he's been bought from the streets since Evan never revealed that Stephen indeed is his own blood-related brother and Stephen is actually an illegitimate child of his cruel father whom the man had abandoned, leaving the mother and child to die. It's fortunate that Evan found Stephen before he could die. But why did Evan put up such an act of transforming into a royal blood foolish thing when Stephen already was a royal? It's because Evan cared for Stephen and didn't want him to hate his own father, who according to me deserved all the hate in the world for what he did. Talking about me, I am the result of the cruel man's another fling and hopefully the last one. Well, the fling, as I say, was my mother who was young and immature at that time. She caught into the cruel man's charms and let him take advantage of her, which you must have guessed resulted in me, of course. After the news about me was known to my supposed father, he became enraged and proposed Mom a proposition to keep her mouth shut. The proposition was that she would get enough wealth to live her entire life leisurely and take care of me. In return, she had to never utter a word about my father to any living soul, and she had to disappear from his life completely. Well, by that time, my lovely mother was already in love with the cruel man, and when he did leave her alone with me and a lot of wealth, she felt heartbroken. Every time she looked at me, she would remember her mistake and get furious with herself and sometimes me. Tony stopped mid-sentence as his shoulders tensed a bit, but he continued nevertheless. I mean, the man ruined her for anyone else. Even someone as good as Richard, her mate, didn't cease to win her heart. She started becoming cold and distant. Still is. But that's none of your business. The fact is that at the end, she's content and more than willing to face a heartache in return for a fair compensation, which my father offered her in the form of innumerable wealth. In the end, Stephen was lucky and eventually ended up where he actually belonged while I was left behind. Evan knew about my existence, just like he knew about Stephen, but he didn't look for me. Not even tried, I guess. How annoying, right? But I couldn't care less whether he would have found me earlier or not, 'cause I don't give a darn about my so-called stepbrother or my cruel father's family in that case. The thing I actually care about is the status of a royal, but I don't want it as of now. All I want right now is Dash. Tony glanced at Danson with a menacing look as he stood straighter and took slow steps towards Danson. To kill you. With that, in a split second, Tony took out a dagger from his pants pockets, holding it in his gloved hand, which I had overlooked earlier, and tackled Danson to the ground, who looked like he was in his own bubble until he fell on his back. It's time for you to die, Danson Rodriguez. It's time that I avenged Genevieve's death. The dagger looked like it was made of silver as Tony bought it to place on Danson's neck. Danson tried to snatch the dagger from Tony, but failed miserably when Tony pinned his hands down to the ground, above his head. Maybe Danson speaking about Tony's strength wasn't a farce, as he couldn't quite get out of Tony's grasp. "Goodbye, Danson," Tony said, bringing the dagger closer to Danson's neck, such that it almost touched the skin on his neck. I felt dread filling me as I continued to look at them. The dagger was close to his neck. A cut from an object made of silver cannot be healed easily for a werewolf. It can even cause our death if the cut is too deep. Silver is just fatal to werewolves. Though I don't know about hybrids, Danson is still part werewolf, which puts him in great danger given his position right now. I don't know what overtook me as I ran towards Danson when Tony was about to strike his neck with the dagger, and I pushed Tony forcefully away from Danson. In the process, somehow Tony's hold on the dagger wavered and accidentally sliced through my right hand, causing a deep cut to form on the skin of my upper arm as it slid down the length of my hand. Blood dripped down from the wound, and I felt a burning sensation on my skin. My vision was also turning a bit blurry. What the hell? How did my pathetic excuse of a maid arrive out of nowhere? What were the guards doing? Tony seemed really pissed off, but he didn't make a move to attack again. Pushing aside the dizziness, I focused solely on Danson, who looked shocked by the shift in events. Before I could ask him whether he was okay, he sat up abruptly, making me step back as well, with my vision still blurry. The moment I stood up groggily, I felt two pairs of warm hands holding my shoulders firmly. "Ari? Are you okay? What are you doing here?" Danson's deep voice made a slight smile tug at the corner of my lips, even though I couldn't really see his face clearly. I missed him and his voice so much. I couldn't care less that I was certainly flailing about in his arms and would most certainly fall if it wasn't for him holding me firmly. "The silver is affecting me." "Why are you flailing?" My body fell forward involuntarily, colliding with a hard chest, and two large arms enveloped me. "What the heck?" "Your arm is bleeding, Ari," Danson said frantically as he finally seemed to notice the massive cut on my arm. "How the hell did that cut?" His sentence trailed off, his hold on me tightening as I started feeling too cold all of a sudden. "Ari, you're freezing. This is not good. Not good at all. Damn you, Tony. What did you do to her?" I swear if anything happens to her, an equally pissed off Tony cut off Danson's threats. "I didn't tell her to get in the way. She got here herself. So, don't blame me. Besides, it's just a cut from a silver dagger. The worst that will happen is she will die. That's it. I don't care if she's alive or not. She's none of my concern. By the way, why are you so worried? Do you actually love her, Danson? Aren't you in love with my mate?" Tony rebuked coldly. I could imagine the smirk on his face. "Silver. It was silver. It's not good," my wolf said in a strained voice. "It's really my wolf, Celine. I wasn't hallucinating last time." Before I could dwell on the fact that my wolf finally tried to talk to me after so many years, I suddenly felt a shooting pain all over my body, which made me scream in agony. I clutched onto Danson tightly and started thrashing against him as the pain became unbearable. "Ari, what's wrong? Where are you hurting? Damn it, just hold on for a while more, okay, princess? I'll take you to the castle." Danson carried me up in bridal style and started heading towards the exit with me in his arms, but stopped midway at Tony's following words. "Just for a reminder, she'll die before you make it to the castle. She does not have an alpha wolf's blood nor a royal's. She won't be able to hold it longer." Tony tried to sound nonchalant, but I detected a bit of worry in his voice, which came as a surprise to me. "What do you want me to do then? Sit and watch her die? You must be happy, right? After all, it's like God is paying me back for what happened to you. Just like you saw Genevieve die in front of your eyes, you want me to see Ari." Danson's voice broke midway as he clutched onto me tighter as if he was afraid that if he let me go, I would disappear. "Who more than you can know how I feel right now? I don't want to lose her. She's all I want." I felt a drop of water or a tear fall on my face, which meant Danson was crying for me. "Jeez. You make me emotional. Don't think I'm letting you off the hook or something. I'm just helping because I know for a fact that she is innocent and doesn't deserve to die because of my mistake," The last sentence was barely above a whisper, which was hard for even my werewolf ears to pick up. Soon after, I felt a gush of air rush around me, and with my hazy vision, I found Tony standing in front of me, and then he placed his palm on the cut of my arm, which was bleeding. Danson was still holding me in his arms when I oddly started feeling better all of a sudden. It was as if Tony's palm did some magic that nulled the effects of the silver. And guess what? I wasn't wrong. Since when Tony took his palm off my arm, and I looked down back at my once bleeding arm, now with a much clearer vision, I saw the cut had disappeared completely, leaving only smudges of wet blood on my arm. I looked back and forth between Tony and Danson. Tony seemed annoyed, confused, and relieved all at the same time, while Danson looked relieved but shocked at the same time before he finally spoke. Every royal has an affinity. And you have the ability of healing others, don't you? Chapter 34. My mind was so occupied by how Tony had miraculously cured my wound that I didn't realize that I was basically still in Danson's arms. I attempted to get down from his arms, but instead, he held me tighter. Danson. I can stand by myself now that I'm okay. Could you please put me down? Danson's attention, which was focused on Tony, snapped as he looked at me. Danson tilted his head to the side, assessing my face as a scowl appeared on his face, making him look like a cute cat. I laughed internally at the comparison. Danson and cute? He would make more of an aggressive and naughty cat, scratching the doorstep with its paws, but still cute in its own way. A huge grin makes its way to my lips as I picture the image. What are you grinning at? Danson asks while I'm still picturing Danson, the naughty kitty. I'm picturing you as a naughty cat, I say absent-mindedly before I can realize what I have uttered. What? A cat? Danson looked as stunned as I before an amused look took over his face, which turned into a smirk, a naughty one at that, huh? You seem to guess right. I can be really naughty at times, you know. He winked, giving a suggestive look. I gasped at his underlying meaning as a blush crept up my face. Stop already, you two, will you? This is so tacky. It's hurting my eyeballs. My poor eyes. Tony deadpanned. I forgot he was here, too. Trying another attempt to get down, I swung my legs that were hanging, thanks to Danson holding me bridal style in his arms, and motioned him to put me down, which he thankfully obliged, putting me down on the ground gently. Once I was back on my feet, I straightened my dress, which had creases all over, and brushed my hair out with my fingers. When I looked up, I caught both the men staring at me with strange expressions. Tony looked at me amusingly as if I were a clown in a circus, while Danson had a warm look on his face, along with a sweet smile, as he observed each of my moves. The annoying thing was, even after catching them staring at me, neither of them took their eyes off me or even tried to look away. Do I look like a clown? I posed the question, placing my right hand on my hip. Yes. No. Both of them said simultaneously, the former told by Tony and the latter by Danson. I raised my brow at Tony. May I know why? I don't see myself wearing a clown's costume. What makes you think I look like a clown? I asked Tony icily with narrowed eyes before shifting my gaze to Danson. My insides warmed up just looking at him. Why were you staring? I asked softly. Danson's ocean blue eyes met mine, peering into my eyes. A look of sadness took over his beautiful irises. He gave me a small, sad smile, which brought a bitter ache in my heart. And, just like that, I couldn't find it in me to look away. I stared back at him with equal intensity, hoping that would convey to him the message of how much I have missed him in these longest 7 days of my life. What the heck are we even doing, talking like normal people as if we don't want each other dead? Tony suddenly snapped, making me and Danson involuntarily look away from each other and back at Tony. Tony had an irked look on his face as he spoke further. Come to think of it, why did I even heal you? I should have just let you die so that Danson would live with the guilt of not being able to save you, forever. He would have then understood how it feels to see your loved one die in front of your own eyes, and you are able to do nothing. Darn it. If only it weren't for my pathetic wolf and its stupid mate bond fiasco, Ariel would have been dead and my revenge with Danson would have finally ended with a payback. So, that was why he saved me? because of his wolf. Well, thanks to his wolf, I'm alive, but I must admit, I'm a bit disappointed. For once, I thought Tony was a good person who truly cared, but he had to ruin it, of course. Listen, Tony. First of all, I'm really grateful to you for saving Ari. Secondly, your revenge is with me. I'll not say anything to you until, and unless you're meddling with me alone. But if you include the people I love, then I won't hesitate bringing you down. So, Danson paused, walking past me to stand in front of Tony, face to face, his aura exuding power and dominance. Do not drag Ariel into this. And if you do, then dash. Then what? You'll kill me? Oh, I'm so afraid. I might pee myself. Tony faked fear before looking Danson straight in the eye with a determined look. I'm not afraid of you, Your Highness. I've long stopped caring about my life. So, I don't care if I die. But one thing I'm certain about is that before I die, I'll make sure you die every day from self-regret and guilt for killing my genie. For the record, Tony averted his gaze from Danson to me as he approached me in 2 long strides and grabbed my hand. Ariel is my mate. She belongs to me, she loves me, and you can't do anything about it. The man dared to smirk while a hurt look passed over Danson's face. I'm sure he was reminiscing about our conversation when I lied to him that I loved Tony just so that he would let me go and give up on me. Just so that Kira would be satisfied and wouldn't expose Danson as a hybrid to the world. But little did I know that he actually loved me, and unknowingly, I've hurt him more than I had thought. I wanted to smack Tony's face, beat him into a pulp, and tell him that he didn't own me because of the stupid mate bond. The only person who owns my heart is Danson. Tony and Kira are the people I detest the most for forcing me to leave Danson. Leave my happiness behind. But sure, I can't say all this to either of them for fear of Danson's life. So, I say what will certainly hurt Danson but save him at the same time. I had to say it for his own sake. Tony, let's go back to our pack house. I said, emphasizing the word "our" without looking at Danson as I tugged Tony's hand forward. I hate this. I hate myself more than anyone right now. Don't look at him, Ariel. Don't look at him. Despite my consciousness warning me, I took a glance at Danson's face, and sure enough, he looked utterly hurt. The pain in his eyes made my heart clench with its own pain, but I swallowed it down and walked past Danson, heading towards the cemetery gates. Not once did I turn back in the fear of breaking down in front of him and regretting doing something I shouldn't do, something like hugging Danson tightly and telling him how much I loved him, and how much it hurts me to look at him in pain. Once I was out of the cemetery and in Tony's car as he rode away from the cemetery lands, the tears that I had contained for so long spilled down one by one, not seeming to stop anytime soon. And there she goes again with those crocodile tears. Tony exclaimed, annoyed, which, for some reason, made me more hurt than I already am. He doesn't even care what I feel right now. He must be more than happy to see me and Danson suffer. After all, that's been his agenda right from the beginning. I hate you. And now I'm happy that the love of your life died before you even had a chance to confess your love to her. You know why? Because no one deserves a heartless man like you, Tony. You don't deserve anyone's love. I'm glad she died, Dash. My whole body jerked forward as he pressed the brake, bringing a sudden halt to the car. Tony's face looked furious as he turned to look at me, and I felt fear creep into my bones. Tony grabbed my jaw, his grip painfully tight. Don't cross the line, Ariel. It would hardly take me a minute to hurt you. How dare you speak to me like that? I know I didn't deserve someone like Jeannie. She was too good for me. But you don't get to say anything about what I deserve and what I don't. Or even speak about my Jeannie, you get that? He barked, his hold on my jaw tightening. But when I looked into his misty eyes, I caught sight of pain and sadness lingering in them. There was even a trace of a tear that he was trying hard to hold back. Then and there I felt horrible for saying whatever I had told him. Tony, you're hurting me. I cried out in pain when his hold tightened even more. I don't care if you're hurt or not. His voice trailed away, and his hold on my jaw loosened as I started crying uncontrollably. I know I shouldn't have said that. No matter how bad you are to me and Danson, I've seen it myself in your eyes that you still love that girl Genevieve with all you have. I just shouldn't have said that you didn't deserve any love because, honestly, everyone deserves to be loved. I'm sorry for what I said. I muttered, casting my eyelids down. The tears still ran down my face nonstop due to the pain of being away from Danson, and also because I felt like a horrible person who could only hurt everyone, first Danson and now Tony. Tony released his hand from my jaw and stared at me intently for what seemed like a minute without saying anything. When I skidded my gaze back from the seat up to his face, I was shocked when a pair of warm lips captured mine. I was so stunned by the kiss that I couldn't move. I felt tingles run through my body, probably because of the mate bond, but these tingles were nothing compared to what I felt when Danson kissed me. Furthermore, I felt a dull ache in my heart, which I didn't know why. Just like it came, his lips left mine in a jiffy. When Tony drew back, he looked as shocked as I was. Maybe more. Maybe even angry? And confused? And regretful? I couldn't quite pinpoint. Oh no. What did I just do? Darn it. What was wrong with me? How could I do that? What was I thinking? Stupid mate bond nonsense. He grumbled aggressively to himself, hitting the steering wheel in anger, which made a honk sound in return. Now I'm assured that he regretted the kiss, and it actually was out of instinct due to the mate bond stupidity. That somehow brought relief to me, and I exhaled a breath I didn't know I was holding. For some reason, when Tony kissed me, I felt my heart ache, and an unsettling feeling crept in, and for a fraction of a minute, I felt as if I was betraying Danson. Without warning, Tony shifted back into his seat and rode off at deathly speed towards the pack house. The whole ride to the pack house was filled with uncomfortable silence, along with my constant fear of losing my life due to the pace at which Tony was driving his car. He was driving recklessly. The moment we reached the pack grounds, Tony unbuckled his seatbelt and dashed out of the car, towards the pack house, leaving me alone in the car. I inhaled a deep breath, then exhaled, before following him slowly. He had already entered the pack house, while I had no intention of going in as I walked in a snail's speed, not that I could do as I wished. With a defeated sigh, I increased my pace and finally reached the entrance door. The first thing I saw when I entered the pack house was a girl wrapped in Tony's embrace. I could only make out her petite frame and straight blonde hair since her back was facing me. On the other hand, Tony was facing me, more like staring at me. He had an annoyed expression on his face as he hugged the girl back, while the girl remained in his embrace before backing away and pecking his cheeks sweetly and then his lips. I tilted my head to the side. She isn't a relative since she kissed him on his lips, but if she's his lover, then why does he look so annoyed? She doesn't seem like a bad girl to me, although I haven't seen her face or met her to begin with. Besides, her frame looks familiar. I missed you, the girl said, looking up at Tony. He was a bit taller compared to her, but they looked kinda cute together even while just standing like that. Wait a second. That voice. The girl seemed to have noticed Tony's lack of focus as she followed his line of sight and turned around, whipping her blonde hair to look at me. Both my eyes and hers widened together as we looked at each other. The familiarity was washing over us all too soon. Carl, I whispered while she remained shell-shocked. Chapter 35. Ariel's POV. Carl. I looked at her, dumbfounded. When she seemed to get out of her shock, she took a step towards me. Ariel? Weren't you visiting your dad? Carl asked once she was in front of me. I just stood silent, not uttering a word. I forgot that Carl still thinks I'm with Danson and that I'm currently out visiting my father. Now, what should I say? As if something suddenly clicked in her mind, Carl looked at me with an excited expression. Wait, excited? Your dad is from Tony's pack, isn't he? She asked enthusiastically, but that question caught me off guard. My dad from Tony's pack? Yes, Dad and I aren't rogues, but we sure as hell aren't from Tony's pack either. Now, if I say so, Carl'd ask me why I'm here, and if it comes to that, then what will I say? So, the better option is to go with the flow. Yeah, he's from this pack. I lied, smiling at her. Carl is still naive and innocent. I don't understand what she's doing with Tony. I hope he isn't playing with her, which, despite my hoping, I'm sure he is. But does Danson know about this? He'll be furious when he finds out that Tony is playing with his sister's feelings. One thing I am sure about is that Carl does have feelings for Tony by the way she is looking at him now, full of love, but that isn't a good sign. What about you, Carl? What brings you here? I asked her, but my eyes were trained on Tony, who wasn't looking me in the eye. Why is he acting so weird all of a sudden? Carl's voice trailed as she looked at Tony, probably considering whether to tell the truth or not. She's my girlfriend, Miss Cristford, Tony replied to my question, and I raised my brow at the formality lacing in his voice. Wow, when had he ever spoken so respectfully? Anyways, girlfriend, huh? How many girlfriends do you have in total, Tony? Why are you playing with Carl's feelings? Danson wouldn't be happy when he found out about this. Yeah, he's my boyfriend. Carl smiled, glancing lovingly at Tony. She really does love him. By the way, she's Mrs. Rodriguez now, Tony. She's Danny's wife. Isn't she lovely? Yeah, she is. Tony stared at me while I sent him an icy glare when Carl wasn't looking. He's playing with her emotions. This is not good. I don't want her to be heartbroken when Tony decides to ditch her. Why don't you both talk for a while? I'll go do some work by then. Tony was trying to avoid the matter at hand. Not on my watch. How can I take away your girlfriend when she came so far just to meet you? I can't be inconsiderate to both of you and be a third wheel now, can I, Alpha? My tone contained malice when I said Alpha, but I made sure to maintain a sweet smile on my face for Carl's sake. You're so amazing, Ariel. Carl jumped up to hug me. I can't thank you enough. I already have limited time before I have to return back to the castle. I smiled back at her, maintaining the fake smile. I really hope she isn't too into him, or else it'll hurt as much when Tony ends his game of revenge and decides to leave her. After that, I left Carl and Tony on their own and headed to my room. Once in my room, I searched for my phone and, without a thought, called Danson. He picked up the call on the second ring. Hello, Ari. It wasn't until his deep voice echoed from the other line that I came to my senses. What was I thinking when I called him? Why did I call him? What is wrong with me? It's as if I'm waiting for a chance to speak to him or listen to his voice. Hey, why aren't you speaking? Are you all right? Ari, you're scaring me. Please say something. His voice, laced with panic and concern, melted my heart. I'm okay, Danson. I retorted as a small smile surfaced on my face. Thank God. Why did you call, by the way? Do you have anything to ask? Not that I mind you calling me. In fact, I'm happy that you called. And you can always call me and dash. I chuckled lightly at his blabbering, making him stop mid-sentence. He rarely talks so much in a single breath. Are you laughing at me? I could imagine the broad smile on his face as he asked that. No, I lied. About why I called you, my voice trailed. Should I tell him about Tony and Carl's relationship? But it's not my place to suggest when Carl herself didn't say him yet. Besides, I don't know why Tony is using her, knowing very well that she's Danson's sister, the sister of the man he loathes so much. Now, what am I supposed to say to Danson if not that? I wanted to ask you how Arish and everyone are doing? I miss Cammy so much. I lied, but it wasn't practically a lie. I did miss all of them. Especially the little girl. But not Kira, of course. I would never forget Kira. Oh? So you don't miss me? His voice contained sadness and disappointment. But doesn't everyone include him too? How can I not miss him? He's the person I miss the most, but of course I can't tell him that. Maybe. I muttered under my breath, totally forgetting about the person on the other line. Danson seemed to have heard it as he spoke with a flicker of hope, maybe? Is that a yes? Blame my stupid mouth for uttering that. Now what? Yeah, it's time for you to take the train and run away, you dumbo, Ariel. I scolded myself before hurriedly speaking into the phone. I think they're all good? Okay then, I should hang the phone. Goodbye, Danson. Just as I was about to cut the call, Danson spoke again from the other line. Hey, wait, Ari. Ignore him. Ignore him and cut the call. Despite my subconscious warning, I placed the phone back to my ear. Yes, what? I tried to act impatient when I was anything but that. You said you missed Cammy. Well, Cam wants to talk to you. Wait a second. Before I could stop him, the little girl was already on the line. Hello, Ari. Cammy's cute, childish voice reverberated from the other line. My heart melted further, my little sweetie. I do miss her so much. Hey, Cammy. How are you doing? How's Mommy, Daddy, and everyone there doing? And how's Mr. Muffles doing? I asked, referring to the teddy bear Cammy adored, which Danson had, more like, been forced to gift her. However, its name is both ironic and weird. She could have named it Mr. Cuddles or something more toy-like, but she chose that name anyway. So many questions, Cammy mused in her cute voice. Anyways, I'm goody. Mommy and Daddy are goody too. Though, Mommy keeps complaining that I don't do my homework on time and only play with Mr. Muffles. I do try to do the homework, but it's boring that I lose interest. Aunt Carl is goody as well. She was supposed to be here by now, but she isn't back yet. You know, Mr. Muffles is running a fever at the moment. I checked him to Dr. Green, but he told Mr. Muffles was cold when Mr. Muffles was actually warm. This is so stupid. I miss you, Ari. You even understood Mr. Muffles' problem every time. When are you coming back? By the way, Mr. Muffles says you hi. I laughed as she finished, ready to reply, and say to her that I missed her too, although I won't be saying that to her that I won't ever come back, and there's also about Carl. No one there knows she's here, but Cammy continued before I could say anything. Also, Dan is a sad and grumpy man ever since you left, Ari. He acts like he lost his own Mr. Muffles. So sad, right? Even Mommy is worried. Her sentence was cut short as her voice became muffled, and Danson came on the line. Don't listen to her, Ari. She's gone a bit crazy ever since that Teddy got sick and You called me crazy? Mommy, Dan called me crazy. I heard Cammy complain as she shouted at the top of her lungs, how can you say I'm crazy? Wog, you said I'm crazy. This is not fair. Wog. Little Cammy was practically throwing a tantrum at the moment. Serves you right, Danson. But about what Cammy said earlier, was she right? Are you really that sad, Danson? Slow your voice, Cam. You're piercing my eardrums. I'm sorry, okay? I won't ever say that again. Now, please quiet down, for Pete's sake. Danson tooted, trying to calm her down, but it didn't work. She wailed louder. No. You have to kneel on your knees and say sorry to me and Mr. Muffles. Or else, you will not be forgiven. I heard Cammy's demand, which made me want to laugh, but I kept quiet, listening to their conversation in silence. Poor Danson was in a fix. I'll say sorry to you. But why do I have to say sorry to that obnoxious bear? Danson was now wholly focused on mending the feud with Cammy, which made me smile wider. You called Mr. Muffles Obigodias. Mommy, Dan called Mr. Muffles Obigodias. Wog. She screamed, again throwing a fit. It's obnoxious. Not Obigodias. Danson corrected only to receive an earful. Mommy, Dan is calling me stupid. Wog. Cammy wailed louder. Everyone in the castle could probably hear her now. When did I? Danson seemed speechless, and I could almost picture him raking his hand through his hair while sighing defeatedly. I smiled at their banter before slowly taking the phone off my ear and hanging up the call. I switched off my phone so that Danson wouldn't call back. I have to find out what Tony is planning by keeping Carl and threatening him to stay away from her if it comes to that. Something tells me he doesn't have good intentions, and in the end, Carl is going to be deeply hurt, which I don't want. With that thought, I head out of my room towards where Tony and Carl are, that is, in his study. When I reach Tony's study, the door opens and Carl comes out of the survey, smiling brightly. Carl scurries over to me and hugs me. I miss you so much in the castle, Ariel. Even Danny misses you so much. Poor thing keeps himself distracted by doing tons of work day and night. Come back soon, okay? Or I might really see Danny turning into a lonely puppy once again, which he does look right now though. But whatever, you'll come back soon, right? So it's okay. I'm sorry I can't talk to you much. I actually had to be in the castle by now, but I thought of visiting Tony. I missed him so much. Now, I'm screwed and I have to think of an excuse as to why I'm late. Okay, Buby. See you soon. She backs away from the embrace and hurriedly heads towards the main door of the pack house. So, she isn't planning to say anything to Danson or anyone. As if she heard my thoughts, Carl turned her head to look at me, stopping midway. Please don't tell Danny about my and Tony's relationship. I want to tell him myself when I'm ready. Will you please do that? She asked with a vulnerability in her voice that made my heart hurt for her. She has no idea, does she? Nevertheless, I nodded my head with a smile, assuring her that I won't say anything. She smiled back, mouthing "love ya" before dashing off. In my rage, I stormed towards Tony's study and pushed the door open without as much as a knock. Once I was in, I walked over to Tony's desk, where he was seated behind it. I slammed my palm on his cherrywood desk and spat spitefully, "Why are you playing with Carl?" Tony merely lifted his eyes to look at me and raised a questioning brow. Don't give me that look. You know what I'm talking about. So, quit with the pretense. Tell me, what do you plan to do with Carl? Do you know how angry Danson will be when he comes to know of this? I am beyond livid right now. Who does he think he is, using people for his own fun? You aren't as stupid as I thought. Tony looked amused before a grave expression took over his face. You don't get to ask me what I do with my life, or with anyone in that matter. You get it? So, mind your own business, little mate. Mind my own business? I let out a crazy chuckle. How can you be so heartless? And believe me, I'm minding my own business. Hence, I'm politely asking you this. What is your motive behind making Carl stay by your side? Does she know that you hate her brother to the extent that you would do anything for your revenge? Is she aware that you're just using her as an ally to provoke Danson, if I'm not wrong? Does she know that you tried to separate Danson and me by teaming up with Kira? Does she know that you already have a mate? Does she know that your mate is me? What did you say? My entire being stilled at the familiar voice. No, it can't be. I just saw her leave in front of my own eyes. I dreadfully turned around, hoping with all my might that it wasn't her, but life was never fair. Next to the open door of the study stood Carl, looking shell-shocked, tears brimming in the corners of her eyes, threatening to spill at any moment. Carl, listen, Tony said, walking towards her, but before he could reach her, she dashed off in her werewolf speed, crying remorsefully. She had heard everything. Chapter 36. After a few hours. Danson's POV. I was skimming a document in my hand, trying to clear my mind of thoughts of a particular someone, a specific someone with big turquoise eyes and a smile that could sway you off your feet. Ari has the most beautiful smile of any woman I've ever known. Or maybe I felt that way because I love her. I shook my head as if it would stop me from thinking of her. Still, my eyes involuntarily landed on the couch adjacent to my desk, and I was reminded of that day when she waited for me, sitting on that particular couch, to complete my work so we could play water balloon fight afterwards. That day was the first time I saw her look so happy and carefree while she threw those water balloons at me, bouncing happily around, and somehow it made me put down my walls and be free for once. I never said this to Ari, but I had so much fun that day. It is one of the best moments of my life. It was like I needed that freedom. I needed that happiness. I needed her. It's strange how almost every single thing reminds me of Ari, even when I try hard not to think about her. 'Cause in the end, it always brings that bittersweet pain in my heart thinking of her being with someone else. In someone else's arms. Being someone else's happiness. Someone else's freedom. And the funniest thing is, I can't seem to hate Ari. Like I hated Kira after she betrayed me no matter what. They say it right. You can never really hate someone you genuinely love. A gentle knock on the door pushes me out of my thoughts as I glance at the door of the study and find Carl standing there. Her head is bent low, such that I can't see her face without her blonde hair blocking the view. Something doesn't seem right. Carl never looks down. She always has her chin raised with pride. It's simply how she is. She has a very cheerful, proud spirit and does not get down so easily. When she raises her head and I catch sight of her face, I realize my intuition was indeed correct. Carl's eyes are puffy, and she sniffs occasionally as she walks towards me and takes a seat on the leather seat in front of me when I gesture for her to come in. I don't say anything and instead wait for her to speak for herself. She'd always do that. Whenever she is angry, sad, or feeling down, she constantly searches me out and ends up ranting to me about what upset her or simply throwing a tantrum. Sometimes, she would also curse profanities directed towards the person who had unnerved her. It was rare sometimes, but it was funny and weird all at the same time, listening to my little sister utter all types of curses in the world. Danny, can I ask you something? Carl sniffs yet again, making me furrow my brows at two things in particular. 1. The person who had made Carl cry was going to pay a considerable time. I'm sure Carl will eventually utter the name, and it's going to cause me a bit of trouble to get that person to beg for her forgiveness, but I was willing to take that trouble just for my little sister. Second, well, the second one is strange since it has never happened before. I mean to say, Carl always ranted out her cause of distress herself, but this time around, she was asking me a question? That's new. What is it? I tilted my head to the side, waiting for her supposed question. Carl stares at me for a while as if assessing my face before she takes in a deep breath and exhales while wiping her tear-stained face with her palm. I could say it was taking a toll on her to ask whatever she had to, and that made me all the more curious. Is your marriage to Ariel fake? Is she someone else's mate? Carl asks, looking straight into my eyes. My eyes widen considerably before I conceal them back to normal. How the heck did she get to know about Ari and me? Who told her? And my marriage to Ari is not fake. It's just that our marriage solely took place because of the truce. But it's a true one, whatever. I open my mouth to deny her words, but she cuts me off before I can even speak. Don't lie to me, Danny. Please. Just this once, be honest. I know you care about me, and that's why you keep me out of all the feuds, but can you once just tell me the truth? I want to hear it from you instead of gathering it from others. Please. She begs, which makes my heart churn. Who said you? I ask, trying my best to seem as little suspicious as possible, but she seems to get a whiff of the matter as her tears start running down her cheeks once again, one by one. So it's true. Her voice wavers, and I catch the pain in it. Why is she so upset? Why does something seem off? And why do I have a bad feeling about all of this? Nevertheless, I decide to go with the truth instead of lying to her anymore. I had already been guilty enough about lying to her when she asked me where Ari was. Now, I should tell her the truth instead of her gathering fake rumors. Yes, Carl. Ariel does have a mate. He's the alpha of the Wolfbane pack, Tony Gonzalez. I see Carl close her eyes, trying to keep the tears from running down her face. I squint my eyes at her expression, which seems vaguely familiar. She looks utterly heartbroken, just like I was when Ari said she loved Tony. The thought brings a fresh pang of pain in my heart, but I ignore it and continue. Tony had declined to accept the peace treaty between vampires and werewolves. I saw Ariel when I went to threaten Tony to accept the truce, but on seeing that Tony had eloped to avoid any conversation with me and that he had found his mate, I decided to punish him for not accepting the rules and force him to accept the truce. A mate is a werewolf's biggest weakness. No one can know that better than me. So, as a punishment to Tony, I married his mate, Ariel, and told him that she'd stay by my side until he decides to accept the truce. But I never thought I'd fall for his mate. I never thought I'd fall in love with Ariel. She's lovely. Anyone would fall for her. My voice trailed at the mention of Ari's name, and I had to contain my emotions from surfacing on my face. At first, I wanted Tony to accept the truce as soon as possible so that I could send Ariel away since she was starting to awaken strange feelings in me. But then, once I realized I was slowly falling for her, I wanted nothing than to keep her by my side. Also, I didn't want her to return to Tony, who didn't even care about her. In the end, she returned to him when he accepted the truce. I tried to keep her here, but Ariel said that she loved Tony and wanted to return to him. My fists clenched at my sides as I tried to control the pain and sadness I felt within my heart. It hurts me every time I think about how she had said those words from her beautiful lips. Those lips, which I wanted nothing than to be mine forever. Those lips that I wished belonged only to me to kiss. It's strange how much I crave her, or how much I love her. Even the thought of anything happening to her or losing her makes me insane. My thoughts wander off to the time in the graveyard where she almost died because of Tony's dagger. I had never been so scared for even my own life as much as I was for hers. Ariel doesn't love Tony. Carl speaks, suddenly making me look at her, surprised. What? There's hope in my eyes, which I wish weren't visible to her. Carl sighs before speaking. I've seen it myself, Danny. She wasn't the least bit bothered when a girl hugged and kissed Tony. She even let them have their space and left them on their own. If a girl really loves someone, she wouldn't do that. She wouldn't want the person she loves to be with another woman. She would be at least bothered by the women's presence or even be jealous. And if Tony is Ariel's mate and she was in love with him, she would try to rightfully take her position, then let another woman be with him. But Ariel didn't do any of those. Instead, she was quite okay with the other women, even looked relieved with the situation. That makes it clear that she doesn't love him and that she lied about her feelings to you. But I don't know why. As I processed her words, my heart started beating louder in my chest at the possibility. Does that mean? Wait a second. How do you know this? Wait, when did you visit Tony's pack? Why did you visit Tony's pack, to be specific? I questioned her, suddenly feeling dread. What if Tony had seen Carl already? Would he try to harm her to get to me? No, I won't let that happen. Carl seemed stunned by the question, as if she hadn't considered it before saying anything about Ari. Now, what is she hiding from me? She looked anywhere but me, which made me more suspicious. Suddenly, she looked back at me, the action so sudden that it made me furrow my brows. I was visiting a friend. Yes, that's why I was there. Which friend? I raised my brow while she looked like a fish that had been caught. The friend. Carl's voice faded as she looked at me with precaution, then at the ground, then back at me. What's she doing? Carl, I don't have all the time in the world. Besides, why are you acting so strange all of a sudden? Tell me, who is your friend? My friend. He's the dash. Her gray eyes stared into mine before she looked away elsewhere. Beta of the pack. She exhaled a long sigh. Giovanna. Who? She looked at me in confusion, then her teary eyes widened as if she realized something. Yeah, right? It's Giovanna. He's my friend. Giovanna Wilkins. The beta of the Wolfbane pack. As far as I know, he's a pretty decent man and respectful in all terms. It would have been a lot better if you were the alpha of the pack rather than Tony. I don't mind you being friends with Giovanna, Carl. He's a good man. Just don't meet him in or near the pack house. It's a request. You can invite him here, I wouldn't mind that, but not in the pack grounds, okay? It's just not safe for you. Because Tony has a grudge on you. Carl completed, surprising me. Yeah. I nodded. Now tell me, who made you cry? I shifted the topic back to her. 1. Because I wanted to know the person's name who made my little sister cry. 2. Let's keep the secret about exactly why Tony loathes me between Ariel and me. Carl doesn't need to be reminded of the war a few years ago in which her mom, my stepmother, was killed by Evan. She doesn't need to be reminded of her mother's ally, my first mate, Genevieve, who helped her create the ruckus. No one. I was just sad that you hid the truth from me. That's it. Now, I should get going. She stood up from the desk, ready to waltz off. I didn't believe her at all since she looked really heartbroken when she came, still looks, but then I let it slide. I don't want her to think that I'm a pestering brother who wouldn't stop interrogating his little sister like a freak. Carl, wait. Are you sure? She raised an immaculate eyebrow, looking over her shoulder at me as I continued. What you said about Ariel. That she doesn't love Tony. I'm 100% sure, Danny. It's my observation. Besides, you know my observations are never wrong. So, stop sulking here, get up and go get your girl back before it's too late. She smiled encouragingly at me before rushing out of the study with the door shut behind her, leaving me to stare at the closed door. Why do I still have the feeling like she's hiding something? I'm sure someone said something or did something that had made her sad, but she wouldn't utter the name, which is very strange. Why is she trying to save the person? I sighed before a wide smile made its way to my lips. About Ari, if it's true then, does that mean I can get her back for myself? Just as I was about to think more about it, I heard my phone's notification make a buzz sound. I reached for my phone on the table to check the notifications. It was a message. From Tony. It read, "Respected, Your Highness. This message is to invite you to the marking ceremony of my mate, Ariel Cristford, tomorrow. She shall be marked as my mate in front of the werewolf community. I hope to see your presence. Yours respectfully, Tony Gonzalez." Below is a file containing the invitation card to be shown to security tomorrow. My hands clenched at the sides in anger. This means Tony will mark Ariel as his mate tomorrow. Once it's done, there's no going back. She'll be connected to him forever. This is not good at all. I have to do something. I can't let this happen. A lopsided grin makes its way on my lips as an idea pops into my head, but the grin drops as quickly as it came. I don't know whether Ari feels anything for me. Without knowing her feelings, I can't make the decision. But if she does have feelings for me as well, then let's say tomorrow is going to be one hell of an eventful day. Chapter 37. Ariel's POV. A frown settles between the brows of the woman who is currently trying to groom me up to perfection for the ceremony I don't even want to be a part of, as she sees my lack of cooperation. "Miss, you're supposed to wear the dress. Alpha will not be happy if you're late for the ceremony." The woman who's assigned to dress me up urges me to wear the ridiculous red dress as she practically shoves it into my hands. I'm not wearing it. I blatantly refuse to wear the dress, shoving it back into her arms, just the way she did. Isn't it enough that I agreed to get ready? Why isn't my dress fine for the ceremony? It is also a party wear, then what's the problem with this one? I gesture towards my black, sparkly full-length gown, which covers every inch of my body, revealing not a bit of skin thanks to its full-length sleeves and up-to-the-knees length. Honestly, the dress looked more like a goth funeral dress, but I'm much happier wearing this than the one the woman is forcing me to wear. Don't get me wrong. I'm usually not rude to others, and the red body-fitting gown is pretty beautiful. The thing is, it's backless with a thin strap to hold the dress, very tight-fitting, might as well reveal my body shape perfectly, but it's just that it's pretty revealing. At least for me, since I've never worn something like this. I usually wear non-skin revealing dresses that make me look elegant and demure. This one's sleek, but it will make me look more suggestive, which is very weird to imagine myself as. Besides, I don't want to look at anything as such in front of Tony, who, to be precise, is not a gentleman. Miss, please. Try to understand. It's the Alpha's order. I'll be in trouble if I don't take you down in this dress. She motioned towards the red dress, looking troubled. I sigh in defeat. Poor women. Got caught in the feud. I don't want to cause her trouble. Let's wear it even if I don't feel like wearing it. The point is, I want nothing than to run away from here, away from the ceremony, which, for your kind information, I can't since Tony had doubled the security around the pack house ever since I followed him to the graveyard. Fine, I'll wear it. I took the dress from the lady, who looked at me as if I were her life savior. Minutes later, I'm descending the stairs to enter the ballroom where the ceremony is about to take place, completely dolled up, my hair let down in soft waves, my face caked with makeup, smoky eye with gold sparkles near my brows and red lipstick on my lips, which was the same color as my dress, killer heels stilettos torturing my poor feet. The moment I got down the last stair and stepped my foot on the ballroom's tiled floor, I spotted Tony standing next to an elderly man who was trying to make a conversation with him, but his eyes were fixated on me. I glared at him as I saw a lopsided grin make its way on his face, probably because of seeing me wearing the dress he bought. I looked away from his annoying face, intending to walk over to anywhere but near him. Although the next moment, he was already making his way towards me, completely ignoring the man beside him. "Where do you think you're going, mate?" Tony hooks his arms with mine while I protest by trying to free my arm from his, but that protest dies down the next second. "Stop making a scene, Ariel. Or else I'll give them a scene worth watching." A scene which involves Danson and him being a hybrid, he whispers into my ear, making me freeze on the spot. So, I wasn't wrong. He and Kira tied their hands to blackmail Danson and me. After all, both of them would benefit from this compensation. Kira would get Danson, and Tony would get me to torture Danson. Sounds like a perfect deal, not? I looked around frantically. What if someone heard Tony? It wouldn't be suitable for Danson. Don't worry. No one heard, at least for now. You forgot I'm a royal, too. I can conceal my voice very well. Just like Danson. Tony grinned down at me before his eyes focused on something, or rather someone, behind me. Speak of the devil, and here he is. On hearing his words, I turned around, freeing my arm from around Tony's, and sure enough, I saw Danson making his way into the ballroom alongside Kira. My initial happiness on seeing Danson instantly dimmed down and turned into annoyance by seeing how close both of them were standing. Arms hooked with one another's, and how Kira was smiling with all her teeth on display, putting salt on my wounds. As if my misery wasn't enough, I caught sight of Carl trailing behind them with her head bent low. Carl suddenly bumped into Danson and Kira, quite literally, making Kira's arm around Danson unclasp due to the force, and her toothy smile dropped, to turn into a sneer as she glared at Carl. Carl, on the other hand, acted oblivious to Kira's heated gaze as she stepped ahead and hooked her arm with her brother's before Kira could do so. I even saw a huge grin making its way on Carl's face before she put on a straight face in front of Kira. Her actions made my own lips morph into a wide smile. But that smile vanished as I thought back to when Carl had left the pack house yesterday, heartbroken, after accidentally hearing my and Tony's conversation. She hadn't blamed me even once, but that didn't make me feel any less guilty. It was clear as day that Carl loved Tony a lot, and the news did shatter her to a great extent. Maybe she is really good at hiding her emotions. That's why she's acting okay and great right now, although I know she must be hurting inside. My heart started beating uncontrollably fast in my chest as Danson's ocean blue eyes caught me staring at him. His gaze peered deep into my soul, staring into my eyes before dropping to what I wore, and I saw his eyes darken visibly. A frown forms on his handsome face, which I realize is because of Tony's arm on my waist, and I have no idea when he had placed it there. Danson and Carl walked towards Tony and me, with an irritating Kira following behind them. My breath starts quickening along with my heartbeat as Danson's intense eyes never leave mine, while Tony's grip on my waist tightens. I'm honored to have your presence here today, Your Highness. Isn't Queen Arish visiting? Tony steps ahead, making me step along with him, his hand on my waist. I glance over at Tony, breaking the heated eye contact with Danson. I don't want to trip on my heels or end up with anything embarrassing, just because Danson's stare was making me weak on my knees. There's a smirk on Tony's face and mirth in his eyes as he looks at Danson, but that mirth is considerably replaced by one of softness as his eyes fleet over to Carl, who's staring at the ground as if it's the most interesting thing to watch. The change in Tony's expression surprised me immensely. Drop the pretense, Tony. You and I both know very well why you're so eager to have me here today. As for Arish, just so that you know, she's in Benetton with James and Cammy. Danson's reply makes Tony look at him with a smirk back on his lips. I see. So, Princess Carl is finally aware of your contract marriage, Danson. I wonder how. Did you say her? Or did she find out herself? If she had found out, then do you know that Carl is? Tony, there was a warning in Carl's tone as she finally lifted her head to glare at Tony, going unnoticed by Danson, but I saw it anyway. I mean, Alpha Tony. Carl corrected, probably to avoid Danson being suspicious. Could I talk to you for a minute? I have something to ask you. I'm sure she hasn't said anything about her relationship with Tony to Danson, but she completely knows about my and Danson's marriage now. What do you have to talk to him about? Danson tilts his head to the side as he raises his brow, giving his younger sister a questioning look. I told you about my friend in the pack, right? I wanted to ask Alpha Tony something about him, since the Alpha is his friend and he's also the Beta. So, the Alpha must know certain things about his Beta, right? Carl tried to reason it out, but I knew she was lying. 1, because I don't think she knows anyone in the pack except Tony. 2, if she had actually met Giovanna and he was her friend, she must have long realized that he was her mate. Yeah, I figured out yesterday that maybe Carl is Giovanna's mate. And sure she is, since Giovanna agreed when I asked him, and he told me to keep it a secret. Also, now he's suddenly missing from the party, certainly because he's hiding from Carl. Danson seems a bit suspicious and hesitant to let her go with Tony, but when she sweet-talks him, he agrees helplessly. Thus, walking away with Tony, leaving me, Danson, and Kira alone in an awkward silence. How are you? I try breaking the awkward air around us, but mentally facepalm myself as I think of what I've said. Seriously, Ariel, how are you? How much more stupid can you be? I'm okay. What about you, Ari? He looks at me while Kira steps ahead and hooks her arm with his again, which, for your kind information, annoys me. I can see you're more than okay, since you've already reconciled with Kira. I blurt out mindlessly, trying not to sound jealous, but failing miserably. What? He looks confused before a knowing smirk makes its way onto his lips. Oh yeah. You're fine with it, aren't you? You've no problem, right? What problem would I have? In fact, I'm happy for you. Why did that sound like a question? Oh no. Besides, I've Tony now. He's my mate. I'm happy with him. I saw his expression darken and turn into one of hurt as he looked away from me before murmuring slowly, yeah, right. You're happy. His sudden change in mood made me hurt as well. I shouldn't have said it. He had said to me indirectly that he loved me, and my words must have hurt him. But he shouldn't have brought Kira here, even though he doesn't know I love him. Danny, let's go dance. Kira tugged on Danson's hand, pulling him towards the dance floor. Giving me one last glance, Danson follows her to the dance floor. Kira immediately wraps her arms around Danson's neck as his own arms wind around her waist as they dance to the music. I sense Danson's eyes looking at me, and sure enough, he's staring, but still dancing to the rhythm of the song with a stunning Kira in his arms, arousing a fresh and almost foreign feeling of envy within me. I look away from the pair. Why do I suddenly feel more dispirited than I already am? And why am I so jealous of Kira right now? The thought that Danson must have actually moved on and is currently with Kira causes a pang of hurt and guilt in my heart. Hurt on seeing Danson with Kira, and guilt for leaving him behind when he confessed to me. But it wasn't my fault entirely. I did want to be with him, only that I couldn't be with him. But Kira isn't the best for Danson. He deserves someone better than her. All she wants is his money and status. She doesn't truly love him. Is he happy with her? Hey, I nearly jump out of my skin at the deep voice whispering into my ear. When I turn my head to the side, I find Tony staring at me, his face just an inch away from mine, which causes me to take a step back instinctively. Tony realizes my awkwardness all too soon as he himself takes a step back, maintaining the much-needed space between us. Scratching the back of his neck, looking almost nervous, he blinks his eyes a few times before clearing his throat. I see him extending his right hand towards me with his palm open. Let's have a dance, shall we? I stare at him blankly before his words finally register in my slow-working brain. I open my mouth to refuse, but he grabs my hand before I can do so, and then I know we're already on the dance floor. Tony takes hold of both my hands and places them around his neck while his hands go around to hold my waist. I look up at him only to find him staring at me. What's with the staring? What are you staring at? Weren't you speaking to Carl? Why are you here? I snap at him grumpily, which funnily seems to amuse him. Don't even get started on why I'm grumpy, or should I say, oh so burning with jealousy today. I already finished talking to Carl. It wasn't like we were actually speaking about Giovanna. It was just an excuse. As for you, there's nothing in you to stare at, stupid mate. You're not the best I've seen, but I must give it to you. You're an ethereal beauty. Don't be flattered there. He winks at me before inching his face closer to mine, more so than my comfort. His lips brush past my cheek, causing tiny tingles to erupt on the skin, probably due to the mate bond, as he leans over to my ear. It's clear as day that you're jealous as hell. At least don't make it so obvious. Don't give him the satisfaction of making you jealous, okay? Tony moves back his face and flashes me a grin. I look at him weirdly before glancing over at Danson and Kira. Kira is trying to get Danson's attention while he's busy staring at Tony and me, more so glaring at Tony. Is it that obvious? I whisper, focusing my attention back on Tony. Tony nods his head lightly while guiding both of us to the rhythm of the music. What should I do then? I wonder for a moment why I even bothered asking Tony that question, but who cares? He was the one to point out first, and he doesn't seem like he minds me questioning nonsensical things to him. Might as well go with the flow. Just act along. Tony winks at me again while I try to make out what to act along. My question is answered as he pulls me forward, pressing my body against his. Tony's one hand leaves my waist to raise to my face as he cups my cheek with his extraordinarily warm palm, and, before I know it, his lips are on mine. Just like the last time, the kiss lasts only for a few seconds, but when he backs away, I am left blinking my eyes to process what had happened. Tony kissed me. In front of so many people. In front of Danson, to be precise. I stole a glance at Danson and found him glaring at Tony furiously. I could even see a vein popping out of his forehead. Oh no, he's really pissed off. I averted my gaze away from Danson and looked, scratched that, glared at Tony. Why did you do that? Thank me later. It's obvious that you're oh so in love with him. And it's honestly annoying my poor self with the stupid longing looks you both pass to each other. Like, seriously, it's the 21st century, guys, move on. Anyways, consider it as a favor. I'm not doing this because I've given up on my revenge or anything close to it. I'm only doing this because, as I said, it's so annoying. As for my revenge, I'll find another way. You're off the hook just because you have nothing to do with it, but Danson isn't let off, remember that. Now, stop looking at me as if I'm an alien and go jump in bed with Danson or whatever you want. Tony ended his mini-speech while I was left staring at him like a hawk with my jaw open, so wide that it might catch flies. Did he give me a chance to be back with Danson? Oh God, I can't believe this. What about Kira? What if she'll reveal I shut my mouth as I saw Tony gently shaking his head, gesturing to me not to utter the words since the room is filled with super-hearing werewolves. Don't worry, I'll handle Kira. Leave it to me. Now, get the heck away from me. You're standing too close to me, he muttered irritably. I gave him a weird look. Who was the one to pull me close to his body? Who was the one who kissed me? And he dared to say that I was sticking to him. Nevertheless, I stepped back without a word. Putting up a sincere smile, thank you. I said genuinely. His own smile grew on his lips, yeah. Whatever. Now, go. Shoo away. I laughed slowly at his irritated state and stepped back, completely. As his hands unwrapped from around my waist, I gazed at Tony one last time, only to find him staring at me with a different emotion in his eyes, which I couldn't quite pinpoint. Was it hurt? Loss? Sadness? I didn't know, but something seemed off about him, as if he wasn't entirely okay with this whole ordeal, but was only doing it for God knows whose sake. I'll just go use the restroom, I murmured since things suddenly seemed awkward between the two of us, and I wanted nothing than an excuse to scurry away. I never imagined having a lighthearted talk with Tony to begin with, but I guess life is full of surprises. With that, I walked away from the dance floor, trying my best and also succeeding in not glancing at Danson's way as I headed towards the restroom. On my way to the restroom, I was suddenly pulled by a warm hand towards a dark, isolated corridor. Before I could process what was happening, I felt my back being pressed against a wall as a warm and soft pair of lips captured mine in a passionate kiss. The tingles and the wobbly feeling in my knees tell me who exactly it is. Without a thought, I wrap my hands around his neck and stand on my tiptoes to kiss him back with equal fervor. Gosh, I miss this so much. I missed him so much. It's now, when he's kissing me with such intensity, that I realize how I can't live without this man in front of me, this man, who is also my husband. I missed you, Danson. I rasp out unknowingly when he backs away from the kiss, but then I realize he was with Kira a few moments ago. If I interrupted their relationship now, I would undoubtedly become a third party, which I don't want to be. The thought of letting him be with Kira hurt me immensely, though I tried to conceal it. All my doubts flew out the window as he uttered the following words, knocking the air out of my lungs, quite literally. I love you, Ari. Danson's blue eyes peered into mine as he said those words before he leaned in to kiss me again. Chapter 38. Ariel's POV. I love you, Ari. The words repeated in my head like a broken record while Danson's lips remained pressed to mine in an ardent kiss. I knew that Danson loved me well. He had indirectly said it before, but hearing those exact words coming out of his mouth gave me a foreign, jittery feeling. I suddenly felt high, as if I were on drugs. When Danson backed away, his hand tenderly held my face as he looked deep into my eyes. I love you so much, Ari. I tried so much to let you be with him, but it hurts. Every time I see you with him, it hurts like hell thinking that I couldn't have had what he does. And when he kissed you, I just lost it. I couldn't keep my anger and hurt at bay. It just made me see red. But that's not the point. Every time I see you with him, it kills my heart slowly. I hate to admit it, but I feel so jealous of him. I know I don't deserve you. You're too good for me. You're everything a man desires. Whereas I'm worthless. I'm a monster. But I want you. I need you in my life, Ari. 'Cause for me, you're my everything, and I'll be damned if I let you go. So, will you be mine forever, Ariel Rodriguez? I blinked several times to ensure that I wasn't hallucinating. Did he really say that? All of that? My little heart warmed up in my chest when I saw the sincerity and love in his ocean blue eyes as they stared at me with great intensity. I stepped ahead, cupped his face, and kissed him on his lips. Gently and slowly, conveying through the kiss what I feel towards him. When I backed away from the kiss, I saw him look at me with confusion in his eyes. I smiled at him with my palms still cupping his face. I'm already yours to begin with. You own my heart and my soul from the very beginning. I'm sorry that I lied to you about my feelings and hurt you saying that I love Tony. And don't you dare call yourself worthless or a monster ever again. Because just like you said, even you're everything to me. Honestly, that day when I confessed to you about my feelings, it wasn't directed towards Tony, instead it was meant for you. I love you, Danson. He seemed stunned for a moment, as if trying to make out what I had said. Well, I felt the same way. Really? There was vulnerability in his eyes that pained my heart. He had already faced betrayal once. It must be hard for him to believe in love again. Truly. I stared into his eyes, trying to convey to him that I meant every single word I had said. Danson just stared back at me before a wide grin spread on his lips, as he had just received the best gift in the world. I love you so much, Ari. He sang happily and kissed me again. I laughed against our lips as he seemed like a little boy who received his Christmas present. Ari, you're mine, aren't you? Danson asked suddenly the moment he took his mouth off mine. I smiled at him, nodding my head. His right hand moved up to my lips as his thumb gently stroked my bottom lip, making my breath hitch. Say it from these lips, darling. I am yours, I said firmly, although I couldn't quite focus on anything except his darkened eyes that were staring deep into my soul and my erratic heartbeat. How did he manage to turn from being sweet and cute one moment to being so intense the next moment? Then, would you let me mark you? Danson held my face, looking deep into my eyes with those ocean blue eyes of his. Mark me? I leaned into his palm while he caressed my cheek with his thumb, running it on the length of my cheek's skin. Yes, mark you. I want to make you mine entirely. So no one would ever put their eyes on you. The last sentence was murmured in a very low voice, even for a werewolf, but I caught it anyway, which brought a smile on my face for some reason I couldn't fathom. Maybe it's just the fact that Danson is so adorably cute and attractive when he's jealous. Would you let me make you mine forever, Ari? May I mark you? He asked for my permission, and this time around, I, without an objection, replied, yes. That was all he needed as he leaned down to kiss my neck tenderly, raising goosebumps on my body at the feel of his lips on my bare neck. I had felt his lips on my neck before. He had drunk blood from me before. But right now, it felt different. More intimate and intense. Danson's lips moved along the length of my neck down to my collarbone as he pushed the thin strap of my evening gown down to expose my collarbone completely to him as he trailed kisses along his way. He kissed a particular spot between my neck and shoulder, which, for some reason, made my breathing shallow and my heartbeat skyrocket at the intensity. Danson pressed his lips to the same spot on my neck, making me bite my bottom lip to hold back a sound. I found the spot. This is gonna hurt a little bit instead of the usual connection a werewolf gets when being marked. I'm sorry, Ari, I can't give you that since I'm a, you know what, and there are consequences of being what I am. His voice was laced with regret, which made my heart hurt for him. Just how much does he hate himself for being a hybrid? Why doesn't he get that he's perfect the way he is? I love you, Danson, and it doesn't matter who you are or what you are. Because, for me, you're perfect the way you are, and I can't wish for anything better. For you, I can bear a little pain, can't I? I voiced out my thoughts. I love you more, Ari. His lips tugged upwards into a smile against my skin before I felt his fangs pierce the skin on my neck, bringing a jolt of pain in my neck. The pain was so much that I had to bite my lip hard to prevent myself from screaming as I clutched Danson's suit jacket in a tight grip. Danson's thumb stroked my neck ever so gently, easing a bit of pain, but it was still too much to bear. Tears streamed down my face, and I felt my consciousness slipping away by the time he was done. Just as his fangs were out of my skin, I passed out in his arms as darkness took over me. Danson's POV. Ari's petite frame slumped into my arms as she passed out. Carrying her in my arms effortlessly, bridal style, I walked out of the back door of the Wolfsbane pack house, where no one could easily spot Ari or me due to the dim lights and isolated area. I headed straight to the parking lot towards my car with Ari still unconscious in my arms. Once I was in front of my Bugatti, I opened the passenger door with one hand, gently placed Ari on the seat, and fastened her seatbelt. I shut the door and walked over to the driver's seat and got in before driving on the road. I can't take Ari to the castle. I don't want anyone finding her before our bond is complete, especially Tony. When he finds Ari missing, he'll probably go in search of her, and then he'll take her back, which Ari and I both don't want. And now that I had marked her, it would become tenfold the pain of separation we faced earlier, which was too much to be precise. But if not the castle, where should I take her then? A distinct image of a penthouse on the top of the mountains flashed in my mind, and it took me less than a minute to decide where I should take Ari. With the decision being made, I drove off towards the penthouse where Arish and I spent most of our childhood. After about 2 hours, I finally reached the penthouse, taking in the white stone walls of the majestic house standing in the middle of the massive garden on top of the mountain. I parked my car in front of the house, got out of my seat, and took Ari into my arms as I made my way towards the entrance of the house. The scanner accessed my eyes and my fingerprints before it let me in as the main door of the penthouse opened automatically. There wouldn't be anyone here except Ari and me, since the housekeeping staff and the butler of the house usually leave by evening after staying from morning to evening looking after the house, and it's already nighttime now, so no one should be here. This is the safest place I can think of. I walked to my room in the house, being careful not to wake Ari. Once I was inside my room, I carefully and gently placed Ari on the bed, covered her with the duvet securely, and placed a lingering kiss on her forehead while she lay unconscious. I knew that it would be painful for her when I marked her, but I didn't think it would cause her so much pain that she'd pass out. But then I should have considered it before marking her. I had never intended to mark her in the first place. I only attended the pathetic ceremony so that I could take Ari away from here, away from Tony's clutches, more like abduct her or something. But things didn't turn out the way I wanted. I didn't think that I would be so jealous of the alpha that I'd want nothing than to reshape his annoying face. How dare he kiss my Ari? How dare he dance with her? Or be close to her? She's mine. It just so happened that my fury got the best of me, and when I saw her heading towards the restroom, I followed her. I'm sure Tony saw me following her, and the strangest thing is, he didn't mind. In fact, he gave me an encouraging smile. Like, he smiled at me? What the heck was wrong with that maniac? He's insane, I swear. Back to the story. When I pulled Ari to the corner, all I wanted was to kiss her like a madman so that I could remove every trace of that maniac's kiss from her mind. 'Cause at that time, I was afraid that she'd develop feelings for him. Tony was her mate, so it could very likely happen sooner or later. I was worried that I'd lose her forever. I hadn't even said her about how much I loved her, or how much she meant to me. And so, before I could even make out what I was saying or doing, those words left my mouth. Oddly, it felt terrific to confess about my feelings. I had finally let those words out that I had been keeping to myself since what felt like forever now. When she confessed that she loved me, too, I was overjoyed. I didn't feel so happy, even when Mom bought me a lollipop when I was little. Sadly, Mom and Dad couldn't stay long with Arish and me because of Diana, my stepmother and Carl's biological mother. Well, that's a story for another day. So, I was so happy, and I wanted nothing than to keep Ari to myself. I didn't know what took over me and why I asked to mark her. Maybe it was because I knew there was no one like her in my life who understood me, who wasn't afraid of me despite what I am, who always made me feel at ease whenever I was around her, who made me feel normal like I wasn't a cursed creature supposed to be executed. Whatever the reason, I don't regret my actions one bit. In fact, I'm glad that I marked her. Now, she's finally mine. Only mine to love and cherish. Although there's still one more step to complete our bond. Oh, you mean the fun part? Carlos, my one and only wolf uncle, butted in. I could almost feel him give me a wolfish smirk and wink at me suggestively while I shook my head to prevent myself from walking down that road. You think that would actually work? Shaking your head when all you want to do is dash. Shut up, you idiot. I rebuked before he could utter anything. Darn, this idiot. Why bring this up now? 'Cause now you've marked Ariel and the urge to be with her would become tenfold. Best of luck in advance. Also, complete the bond with my lovely Ariel soon, okay? I want to meet her wolf so bad. My mate is waiting for me. Would she have white fur? Or black? Or some other color maybe? Will there be spots on her fur? Will she be feisty or lovely like Ariel? I don't mind feisty women though. They can be very interesting. OMG. I'm so excited. I can say she's going to be the prettiest wolf I've ever seen dash. I shut him off before he could continue with his nonsensical talking. This idiot and his idiotic talks. He's so excited as if I'm going to. My gaze flickered down to Ari, who lay on the bed with her chestnut hair sprawled across the pillow, her eyes shut tightly, obscuring those beautiful turquoise eyes, her chest rising and falling with her even breathing. I sat next to her on the bed. Extending my hand up to her face, I tucked a wayward strand of her hair behind her ear. I can't believe she's mine. How did I become so lucky to have you in my life, Ari? Just as I leaned down to peck her lips, Ari's eyes opened, revealing those mesmerizing blue-green eyes. I don't know whether it was because of the moment or because of the mark I had placed that when she stared into my eyes with our faces just inches apart and smiled at me, I had an immense urge to be closer to her. What the? I quickly got away from Ari as I stood up and maintained a reasonable 7 feet distance between us, as if a thunderbolt would strike me if I went any closer. I did warn you. What do you expect with the mark being placed? You're a hybrid for heaven's sake. Your emotions and urges are 10 times a normal wolf's. Although, I don't know what you're waiting for. You both love each other, then why not be together already? I'm a little impatient here. Stupid Carlos gave his stupid advice as he always does. Hey, I'm not stupid. I shut him off and looked back at Ari, who was staring at me, her eyes a mix of confusion and uncertainty. Danson? She sat on the bed whilst removing the duvet from her body. My eyes involuntarily wandered down to her body as she stood up, ready to walk over to me, and I had to curse myself for looking down her body. What the heck is she wearing? It was the very first reason I'd been jealous of Tony. How dare he hold her when she looked so revealing? I swear, when men's eyes were trained on her during the party, I wanted nothing more than to rip their eyes out of their sockets. Or get that dress off her. Sure enough, when I looked back at her, I wanted to do the same thing, only I wanted to do more than get that dress off her. Oh no. Why the heck did I even consider that? I quickly turned around so that I wouldn't be able to see her or think any more of the horrendous stuff. I took off my suit's jacket, throwing it on the couch carelessly, and loosened the tie around my neck, which felt like it could suffocate me. I know she's not ready yet. And I don't want to force her into anything she doesn't like. Even with that urge? Carlos' voice was laced with sarcasm, which made me groan internally. Shut up. I growled at him before shutting him off. He has no idea. Ariel's POV. A frown settled between my brows, followed by an unsettling feeling in my gut as I saw Danson visibly maintain a distance from me. Whenever I take one step towards him, he takes 2 steps away from me. Is it really what I think? Does he really? Tears brimmed in my eyes at the possibility. I could feel my heart sink even before I was sure about it. I choke out in a shaky voice while trying my best to maintain my emotions, but failing miserably as tears fall down my face. Do you regret marking me? Do you not want me anymore? Danson turned around in a quick move at my words and came walking towards me, coming to stand in front of me. He cupped my face with his palms and stared into my eyes. How can you even think that I'd regret marking you? I love you, Ari. More than anything in this world. I don't regret my decision one bit. In fact, I'm glad. You're finally mine, Ari. Then why were you running away from me a few minutes ago? I stare into his eyes as I place my hand over his, which is holding my face. The intensity of the stare darkens his eyes, and he gulps slowly. As if he had been suddenly electrocuted, Danson quickly takes his hand from my face and steps back, turning around, not looking at me. What's wrong? Are you okay? Are you still not sure whether you regret Dash? No, it's not that. His voice faltered as he turned to look at me again. It's just that, I need to say something. Oh no. It doesn't matter. He cursed out loud and came straight towards me. His hands darted out to cut my face, and before I knew it, he crashed his lips on mine, taking me by complete surprise and shock. The suddenness of the moment causes me to gasp in surprise, giving him the much-needed opportunity to deepen the kiss. Danson kisses me with a fervor that makes my whole body warm. His hands leave my face to hold my waist, pulling me closer as his lips leave my mouth to press against my neck, before going back to my lips. Somewhere along the kissing and teasing, his hand moves to the small of my back, pulling me closer. His touch sends a shiver down my spine. You're so beautiful, Ari. His eyes are intense as he stares into my eyes and kisses me harder than before, leaving my head spinning, making me feel dizzy. I feel my whole body warm at the intensity of his kiss and the feel of his hands on my waist. Danson? I ask, unsure whether all of this is happening for real. I feel his hands become still on my waist, and his entire body stiffens as his movements come to an abrupt stop, making me internally groan as to why he stopped. Danson's face slowly moves back to look at me, and I see guilt in his eyes, which causes me to frown. What is he guilty about now? I'm sorry, Ari. I went too far. It's just that my emotions are all over the place ever since I marked you. I have this immense urge to, be with you. And because I'm a hybrid, it's even more hard to contain them. I'm really sorry. Then why aren't you doing just that? The words leave my mouth before I can comprehend what in the world I was speaking, and I feel my cheeks heat up as I realize what I had just implied. I had asked him why he isn't, you know. His eyes widen at my words as he looks at me, almost in disbelief. What? Oh my moon goddess, what had I said? Anyway, there's no point in refusing it now. If I were to say otherwise, he would feel insecure about himself again. I know that every werewolf has this immense urge to complete the bond with each other once they're marked. Danson had once said to me that due to his against-the-law transformation, he feels all of his emotions 10 times a normal wolf does, which at the beginning was unbearable because he couldn't control his bloodlust. But with time, he managed to control his emotions. But this is new for him since he hadn't even marked Kira before, and I can understand that he must be containing himself back just for me, which makes my heart flutter. I'm so lucky to have you, Danson. Why don't you just complete the bond then? I confirmed my words, feeling more confident than before, although my heart was beating crazily in my chest. Danson blinked his eyes a few times, and when he looked at me, I saw his eyes as dark as the midnight sky, but he looked concerned about my consent. Are you sure about this? Do you really want this? I don't want to force you into anything. I can stop if you want, Dash. I kissed him on his lips, preventing him from speaking further, and also conveying to him how much I wanted him to. Danson smiled against our lips as he carried me up in his arms. I saw him walk towards the bed with our lips still connected. It wasn't until my back hit the soft mattress of the bed and I saw Danson hovering over me that I realized what was happening. But at the same time, I wanted this connection as much as he did. We both enjoyed this bond. And it didn't matter how it all started, how I had married him just because of the truce. In the end, we both fell for each other, and we both love each other more than anything. I trust him more than myself. And I'll never regret this moment. With that in my mind, I let my walls fall completely, ready for our new beginning. Chapter 39. Ariel's POV. I woke up the next morning, finding myself engulfed in Danson's arms while we lay on the bed with the duvet covering us. I moved a little to look at his face, and at the same time, he half opens his eyes, looking at me sleepily, before he pulls me flush against his body while nuzzling my neck as he breathes in my scent. My heart stops at the tenderness in his actions, but when I think back to what happened last night, I feel my cheeks heat up on realizing what had happened between us. I shake my head to get rid of those thoughts early in the morning. What are you shaking your head at early in the morning? Danson whispers against my neck in his deep morning voice, practically still half asleep. Nothing. I try to avoid the topic while he places a tender kiss on my neck before moving his face a little back to look at me. We both stare at each other for a minute without a word, reminding me of the intensity of the previous night. I look away from his eyes, all of a sudden, feeling really shy. A chuckle eludes Danson's lips as he places his index finger below my chin, raising my chin so that I could look back into those ocean blue eyes. Are you really being shy right now? He asks as a smirk etches onto his lips. It's not that. His smirk breaks into a grin as he inches his face closer to mine. Then what is it, sweetheart? It's, my words falter as Danson's hand glides slowly from my waist to behind my back, pulling me closer to him if that's even possible. Yes, he asks innocently while drawing circles on my back with his finger, clearly distracting me. Danny, stop distracting me. I swat his hand away while he starts laughing loudly, showing off those deadly dimples. The sound of his laugh brings an unknown joy to my heart, but I maintain a hard front, managing to get a frown to my face. What are you laughing at? This is the first time you're calling me by my nickname except. He lets his sentence hang while his face moves even closer to mine with mischievousness in his eyes as he whispers into my ear, except for last night. I quickly push him away and clamp my palm over his mouth, preventing him from completing the sentence. You're such a... You could have used your mouth instead of the palm to shut me, you know. That would have been much, much better. He complains, pouting like a 2-year-old after removing my hand from his mouth. No problem. I'll do it myself. You dash. Before I could finish my sentence, Danson moved over me in one swift movement and clamped his mouth over mine, cutting me off. Thanks to the moon goddess, we werewolves don't have the thing humans call morning breath, or else my mouth would be a stinking mess right now. And don't even begin with what would have happened to the kiss or lack of it. I almost squeaked. Almost. When Danson shifted closer after he had let go of the kiss. Danny, no. Not early in the morning after last night, I protested, pushing him away while he pouted again before backing away and sprawling out on his back on the bed beside me with a sullen look on his face. What's with the pouting and making faces? He's acting as if I've deprived him of something. By the way, Ari, you don't see time when you want to be close to your own wife. Do you understand? He blew his nose dramatically, acting like Grumpy the dwarf from Snow White, making me bite my lips to control myself from falling into a laughing fit at the mental picture. Honestly, he looked charming and comical at the same time. I scoot closer to him, seeing that he still has a sullen look on his face, as I extend my hand to pull his cheek a little too hard. Look at you. You look so cute, Danny. Just like Mr. Grumpy the dwarf from Snow White. Danson shoots me a glare, but I didn't miss the smile threatening to fall on his lips as he pushes my hand away and gets up from the bed. Forget it. I'll go have a bath since you are not interested. I want to laugh at how kiddish he's acting right now, throwing tantrums like a child who didn't get his way. It wasn't like I was pushing him away just for fun. Besides, I was still sore from yesterday. My initial laughter died down, and I gulped nervously as I caught a glimpse of him standing in front of me, while he still seemed oblivious to the fact, as he donned the same sullen and deprived look on his face. I looked away from his body, feeling my cheeks heat up. Gosh, he's one hell of an attractive man. Danson turned around, heading towards the bathroom when he saw me making no move. Just when he was in front of the bathroom door, he quickly turned around to look at me longingly. I raised an immaculate brow at him, acting ignorant, and saw him sigh deeply before he walked straight towards me and scooped me up in his arms, carrying me from the bed, the duvet wrapped around my body, taking me by surprise. "I'm not bathing alone," Danson declared loudly as he walked towards the bathroom with me in his arms. I giggled at his actions, but then I realized something was amiss about my surroundings. "This is not your room in the castle." "Wait, there's no room in the castle such as this one." "We're not in the castle, Ari. This is my mom and dad's penthouse." Danson opened the door to the bathroom by kicking it open as he made his way inside. "Penthouse? Why are we here? Where are we exactly? Which place?" I questioned, clutching the duvet to my chest, while he set me next to the basin. "I'll tour you around the house, okay? Now, let's have a bath first." He mumbled the last sentence with urgency. I chuckled, knowing very well why he was so restless. "Danson, you're such a child. Who would believe that this man is the same arrogant and rude werewolf prince I married a few months ago?" "You can cook?" I asked, shocked by how skillfully Danson was preparing the food for both of us and by how tasty it actually looked as he stood in the kitchen making it while I sat on the kitchen island opposite him, looking at him with awe and shock. I wonder how the food would taste. Might be wonderful. After we had a bath, Danson tried to hit on me again by openly flirting while I was getting dressed. Still, when things started getting heated, my stomach grumbled at the wrong moment, which made him laugh loudly, while all I wanted was for the ground to swallow me whole from embarrassment. He then quickly helped me wear one of his white shirts here that reached my mid-thigh. Danson seemed really eager to see me in his clothes, although there were a few dresses of mine already in the cupboard, before he led me straight to the kitchen and made me sit on the countertop while he started making the food. "You look surprised." Danson chuckled at my gobsmacked expression as he leaned towards me and pecked my lips. "Darling, your husband is full of talents and surprises." "Indeed, he is. But not that I'm going to admit it to him. I just hope the food is edible enough." I gave him the most sugar-coated smile as he looked at me amused. "You don't believe my skills. I'm severely hurt." He placed his hand on his chest, displaying mock hurt as I bit back the smile threatening to fall on my lips at how dramatic he was being. "Nah, not even a bit," I teased him some more. He set aside the bowl containing a batter-like substance he was stirring with a whisk and stepped closer to me. And then closer until our faces were inches apart. "I thought I proved my skills to you already." Danson winked at me. I gulped down the lump forming in my throat at the proximity, and the way he was staring at me right now, his eyes occasionally fleeting over to my lips, but his lips never connecting to mine, even though I could feel his breath on my lips. I was so preoccupied with staring back into his ocean blue that I didn't notice he had cunningly picked up the bowl of batter and poured it on my head. It wasn't until the creamy mixture started dripping down my hair and Danson started laughing his ass off at my flabbergasted expression that I realized what he had done. "Cunning idiot." Danson steps back as he continues to laugh loudly. I glare at him before my eyes dart to the packet of flour and a box of milk placed on the counter next to me. A smirk etches onto my face as I pick them up, ready to attack him back. Danson seems to get a whiff of my intentions as he sprints off. I get off the countertop and run after him, throwing the flour in his direction. The flour falls all over the place as he runs around the house, not bothering to use his werewolf speed, and I do the same as I chase him like Tom chasing Jerry. Our laughter is the only thing echoing in the house while some of the flour falls on his neck and other parts of his body. I take the time and throw the milk at him, which takes him off guard as he trips near the sofa in the living room and falls on the tiled floor flat on his butt. I quickly run over to where he is and stare down at him before bursting into a laughing fit. Instead of extending my hand to help him up, I place both of my palms on my cheek, making a puppy face. How did you fall down, Danny?" He glares at me while I try hard not to laugh anymore, but failing miserably as the laughter doesn't seem to go away, looking at him so disheveled, hair a mess of flour powder and milk flowing down his locks to down his face and body. Whatever, he still manages to look good. In the next split second, things happen so fast as I feel a hand tug me forward towards the ground before I fall on top of Danson. I close my eyes, ready to feel the impact of the fall, but two large arms wrap around me just before I can hit the floor. My hands are flat on Danson's chest as I lift my head to look at his face. How did you fall down, Ari? He imitates me from earlier, smirking, making me roll my eyes back at him. That's my line. I retort defensively. I don't remember you claiming those words to be yours a few minutes ago. But that's not fair, Dash. One of Danson's hands moves from around my waist down to my lower back. In one swift movement, he flips us over, hovering on top of me. Before I could utter anything, he crashed his lips to mine, shutting me up. I smile against his lips as I wrap my hands around his neck, pulling him closer. When his hands move to my shirt, we hear his phone ringing loudly from the table next to the couch. Danson ignores the phone call and continues kissing me, but for some reason, I feel a powerful urge to pick up. Hence, I back away from him, breaking the kiss. He stares at me with confusion and uncertainty in his eyes. I smile at him, placing my hands on his face as I give a quick kiss to his lips. Danny, as much as I don't want to stop you, I have this weird feeling that something is wrong. Please pick up the phone. I frown at the sudden feeling in my gut. Hey, there's nothing to worry about. It's just a random phone call, maybe. Don't fret about it, Ari. He strokes the frown between my brows, managing to calm me a bit, but that strange feeling remains. I don't know, it's just strange, Dash. If it really bothers you, I'll pick up the call, okay? Now, don't frown, princess. You look pretty when you smile. He drops a lingering kiss on my forehead before getting up to pick up the call. It's Marlon, Danson informs me before picking up the phone and placing it to his ear. Marlon is the butler of the castle. I don't understand why he'd call Danson all of a sudden, early in the morning. What is it, Marlon? Danson asks, his eyes trained on me. I try to listen to the conversation as I see a frown forming between Danson's brows, but all I hear is the butler asking Danson to come to the castle as soon as possible in a very panicked voice. Danson ends the call, running his hand through his hair, seemingly annoyed by the butler's lack of response. I get up from the ground and walk towards him. What happened? I don't know. I think you're right. Something is wrong. I need to go check in the castle. I'm coming with you. No, you're not. He said sternly, if something is really wrong in the castle, I can't put you in danger. I'm coming with you, no matter what. I care for you too, and I can't leave you to go there alone. I replied even more sternly, resulting in him sighing as he engulfed me in his arms. Okay, fine. But I just want you to know that I love you, and if anything happens there, you have to save yourself first. Don't wait for me, okay? Although I'll make sure I protect you well. He rubbed my back while I smiled, muttering, I love you too. How can he even think that I'll leave him on his own? If I were to choose between him and myself, I'd always pick him because I love him more than anything in this world. And I can't live without him. His life is more precious to me than my own. After getting dressed in my own clothes and leaving the penthouse, the first thing I saw when Danson and I entered the castle doors, hand in hand, was Arish crying profusely in James' arms while he tried to comfort her. Little Cammy was sitting next to her mom on the couch, staring at her tiny fingers with a worried look on her cute little face. My brows furrowed, and I felt Danson's hold on my hand tighten a bit as I spotted Tony leaning on the wall, his face for the very first time holding an apprehensive look. His gaze fleetingly turns over to me, and he gives me a small smile that doesn't even reach his eyes. There's also Kira, who has an indifferent look on her face, and Giovanna? What is he doing here? He's crouched down on the floor next to Tony with his knees folded up to his chin and his head between his hands as I hear occasional whimpers coming from him. Is he crying? Why? What's wrong? Why does everyone seem so distressed? Something is definitely wrong. It's like all of them are waiting for something or maybe someone. I don't know. James informs us about our arrival in Arish whilst rubbing her back comfortingly. After what seems like a minute or two, she backs away from James and gets up from the couch to walk straight towards Danson. The moment she's in front of her brother, Arish hugs him tightly as fresh tears run down her cheek. Danson hugs her back with his other hand, which is not holding mine, as Arish starts sobbing. Danny, Carl, her sobs turn louder as she hugs him tighter. She's dying, Arish says in a choked voice. I freeze on the spot, and so does Danson. Chapter 40. Tony's POV. Carl, she's dying. Arish manages to croak out, tears running down her face as she hugs her brother for comfort. I see Danson and Arish stiffen visibly at her words as panic overtakes Danson's usually blank face, and Ariel looks completely shocked. How? What happened? Danson speaks after a long moment of silence in a barely audible voice, such that I had to strain my ears to listen to what he's saying. Ariel gives a gentle squeeze to his hand, which is clasped on hers. I don't know, when Giovanna and Tony brought her here, she's on the brink of death. Giovanna had found her lying near their pack house unconscious, and when he checked her pulse, it was slow, so he had brought her here, and Tony accompanied him. None of us has any idea what exactly happened. Arish narrates the tale with an emotional intensity, while I lean farther back against the wall as a strange, unsettling feeling settles in my gut. Why does this all seem so familiar? My mind wanders back to the time when I had brought an unconscious Genevieve from the fort, where Claire had killed her only to be informed that she's dead. Although in this case, Carl isn't dead yet. The strangest thing is that for some reason, I vaguely feel responsible for Carl's condition when I, myself, have no clue what exactly happened to the woman for her to be dying. I don't even know why I'm suddenly so bothered by the thought of Carl dying when it had been my initial plan to kill her to take revenge on Danson, whose role had later been replaced by Ariel since he'd fallen in love with her. But, to be honest, Carl is a somewhat tolerable woman. She wasn't that bad either. There were moments when I had felt at ease around her, which is rather strange considering Jeannie was the last person before her whom I'd felt at ease with, and Carl wasn't or could never be Jeannie. My reverie comes to an abrupt stop as the doctor finally exits the room after consulting on Carl. Danson is the first to step forward to ask the doctor about Carl's condition, pulling Ariel along with him, clutching her hand firmly as he walks to stand right in front of the doctor. How's she? There's an urgency and explainable worry in his voice that a brother would only know. I can tell how he's feeling right now. As a brother, I would have felt the same way if and were in Carl's place. The doctor has an evident worried look on his face. Princess Carl's situation is very critical. There are 0% chances of her surviving. Her organs have all melted down due to the wolfbane and silver solution in her system. Her wolf has lost its contact with her human form as well. I'm sorry, but she won't make it out alive. My heart sinks at the declaration. Danson staggers on his footing, trying to hold on to his tears while a tear slips down Ariel's face. Arish is back to being the sobbing mess she was before Danson and Ariel showed up, as she hugs James, who looks equally sad. Giovanna. He seems completely lost, as if he'd lost his will to live. My heart clenched into a knot as I thought about what I had found out just when we were bringing Carl here. She had been Joe's mate all along, and I didn't even know. Only if I had known earlier, things might have been different. Gio is, by far, my only remaining true friend. Although I've been a jerk to him ever since Jeannie died, I still cared for him. I'd also cared for Carl some or the other way, which confused me more than anything, and the thought of her dying brings this fresh wave of pain I'd only felt when Jeannie died. My head snaps towards the doctor as suddenly all of his words register in my head. What do you mean by there was wolfbane and silver solution in her system? Everyone looks my way, probably wondering why I'd suddenly made my presence known, but I'm least bothered as my attention stays focused on the doctor. There's a high possibility she consumed it, the doctor replies matter-of-factly. Why would she drink silver solution or wolfbane willingly when she knows it can kill her? Danson barks at the doctor, who looks scared out of his pants. I think someone had conspiringly made her drink it. To kill her, Ariel mutters, gazing up at Danson. My eyes automatically flick over to Kira, and I see her smirking while no one's noticing. The smirk drops instantly as she catches me looking at her, which confirms my suspicion. How dare she? I had warned her. Before I could react to the conclusion, the doctor spoke up again. The words that leave his mouth leave me shaken. There's one more thing. Princess Carl was pregnant. Sadly, I couldn't save the baby, and she can never be pregnant ever again. Everyone around goes still, and I feel like something precious has been snatched away from me as a sudden realization hits me like a splash of cold water. She'd been pregnant, with my child. The last person she's been with was no doubt me. I can't believe I've lost my child, whom I never knew existed. I should have known about Kira's scheme. I should have kept an eye on her. I should have stopped her from conspiringly making Carl drink the Wolfbane and Silver solution. It's all my fault. Now I know what she was hiding from me yesterday. During the marking ceremony. What do you want to talk about? I asked Carl as I walked beside her through the isolated hallway after she successfully convinced, or should I say buttered, her brother to let her talk with me. You know that I don't actually want to talk to you. She gives me a blank look, continuing to walk beside me. Really? I thought you said otherwise to your brother. I smirked as she continued to act indifferent. I know it was a tactic to stop me from uttering about Carl and my supposed relationship, but it's fun to tease her anyway. Carl halted on her steps, turning sideways to face me. Tony, can you please not tell anything about us to Danson? This is the only time I'll be asking you something. I tried to take a look at her face, which was hard considering she was constantly avoiding any eye contact with me as her head bent low to stare at the tiled floor. Why don't you want to let him know? He'd know it eventually, I said, still trying to take a glance at her face. Carl's head snapped up to look at me with her gray eyes widened in shock and realization. What do you mean? Do you know about? I furrowed my brows at the way her face contorted in anxiety. What's she stressing about? It's obvious Danson would know sooner or later considering Ariel will be soon by his side. She knows about us and might say it to Danson anyways. What were you talking about? I questioned, raising a brow. Carl breathes a sigh of relief at my words, which causes my brows to furrow further. Why does it seem like she's hiding something? What did you think? I press on the question while she looks back at the floor, muttering a nothing, probably avoiding my question. For some reason, the way she is avoiding my presence brings a strange jolt of regret in me, which I try to push away. It's just because she'd always been carefree and lively around me that now, when she's being aloof, it's making me feel weirded out, right? Carl, I'm sorry about everything I did to you. I finally uttered the words that I had been intending to, ever since I saw her running out of the pack house with a heartbroken expression after she overheard Ariel's supposed confrontation. Carl stared back at me without a word before blinking her eyes rapidly and looking away. I don't know whether I can forgive you so easily, Tony. You knew that I loved you truly, then why did you play with my emotions? Her voice came choked in the end as she looked up at me. A stray tear rolled down the side of her face, which made my heart hurt at the sight of it. I so badly wanted to wipe it off, but I couldn't. She wouldn't have been this miserable if I hadn't used her for my own means. Carl didn't deserve this. Neither did Ariel. This is one of the reasons I want to keep them both out of my revenge. I don't want to force you for your forgiveness. I just wanted you to know that I'm sorry, I said with all honesty. Carl nodded without a word before her eyes suddenly snapped up to mine. You mentioned something about Ariel getting back with Danny? Are you going to let her be back with him? There was a sudden excitement in her voice that brought a smile to my face, looking at how quickly her mood had changed. You'll know very soon, I replied before walking back towards the ballroom, the smile still intact on my face. It will be the last time I'd spoken to Carl, and the thought itself made my heart ache even more. Why does everything wrong happen to me? I never got my father's or mother's love since I was born. My mother thought of me as an abomination. My father wanted to keep me at a distance from him, which, as he might think, would have tampered with his so-called image. Richard, my stepfather, was the only one who truly cared, but even he died a few years later. My love, my everything, Genevieve, left me 5 years ago. I lost my child. I'm going to lose Carl soon as well. Delusional fate. I have a horrible fate. I wouldn't even call it fate since it's pure bad luck. What do you mean she was pregnant? Danson was the one to snap out of the shock first as he snapped at the doc. Who's the father? I'm afraid I don't know, Your Highness. The doc muttered in a very low and frightened voice. Poor him. Ariel's eyes briefly met mine as if asking, You're the father, aren't you? I wanted to inform her and Danson both that I was the child's father, but I caught myself at the last minute. Carl's last request from me was not to reveal our relationship to Danson. I owe her that. So, I just gave Ariel a simple nod, but made no effort to voice it while Danson was still fuming, part angry and part despairing over the likelihood of losing his sister. I'm thankful Ariel didn't bring it up either and instead tried consoling Danson. I wish I could do something to cure Carl. I wish I could heal her wounds. But I cannot. Carl's wounds in the organs are internal, and my ability to heal only works on external wounds. Wait a second, I can do one thing, though I can't risk asking it in front of everyone. So, when everyone went in to see Carl, I silently, without anyone's notice, pulled the doctor with me into the empty hallways. Once he was in front of me and gave me a questioning look. Are all the organs melted? What about the heart? I asked with urgency. The doctor frowned at me, but with a glare his way, he cleared his throat and thought better not to mess with a pissed-off alpha in question as he replied, No, the heart is fine as of now since Princess Carl is part royal and the ones with royal bloodlines. Their heart is not so easily destructible even with wolfbane or silver. But all the other organs have failed working. She'll die soon. Stop saying she'll die. I commanded him in my alpha tone as he visibly cowered back. Here's what I want you to do. I took a deep breath and exhaled. Look, since her heart is still working, that means she's alive and we still have time to save her. I've done medical studies myself and I'd expected you to suggest this, but since you didn't, let me inform you, we can do an organ transplant surgery. The doctor looked taken aback by the suggestion as he mulled over it. We can do that, but transplanting all organs can cause the other person to die. Who would willingly die? We won't have the donor by the end of the day and dash. I'll be the donor. I cut off his meaningless talk abruptly. This is all my fault that Carl's in this condition right now. And I can't just see her die in front of my eyes. My life was never really precious to begin with. I might as well save hers. Chapter 41. Author's POV. Royal Palace. Iris. Danson sat next to Carl on the bed as he gently ruffled her hair in an attempt to wake her up. Get up, Carl. This prank is not funny anymore. His sister lay on the bed without making a single movement, looking like a corpse with her face that had grown utterly pale due to the wolfbane and silver that had burnt the life out of her. A tear streamed down Danson's face as he got up, disheartened, and walked out of the room, shutting the door behind him slowly without making a noise. Ariel, who had been waiting for Danson to come out of the room, stood up from the couch she was sitting on and walked up to him. Once she was in front of Danson, she noticed the disheartened look on his face and the tears that ran down his face one after another in slow motion. She never did anything wrong. Why would someone try to kill her? Will she really? Danson's voice broke in the end as his words caught in his throat. Ariel's heart clenched, looking at him being so miserable. She stepped closer to Danson, wiped his tears with the back of her palm, and hugged him tightly. Don't worry. Carl will be all right. Tony will save her. Ariel didn't say the last sentence to him as she rubbed his back comfortingly. Her mind drifted off to the time when she was passing by the hallway and had accidentally heard Tony speaking to the doctor. We can do an organ transplant surgery, Tony had said. The doctor looked taken aback by the suggestion as he mulled over it. We can do that, but transplanting all organs can cause the other person to die. Who would willingly die? We won't have the donor by the end of the day and dash. I'll be the donor. Tony abruptly cut off his meaningless talk. Ariel never expected the man to be so selfless as to give up his own life without a thought. And now that she knew about it, she felt guilty for all the time she had considered Tony to be a heartless man. Tony wasn't what he portrayed himself to be after all. He did have a heart. Ariel's mind was in chaos as she tried to console a heartbroken Danson. She could feel every feeling of pain and remorse Danson felt because of the mate bond placed on her, and so could he feel all her emotions. "What would I have done without you, Ari? I love you so much." Danson pulled her closer to him, snuggling his face into the crook of her neck as his tensed-up muscles eased drastically before he suddenly lifted his head to look up at Ariel. "Wait, you didn't eat anything since last night. You must be hungry. Let me ask the cook to prepare something for you." A gentle chuckle eluded past Ariel's lips as she pulled him back into an embrace. "Everyone are worried sick about Carl, and this is what you're thinking. That I didn't eat food." Danson pulled away from the embrace with a frown. "Ari, I'm serious. You should eat. Or else you'll faint like that day you didn't have any food for the whole day. Seriously, Danny." "I'm fine." Just as she uttered those words, her treacherous stomach grumbled in response, making a smirk appear on Danson's face despite his gloomy mood. "You sure you don't want to eat? 'Cause your stomach is saying otherwise." Ariel wanted nothing than the earth to swallow her whole as her cheeks flushed in embarrassment before she finally gave up on his request. "Okay, fine. I'll go eat something. You stay here in case Arish or anyone needs you, okay?" Ariel quickly went over to peck his lips and was about to head towards the kitchen when she stopped on her tracks and asked, "Where's Tony, by the way?" "He rushed to his pack house in a hurry." "I don't know what's wrong with him," Danson murmured, not very pleased with the man. But then who was he to stop Tony from doing what he wished? Ariel hummed in response before heading towards the kitchen. "Wolfbane pack house. Gio, I'll hand over the pack to you. You'll have to take care of all the pack members and the pack once I'm gone. I'm sure you'll make a good alpha. Much better than I've ever been." Also, Richard always wished to help lone wolves pair up with others so they wouldn't feel alone or left out. "I used to do it before Jeannie died, but after that, I completely stopped doing it. I want you to continue with that process. Rest, I don't think I have to inform you much. You're well aware of the pack as much as I am. And there's one more thing." Tony strode into the pack house in a hurry, passing along quick instructions to Giovanna. Giovanna stared at his best friend, the tears almost threatening to fall down his face. "Why are you doing this?" "We can find another way. You don't have to die." Conflicting emotions were swirling in Joe's heart. One part of his heart was desperate to do anything to save his mate, while the other didn't want to save Carl in return for his best friend's life. Tony stopped on his footsteps on hearing his words before a sad smile crept up to his lips. "You know, I've done pretty much horrible things in my life. I'm no saint, Gio. I've already made Carl suffer a lot because of my stupid urge for revenge. I'd played with her feelings. This might be the only good thing I'll be doing for her, even if it costs my life. So, let me do it. Besides, it doesn't really matter to anyone if I'm dead or alive." He whispered the last sentence, looking into the distance. "Who said it doesn't matter to anyone if you're alive or not? You do matter. To me. To Anne. What do you think would happen to and if you're gone? You're the only one she has. You can't do this to her. She even lost her mate." Giovanna's voice was low as he muttered the last sentence, seemingly knowing it would hurt Tony. He hadn't meant to mention it, but it just slipped out of his mouth. Just as he thought, Tony snapped his head to look at him in the eye with a pained expression marring his face. "And whose fault is it that she doesn't have a mate?" "Mine. It's completely my fault that Anne had to bear the pain of losing her mate. I killed her mate. She's miserable because of me. I know she hates me. That's what I said, Gio, I'm not good for anyone. It's better I die." "Don't say that. Jake's death wasn't your fault. You were just performing the duties of an alpha and protecting your pack. You didn't even know he was Anne's mate until she accidentally stumbled into the underground cellar, and Jake was at his deathbed already. How can you say she hates you? She's your sister. She has always loved you. You think she'll be happy seeing her brother die?" Gio was in tears, saying everything, and was really annoying to him when she was still in the pack house. Giovanna would gladly say that she didn't like his presence one bit, and neither did he. They never really got along, fighting over the stupidest things and picking on each other now and then. And was always overly protective of her brother, and if anything were to happen to Tony, she would first blame Gio and throw a tantrum, as if she were the one in pain and sick. What did she even take him for? A caretaker of Tony? However she was. Gio knew one thing for sure. No matter what happened, even if Earth were shattered, she would always love Tony. He was the brother she admired. Tony had taken care of her since she was a baby and saved her life countless times, not even caring about his own life. Besides, she wasn't annoying to everybody except him. Why will Tony die? Tony and Gio froze in their spot, hearing the very familiar voice after years. Her voice was still bubbly and loud, but there was a hint of fear. Anne? Tony couldn't believe his eyes. What was his little sister doing here after 2 whole years? And why now, when he's about to? Why would you die? Is there something wrong with your health? Don't tell me you got some rare werewolf disease or something. And don't even try to deny what stupid Gio said. I won't buy your excuses. Wait, you can't die. Giovanna, you idiot. How dare you say something like that about my brother? How could he die? Gio, you're an idiot. An annoying one at that. I just left my brother for 2 years and you dash. And you're rambling, Tony chuckled, cutting her off in the tense atmosphere. Tony had missed his sister so much that he almost wanted to jump for joy at the moment. He thought he would never be able to see her again, given that he was going to die soon, but who knew he would see her for one last time? Don't dodge my question, Tony. Why did Gio say you would die? And looked at her brother in the eye with those jade-like eyes of hers. Unlike Tony, who resembled his biological father and was the mirror image of their mother. Green jade-like eyes, a fair, round face, plush pink lips, dark and thick lashes, and her long brunette hair tied together in a high ponytail. One could say by just taking a glance at her that she was an absolute stunner. Drop-dead beautiful from head to toe. Just like her mother. Those deep green eyes held concern as they stared at her brother, waiting for a reply. Tony was at a loss for words. What was he supposed to say? Hey, I'm going to die since I decided to transfer all my organs to a girl whom I used for my revenge, which you aren't even aware of. Now I regret playing with her emotions and want to save her life as compensation. I know you'll be sad, but I want you to cope with it and move on with your life without me. Suppose it were only that easy. But lying to her wouldn't do him any good. She would know sooner or later. It was better this way. Actually. Tony began by explaining to his sister the turn of events ever since she left. Royal Palace, Iris. Ariel walked through the isolated hallway towards the kitchen. The kitchen was usually crowded with servants and maids, all now busy attending to Carl and the others, leaving the place empty. Ariel decided to grab something from the fridge. Grabbing a loaf of bread and Nutella, she put her head out of the compartment of the refrigerator and shut the door of the fridge. She turned around with the food in her hands, only to be met by a pair of gray eyes looking at her with immense anger. Kira, the name rolled out of Ariel's mouth as she took in a gorgeous-looking Kira standing in front of her with a pissed-off look marring her face. Where the heck did you elope in middle of your marking ceremony with Tony? And what did you do with Danson? Kira spewed, venom lacing her voice. What I did with Danson is none of your business, Ariel said, attempting to walk past Kira, but was blocked by her arm. Of course, it's my business. Danson is mine, not yours. Only if you had understood it earlier, poor Carl wouldn't have suffered because of you. The tone of Kira's voice made alarm bells ring in Ariel's head. Did that mean Kira was the one who fed Carl the Wolfbane and Silver Solution? Why didn't I think of this earlier? Who else could it be other than Kira? Before Ariel could voice her thoughts, a cloth was placed over her mouth by Kira. The moment the smell of the liquid sprayed onto the fabric wafted into her nostrils, Ariel felt her senses seize up, dropped the bread and Nutella in her hands, and fell to the ground with a thud as darkness took over. Chapter 42. Anne's POV. So, you're just gonna give up on your life because you feel guilty for using her? I ask incredulously, staring at my excuse of a brother. It's not like that, Anne. You don't get it. It's not entirely because I feel guilty, you know. Tony made a face as if I were to get his point just like that. Why don't you explain to me then, Anne? I said before a realization hit me as I narrowed my eyes at him. You love her, don't you? Tony seemed stunned by my question. I don't love her. He was a bit too quick to reply to it, and there was a fleeting moment when I caught him glancing at Giovanna with wary eyes. Why is he looking at Gio? Then why are you dying for her? I was now officially pressing him on eggshells. The moon goddess knows. I'm desperate to hear his justification. I guess that if he's willing to save Carl's life by sacrificing his own, then he must have some feelings for her. But knowing him, he won't admit it even on his grave. Typical Tony. But all of this doesn't mean I'm okay with any of it. Don't get me wrong, Tony is the only person who's left in my life. I can't even think of losing him. And will you stop making a fuss about this? It's my own wish, and I will do it even if you don't agree to it. So just stop being a drama queen. Tony rolled his eyes. Ouch! That hurt. Darn man. I'm being a drama queen? Do you hear yourself, in? You're going to die, and you expect me to say, hey, it's fine. I'm okay with it. You may die, brother. What nonsense is that? You're the only one who's left in my life. How can you think I'll be okay with it? Have you lost your mind? How can you even consider leaving me alone? Angry tears ran down my face as I fumed at him. Darn it. Why does he want to die so desperately? I feel like strangling his neck right now. But still, I don't want him to die. Tony's eyes softened at my outburst as he stepped forward and pulled me into an embrace. SSHHH, little sis. Who said I'm leaving you alone? I'll always be in your heart, won't I? And there's also Gio to look after you. Besides, I don't deserve to live after what I did to you. The last sentence was barely audible for even my werewolf ears to hear. I've forgiven you for that, and it wasn't your fault that Jake was a rogue who tried to destroy our pack. It wasn't your fault that you didn't know he was my mate and killed him for his deeds. It was never your fault. I'm sorry for leaving you like that. I was just unable to bear that pain, but now I'm okay and I get why you did what you did. Who knows, if I'm lucky, I might be blessed with a second chance, mate. I winked at him as I pulled back from the embrace, masking the ache in my heart with a grin on my face. My mate was a touchy topic for me, but thankfully, I wasn't acquainted with him for long. That is, if you didn't consider 2 years as long. Tony doesn't know this, but I had already met Jake, my mate, long before the cellar incident when he died. But I kept it a secret from my brother so he wouldn't feel more guilty than he already did. Tony smiled despite that sad look on his face. I love you so much, little sis. But I'm sorry. My brows furrowed at his last statement, but the doubt was cleared as he stepped ahead and lightly tapped my temple with his fingers. I started feeling dizzy, and that's when I understood what he did. Darn, he's knocking me out with his ability. Gio, take care of her. The last thing I remember is Tony saying that as he kissed my forehead before handing me to Gio. I fell slack against Giovanna's body as darkness took over me. Tony's POV. I took one last glance at my little sister, who had passed out in Joe's arms while he carried her, before I turned around to walk out of the pack house. She's going to be heartbroken. Do you really have to do this? Joe's voice stopped me in my tracks. I know. I knew it from the start that she would never let me die. She'd make a fuss over the matter, but wouldn't let me go with the plan. After all, she was my one and only tantrum-throwing sister. Note the sarcasm. But I have to do this, no matter what, for Carl. She'll have to understand why I did this, were the last words I said before heading out. I quickly changed behind a tree, shifted into my wolf form, held my clothes in my snout, and ran towards the cemetery. I have to visit Jeannie's grave one last time before I die. My footsteps came to a halt near a cliff as I spotted something, or rather someone, on my way to the graveyard. Kira? What is she doing here? Near the cliff. Next to a cemetery. Kira got out of her car and looked around, as if checking if anyone was there. I quickly hid behind a tree before she could spot me, shifted back to my human form, and got dressed pretty fast. For some reason, her actions are doubt-provoking. Once confirmed, no one was around, so she jogged over to the trunk of the car and opened it. My jaw almost dropped to the floor when I saw what was inside it. Ariel was unconsciously lying on the trunk with her hands and legs bound in ropes, and a cloth wrapped around her mouth. What in the world? Wasn't she supposed to be with Danson? How did she get abducted by Kira? Useless Danson couldn't even take care of a single woman. Now I have to be the rescuer. Why do I feel like a pathetic monk here? Nope, I'm not rescuing anyone. Danson can have the privilege to do that. I watched Kira's every move intently, not yet jumping into the scene myself. I want to see what she's actually planning to do or how far she can go. While my eyes were still trained on Kira, who was busy looking at Ariel's unconscious form, I hurriedly fished out my phone from my jeans pocket and dialed His Highness number. What? The one and only Prince Danson Rodriguez snapped in his signature cold voice, although there was a hidden annoyance and impatience right now. Oh, so he figured that his beloved wife was missing. Well, look who it is. The great Danson Rodriguez and his signature coldness, I said sardonically while my eyes still stayed focused on Kira, who was trying to get Ariel out of the trunk. What is it, Tony? I have other matters to look after. Stop messing around, and before he could hang up the call, I blurted out. Kira kidnapped Ariel. Danson's POV. Kira kidnapped Ariel. The moment I heard those words, I was hot on my tail to rush over to the place where Tony told me he was. Near the cliff. I didn't even bother telling Arish what had happened. She was already traumatized after hearing about Carl. I didn't want to give her another reason to worry. Now that I think about it, Ari wasn't back for a long time. I thought she was eating slowly or something. Even Kira wasn't in sight. How could I be so careless as to keep Ari around Kira? Especially after what I got to know a few days ago. Are you sure? I had asked my trusted investigator when he informed me of the real reason for Duncan's death. Yes, Your Highness. Duke Duncan Capriel's car accident was done intentionally. After investigating, I found out that the person driving the car which threw Duncan's car off the cliff was none other than his own wife, Kira. Tom, the investigator, replied confidently. Thanks for the information, Tom. I always doubted Duncan's death. Kira claimed that he had died due to an accident, but when I saw his corpse that day at the funeral, and the accusing look his family members passed Kira, I realized something was amiss. Whenever I mentioned Duncan's name in front of Kira, she had a sour look on her face. Just a few days ago, my doubt was cleared when I asked Tom to investigate Duncan's accident. It was when Ari left with Tony to his pack. I needed a distraction and also a reason to divert my mind from Ari. I was supposed to confront Kira, but then the invitation to the marking ceremony came, and my mind was occupied with it. Then I thought I'd confront Kira after the ceremony, but once I got there, well, we all know the story after. Back to the present, I parked my car a few yards from the cliff to avoid alerting Kira to my presence and got out. I could have come here in my wolf form, but my wolf is too big and the canines are of a vampire's. If I had stumbled upon someone, then it would have been the death of me, in a real sense. I'm a hybrid. Only a hybrid has vampire canines in a wolf form. Besides, the massive size of my wolf would confirm my royal bloodline. I spotted Kira pulling an unconscious Ari out of her car's trunk, which made my blood boil. How dare she touch my Ari? Without a thought, I moved towards Kira in my vampire speed and pulled Ari out of her hold, into my arms. The suddenness of the action left Kira standing still, like a statue. Danny. Kira stares at me with wide, horrified eyes. How dare you touch her? I thought to let you off the hook even after what you did to Duncan, but this time you've gone too far by kidnapping Ari. My tone exuded the threat in my words as I scooped an unconscious Ari into my arms, bridal style. Untying the rope's wound around her wrists and the cloth around her mouth, I brushed off the strands of hair falling on her face. She had harsh red bruises on her hand and leg where the ropes were tied. I frowned as I gently rubbed my thumb on the wound. Kira still had that stunned, fearsome look on her face, which irked me. How did you know? Before I could give her an earful, a cheerful voice came along. I said him you were here. Tony walked towards us coming from behind a tree. You were here the whole time? Why didn't you save Ari earlier instead of calling me? I barked at him while making sure Ari was comfortably set in my arms. I didn't save her 'cause I didn't want to be the Superman rescuer. I hate Superman, by the way. He shrugged like it was no big deal. By now, I'm sure Tony is stranger than an alien. How did he even become an alpha? Whatever, I'm glad, although I wouldn't say it to him, that he informed me about Kira kidnapping Ari. About Kira. Hold her for a minute. Placing a gentle kiss on Ari's forehead, I carefully passed Ari to Tony, who looked confused but took her into his arms anyway before looking back at Kira. Without wasting a second, my hand wrapped around Kira's throat, holding her as I lifted her into the air by her neck while she tried to struggle. "Danny, let me go." She wriggled hard, trying to get out of my hold. "I told you to stay away from Ari, but you didn't listen. Now you'll have to pay for this and also for killing Duncan," I said as she started coughing due to the lack of oxygen. At the same time, Tony's phone started blaring in his pocket, but he took it out of his pocket with one of his hands that wasn't holding Ari and cut the call. "I didn't do anything. You can't do this to me. I'm your mate, Danny. You love me and I love you too. That annoying woman, Ariel, came between us. You can't kill me because of that worthless woman." Kira managed to blurt out despite her labored breath. The nerve of her to lie to me even now. My grip tightened around her neck, and she started thrashing uncontrollably, but I didn't care a bit. She was my mate once, and I did like her then, but this woman in front of me now is baseless. Now, I don't get why I ever loved her. She dares to call Ari names in front of me. Tony's phone rang again, and he cut it off, but a minute later it started ringing again. "Who is it?" I asked him, still clutching Kira's throat. "I don't get why she's trying so hard. It's not going to kill her anyway. It will make her struggle for breath, yes, but to kill her, I'll need silver or wolf's bane. I think she's aware that once the struggling phase is over, it will be the killing phase." "No one." Tony cut the call yet again and tucked it inside his suit jacket. I asked who it is. I urged him to say. There was a worried look on his face when he looked at the caller ID earlier, and I guessed it must be someone important. "It's my sister," he finally said after a long pause. My grip loosened around Kira's neck. "You have a sister?" That was a surprise. I didn't know that. Even after I sent people to look into his background, they didn't find any mention of a sibling. "Yes, I do. My sister is none of your concern, Your Highness," he said bitterly and looked away. "What's up with him now?" "It's not like I'm interested in his sister. I have Ari." The phone started ringing again, and this time I ordered in my wolf's tone, "Pick up the call. You do know your royal command won't work on me, right?" "I'm a royal too," he smirked, but picked up the call nonetheless, and I returned to clutching Kira's neck, who looked shell-shocked entirely when she heard Tony mention that he was a royal. "Well, surprise, Kira. Gio, how come An's phone is with you? What?" Tony's voice shrieked at the end as he almost dropped Ari due to the shock, but caught her on time. "I'm leaving. I'll drop Ariel in the castle on my way," he informed me in a hurry, looking completely tensed as he cut the call abruptly. I let Kira down, still holding her neck so that she doesn't run away, but I stopped clutching it. "What happened?" I asked, and he stared at me for a second, as if considering whether to tell me. He sighed and finally decided to speak. "I was supposed to be the donor for an organ transplant to save Carl. My sister got to know and was against it because I would die. I knocked her off and ran off to proceed for the surgery. I thought of visiting Genevieve's grave one last time, and that's how I saw Kira here. Somehow, my sister got back her consciousness in the meantime. Turns out she was acting and didn't faint. Now, she is in the castle with the doctor, ready to be the donor herself for Carl instead of me. Danson, I need to go fast before she does something stupid. I can't risk her life. I have to stop her." I was stunned for a minute. Words didn't come out of my mouth. Tony thought of saving Carl by giving up his own life. That's unbelievable. I had always thought this man to be pure evil. I didn't know he'd do something like this for Carl. Wait a second, why would he even do this? Why are you doing this? I was suspicious now. Even Kira stopped struggling and was eagerly listening to our conversation. Tony looked away, avoiding eye contact. Carl was pregnant with my child. My eyes widened considerably. Did he say that? He was the child's father who just died a few hours ago? Kira sighed beside me as if she knew it. Wait, you knew it? I asked Kira accusingly while she just shrugged. I guessed he was the father when doctor said about the child. He had asked me to kill her once as a condition. I questioned him, so he told me he was using her since she loved him to take revenge from you. My anger boiled at her words. Was he using Carl? How dare he? Was my sister a pawn in his game? I let go of Kira and punched Tony straight in the face. How dare you play with my sister's feelings? I punched him again and again until he couldn't get back up. Danson, stop it. It was before. Leave me. I have to save my sister before that girl undergoes the surgery. He tried to reason out while his phone rang again. This time, it reminded me that this man was about to sacrifice his life for my sister. He wouldn't have done that if he were still using her, right? Besides, he let me reunite with Ari. I figured out he would have deliberately let her go. Otherwise, his not knowing about his mate and me eloping from his own pack house, despite the presence of various guards, is not believable. Also, I had marked Ari before we left the pack house. Considering he accepted her, I know he must have felt their bond breaking when I marked Ari. Why? I asked this time, determined to get the answer. His following words were barely above a whisper, I love her. Tony loved Carl? If that was the case then. I let go of Tony and looked to the side. Sure enough, Kira was on her way to run off. The lovers should be reunited, right? I walked towards her in my werewolf speed and dragged her back along with me before she could sprint off. Tony looked at me with suspicion lacing his eyes. I gave him my most sardonic smile whilst holding Kira firmly by her arm and said, Let's go, Alpha. We have a surgery to undergo, and I think I've got the perfect donor. I glanced at Kira, who had a horrified look on her face. A smirk made its way onto my lips. Indeed, the perfect donor. Chapter 43. Danson's POV. Kira's streams of swear words and screams echoed through the hallway as the doctor started the transplant surgery. I felt bad, but I don't regret my decision. Am I a bad person for doing this? Should I have just let her live? But how could I, after what I had come to know about her? She didn't just take Duncan's life. She tried to kill Carl and hurt Ari. She had hurt and killed dozens of people. If Tony ever knew that his first love had been corrupted and destroyed just because of Kira, would he still be okay with it? Genevieve. There was a point in my life where I had fallen for her at first sight, but the second time I saw her, she was no longer the same bubbly and caring girl I had first met. Instead, she had turned into a sinister black witch. She wasn't always a black witch. She was a white witch, pure at heart. But she chose darkness. To think Kira was the one who forced her into that darkness boils the blood in me. After all, Genevieve was my very first mate, the mate whom I had let Claire kill with my approval. That day I felt horrible, but I knew I had to choose the correct option. Claire had told me that she could stop and let Genevieve free if it hurts me to see her die, but if I let Genevieve free, there was no saying she wouldn't kill all of us, the royals. So, even if it hurt, I let Claire kill Genevieve. Suppose Kira hadn't forced Genevieve into that dark path. Suppose Genevieve hadn't gotten so consumed with that darkness. Would it be any different? Kira must have ruined many of the White Witches' lives by threatening them to choose black magic instead of natural magic. I learned that Kira, along with a few others, used to kidnap their family members and force the witches to use black magic if they wanted them back. Black magic is like an addiction. Once you make use of it, you'll be tempted to use it again and again until you're consumed with it. Black magic is usually more powerful as it uses the energy of the dead, while white magic is wholly based on nature and is likely to be less effective, unlike Claire's magic. Claire is the most powerful witch existing, and so was her mother before she died. Her white magic is potent, and she can easily fight tons of black witches, which she did by the way. Back to the topic, Kira had also done one more horrible thing involving Ari. Ari doesn't know this, but the real reason her father was so abusive to her and her mother, the real reason Ari never got her father's love and had to lose her mother, was because of Kira. Kira didn't only cheat me with Duncan. She had done it many times. Despite knowing that Ari's father was married, she had an affair with him because he was a rich man. She then told him to leave his wife and child behind and marry her instead. When Kira learned that Ari's father, Peyton's, entire wealth came from his wife's, she devised a plan. Peyton, on Kira's influence, tortured his wife to the point where she decided to commit suicide, and all her wealth automatically went to him. When Peyton got his wife to commit suicide, got the wealth, and did everything as she said, Kira left him hanging as she found me, a richer man to hold, at that time. Peyton got angry at losing his favorite mistress and took all his anger out on Ari, mentally and physically abusing her for years. Every time I brought up her past, there was a kind of fear and sadness in those beautiful eyes of hers. I knew she wasn't prepared to go back down that memory lane, so I instead let Tom check on her past. And now I understand why she has those nightmares once in a while. Why was she so quiet and compliant when she just got married to me? How did you bear everything alone, Ari? These thoughts ran in my head as I walked mindlessly towards my room, where Ari was resting. I didn't look ahead, my mind occupied. Suddenly, I bumped into a person on my way. "Watch your way, bro," a voice said jokingly. The voice is making me furrow my brows. "That voice is of Evan?" I asked, quizzically looking up at the Vampire King standing in front of me in his full glory. He grinned in response to my confusion. "How is it here?" "Wait. He isn't the only one. Claire and Jacob? Alina? Stephen? Olivia?" I called out all their names as I spotted them standing behind Evan, except for their kids. Alina, Evan's wife and also my friend, was standing beside the vampire lord himself. "Hey, Danny. How are you? We heard about Carl, so we came to meet. Ariel said Carl will be having some sort of surgery," Alina asked before hugging me. Evan narrowed his eyes at me for a fleeting moment when she hugged me, but that turned into a satisfied look when Alina pulled away from me, returned to his side, and gave him a peck on his cheek. A smile tugged on my lips as I mentally shook my head at this grown-up vampire. Still possessive about his mate. Yeah, Kira mixed wolfbane and silver solution both in Carl's drink. She is half royal blood, unlike us, so she isn't immune to them like me and Arish. But we found her on time and everything is sorted out now. She'll be fine after the surgery. I didn't go into detail about the organ melting thing, considering it was sorted out now anyway. Why make them worry over nothing? Kira, that woman. What the heck did she do? Claire, my only best friend, like her usual loud, obnoxious self, moved ahead and bombarded me with her annoying self. She poisoned Carl's drink. And what the heck were you doing at that time, you fool? Couldn't you even take care of your sister? I knew that Kira was good for nothing. Never liked her anyway. You should have just kicked her out of the castle. You're the stupidest brother I've ever seen. Is that supposed to make me feel better? Of course not. You fool. Carlos butted in, mimicking Claire's voice, and I felt like ages since I last heard from my annoying wolf. Hey, I'm not annoying, Dash. I shut him off. It was better for me not to hear his voice often. Hey, what are you doing? I pull my hands away as Claire tries to hold them. She glares at me and pulls my hand back, keeping it in a tight grasp as her eyes start lighting blue. Does she ever get tired of this? Looking into people's minds. Kira, the cunning woman. You did exactly the right thing, Danny. She should just die. Claire deadpanned while all the others looked at me with narrowed eyes. Did I do something wrong? You didn't say as Kira was staying here, Evan stated accusingly and felt like hitting Claire on her head. That big mouth of hers keeps spewing everything. Actually, you know what? I pushed Claire in front of them, since Claire here jogged my memories. She'll tell you everything in detail. Okay, bye. I gotta go check on my wife. With that, I left Claire in a precarious position and rushed over to my room. Thankfully, none of them tried to stop me as they were all focused on Claire, who sent daggers my way, to which I grinned as if I had won a tournament. The moment I stepped inside my room, I saw Ari seated in front of the bonfire with her back facing me. A smile automatically tugs on my lips at the sight of her. I take slow and silent steps until I'm behind her. Bringing my arms around her frame, I hug her from behind. What's my love doing? I sang merrily, kissing her cheek, and saw a smile pull up on her lips. Ari turns around, and her smile widens as she looks at me, but there's something in her eyes that doesn't seem right. Tucking a stray strand of her chestnut locks behind her ear, I cup her cheek with my palms. Inching my face closer to hers, I ask in a gentle voice, "What's wrong, sweetheart?" The moment I say those words, her eyes well up, and she hugs me suddenly. I hug her back despite feeling something is wrong. Ari? Danson, do you know you're the best thing that has ever happened to me? She murmurs next to my ear, which makes a huge grin spread on my lips. I'm about to say the same to her when she continues. My entire life, I never believed in love. My dad ruined all my hopes for love. I thought I would be stuck with Dad for eternity. I wished for a mate, but I never thought my mate would just show up one day and take me to his pack. Tony wasn't any ideal mate, but I was content that I didn't get my dad's slaps every day. But then you came like an angel into my life. Honestly, in the beginning, I thought you were the most arrogant and rude person I've ever met. And you were very annoying, she mumbled, snuggling closer to me. I wrapped my hands firmly around her, not saying anything, since I knew she had more to say. But then I came to know that you weren't really that annoying. Instead, you weren't annoying at all. The more I got to know you, the more I liked the person you were. The more I started enjoying myself around. The more I started falling for you. You kept hating yourself for being a hybrid, but let me tell you one thing, Danny. You're a wonderful person, Danson Rodriguez. What you are doesn't make you any less than others. Instead, it is what makes you you. A person who can risk his life to save someone else's, who has become a hybrid saving others. Isn't he truly amazing? You think you're an abomination because you're a hybrid, but you know what I believe? I believe that you're blessed to have this power of being both a vampire and a werewolf, which you gained because of your kind heart. You're unique. So, treasure it, Danny. My heart warmed at her words. No words have ever made me feel so good about being a hybrid. Ari can even make me think my biggest fault seems like a blessing. I don't know what I've done to have her in my life. I love her so much. You're everything to me, Danson. Falling in love with you was the best moment of my life, and I'll never forget it, Ari said while sniffing slowly. Is she crying? I pulled back from our embrace and cupped her tear-stained face. Why? Before I could say anything, she kissed me, her soft lips moving against mine. I pulled her closer, kissing her back with equal fervor. We pulled back when we were both out of breath, and I rested my forehead against hers. She cupped my cheeks and stared at me straight in the eyes. I love you, Danson. I love you more, Ari. I stared back into her turquoise eyes. A sad smile stretched on her lips as she said, and goodbye. The next moment I knew, Ari's eyes closed shut, and her body fell slack in my arms. Her entire body was cold and numb. I couldn't hear her heartbeat either. A tear ran down my face, followed by another, and then another as I hugged her body close to me. No. 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 This is not happening. Ari, you can't leave me. Chapter 44. I dragged myself across the tiled floor, feeling the heaviness still weighing my heart. 2 months. It's been 2 months since that day, and I still can't forget it. A lot has changed ever since. I also came to know that Kira had injected strong wolfsbane into Ari's system, which had led her to her temporary death. Kira. She's dead. But she sure left something to remember her for, more like, curse her for. My hands clenched into a fist. Only if I wasn't as stupid as I am. Only if I had saved Ari from getting abducted that day, things wouldn't have gone this far. These thoughts mulled over in my head as I made my way into the now empty kitchen. The servants and maids must be fast asleep at this hour of the night, which gives me the perfect chance to grab a drink. Once in the kitchen, I check my surroundings for confirmation. Finding the coast clear, I head over to the fridge and grab 2 sachets of blood from the blood sachets conserved for the servants who are vampires. Still holding the sachets, my other hand fishes out a vessel from the cabinets to heat the blood in. I pour the blood into the vessel, heat it, then pour the entire contents into a large glass before heading out of the kitchen, after cleaning up so no one suspects anything. Even my footsteps are slow and alert as I head to my room. The moment I'm in front of my room without bumping into any of the wandering servants, I feel like a weight has been lifted off my shoulder, but that soon turns into a sigh as I turn the doorknob and enter my room. Painful sobs are heard, which clenched my heart. Ari? I shut the door behind me and took in the scene in front of me. A woman was lying motionless, sprawled across the floor, eyes wide open, with a mark on her neck. Next to that woman sat Ari, her knees folded up to her chest, her head buried in her hands as she sobbed uncontrollably. Danson, I did it again. I'm sorry. I just couldn't control. The weight in my chest intensified as I listened to her broken voice. I know how much she hated all this. My Ari, who wouldn't even hurt a fly intentionally, had, out of instinct, harmed people recently, which I know must be killing her from the inside. Placing the glass of blood on the nightstand, I scooted down next to Ari, moved her hands away from her face, and held her face gently, wiping the marks around her mouth with my hands. It's okay, Ari. I know you didn't do it on purpose. I know, I wiped the tears on her soft cheeks, but they kept pouring down her face. But she is gone. She must be having a family. What would I tell them? Ari whimpered, referring to the maid. I pulled her into my embrace. She doesn't have a family. I tried to console Ari, although I have no idea whether the maid was an orphan or had any siblings. The only thing I know is that I've made sure all the maids who visited Ari were the ones seeking black magic. That is, they're all developing black witches. But Ari doesn't understand she's saving others by stopping the heartless black witches. For her, everyone's innocent. My Ari, what am I going to do with you? It still doesn't give me the right. I'm a horrible person. I should have died instead, she said, trying to pull away from my embrace. I held her firmly, rubbing her back in a comforting way when she struggled to get out of my hold. No, Ari, you're not. You're a lovely person. And I love you for who you are. Don't you ever talk about dying. Do you know how hard it was for me to see you die? How I felt like dying myself. What will I do without you? She relaxed in my hold, still crying, I love you too. I'm glad you're here. If it weren't for you, I would have died. There she goes again. I clamped my lips over hers, stopping her from saying it further. The kiss is slow and drugging before Ari wraps her arms around my neck and pulls me closer, thus deepening the kiss. I know what she's trying to do. She's doing it again by indulging in this. But no matter how selfish it might seem, I don't mind it one bit. So, I break the kiss, which earns me a whine from Ari, but when I stand up and carry her from the floor. Bridal style, she rests her head on my chest, knowing very well what was happening. The previous sadness dissipating from her face was replaced by desire-filled turquoise eyes. The sudden change in her mood was evident. I am well familiar with these mood swings, considering I've gone through them myself. Where are we going? Ari asks as I exit our room, carrying her in my arms and move into a guest room. You don't want to stay here in front of that now, do you? Although I wouldn't mind. I wink at her, trying to cheer her up, while I shut the guest room's door behind us. She offers a sly smile before placing a kiss on my neck. I love you, Danny. Her voice was alluring, sending shivers down my spine. I hate this side of hers. Liar. You love this side of hers. You think I don't get it? I know you're enjoying this a lot since that day. Poor Ari, she's driven by her emotions, but her conniving husband, instead of helping her cope with it, is enjoying and is over the top thinking about ways to be with her. May the moon goddess bless the poor soul. I'm sprinkling loads of holy water on you in my head, Danson. I roll my eyes at Carlos' stupid banter. What is he, a priest? About Ari, she's just so irresistible. Carlos interrupts, by the way, I'm not a priest. I don't stay in a church, and I'm stuck with you. My bad. Shut up, I order, but when he still doesn't stop, I cut him off. The award for the most annoying wolf ever should be given to the one and only Uncle Carlos. I focus on the work in my hand, kissing Ari. Locking the door, I push her against the wall and kiss her fervently. She kisses me back with equal fervor. We're both out of breath and panting messily after an intense kiss. Ari rests her head back on the door, and I take that moment to push her higher against the door before kissing down her neck. Danny. She squeaks when my lips press against the spot I've marked her. A grin stretches onto my lips when she starts shifting beneath me as I continue to kiss her neck. Staring at Ari, who was now fast asleep with the duvet covering half of her body, I tucked a stray strand of Ari's chestnut hair behind her ear and pulled the duvet up, covering her entirely from the cold winter air. I bend over and kiss her forehead. She looks so peaceful like this. Yes, I will always feel the guilt of getting her into this life, but I would never regret getting her back to life. I know that day I shouldn't have done it. and I know I'll be facing a few consequences for it. But it's all worth it as long as Ari is by my side. Still, I'm sorry, Ari, for what I did, for making you suffer so much pain, for turning you into a hybrid. Chapter 45. Ariel's POV. Kids, stop running. I scold the two little angels, although they don't seem to hear me and instead keep running around, making a mess everywhere they go. Before you think otherwise, no, they're not my kids. One of those two angels is Cammy, and the other one is. There you are. Noah, the supposed angel number 2, runs over to hug Carl with his little arms, who in return picks him up and twirls him around, earning a giggle from the 6-year-old boy. No, he isn't Carl's son. The doctor was right. She couldn't conceive after the incident with the wolfbane. Apparently, Carl had become this silent doll without any emotions for days after she woke up post-surgery. She was stuck in the trauma of losing her child. But slowly she started talking to us again, although she never spoke to Tony after the incident. Soon after, she started seeing other men, and she's been seeing them ever since. I can literally feel the ache in Tony's eyes whenever he finds Carl close to another man, but he never does anything to stop her. All he does is walk away and shut himself in his room, considering he's currently staying in the castle these days to work with Danson and Arish on finding a particular group of rogues who are wreaking havoc in the packs recently. I once asked him whether he had feelings for Carl, but he blatantly avoided the topic. I don't know who he's trying to convince when it's clear as day that he loves her, and it hurts him whenever he sees her with another man. Things had stayed that way for the past 2 months, Carl deliberately hurting Tony even if it was hurting her as well. But one of these days, Carl got abducted by the rogues in the woods, and while Danson and I were in Benetton, unaware of the abduction, he rescued her and brought her back safe, along with Noah. Oh yeah, Carl found little Noah, trapped by the rogues in their headquarters, where she had been captured. When she escaped, she brought Noah along. There's something different about Noah. I mean, he's a kid, but much stronger than a normal werewolf kid should be. I once even saw his eyes flecked with gold, which suggests he could be a royal. There isn't any other royal family than the 3 existing ones, and I don't think any of these existing families would have accidentally produced an offspring, considering all of them are happy and in love with their respective wives. That brings me to the question of whether there's another royal family that no one is aware of. If I had asked this question later, I would have been surprised how right I was. About Giovanna and Anne. The thought of them both together always makes me laugh. Months ago, they were at each other's throats, and I don't even know why. They act like 2-year-olds, always fighting with each other whenever they're together. But last week, on Cammy's birthday party, and just suddenly arrived fully drunk and kissed Gio soundly in front of everyone. He was as shocked as we all were, and before we could ask what was happening, Gio scooped her up in his arms and left, saying she was drunk and did all this in her drunken state, and that we should continue with the party without minding the interruption. The next day, though, they were back to being each other's enemies, in fact, more so than before. I really have no idea what's going on with both of them. I took a glance at Carl, who was smiling at something little Noah was speaking about. At least, she smiles now. I've seen that dimmed light return to Carl's eyes ever since she found Noah. Maybe she feels like she's got her child back in a sense? I would say she's still in trauma of losing her child and Tony's betrayal of using her for his revenge. I hope Tony mans up and tries to win her back. It's kinda sad to see Noah attached to Tony and Carl when they didn't even talk to one another until recently. Carl started having small talks with Tony due to Noah's pestering. I know for a fact that she still loves him, but she's not wrong in her place either. She's trying to get away from him so that he doesn't hurt her again. But the girl doesn't realize that the man is already head over heels for her and wouldn't repeat the mistake ever again. What are you thinking so much about, Ari? Cammy's cute, bubbly voice brings me back to the present as I look down at the little girl tugging at my skirt, staring at me with those big, blue-green eyes of hers. I smile, leaning down a bit so that I'm at her exact height. Nothing. I was just thinking that you look like a princess in this lovely frock. I lie, although it isn't entirely a lie. She does look cute in the dress. It's a frilly, light purple-colored frock with pink ribbons adorning the sleeves and waist. There's also a big baby pink-colored bow on the back. Her blonde hair is in 2 ponytails, making her look even prettier and cuter. She's such a cutie. Cammy giggles, covering her mouth, hee hee. Noah also said that to me. You both are the same. She giggles some more before scurrying away to play back with Noah as Carl puts him down. Both of the kids then resume wreaking havoc in the house. I'm about to approach Carl, who's smiling at the kids while they are busy making a mess of the castle, but I stop on my tracks as I spot Tony walking towards her. Deciding to give both of them some space, I head towards my room instead. As I'm on my way to my room, I'm suddenly pulled by my wrist and into a guest room. I huff in annoyance, knowing very well who it is. Danson Dash, and the man in question is kissing me, cutting me off yet again. All my annoyance melts down as those lips mold over mine softly and sweetly. I'm into my own haze-filled state until he moves back, probably for air. Danson rests his forehead against mine, staring straight into my eyes, so Mrs. Rodriguez, would you do the honor of going on a date with me? I smile at him and wrap my arms around his neck. What if I say no? Well, then I'll have to find someone else for the date. He smirks while I narrow my eyes at him, pushing him away. Okay, fine. Go find someone else. I'm not going anywhere. I reply, sprightly walking towards the room's door as he starts laughing out loud. I know I'm being unreasonable, but didn't it become a daily thing after, I turned into a hybrid? My emotions are all over the place. I feel happier. I feel sadder. I feel jealous more. Everything is just more. But I like this feeling, although it's very saddening when the bloodlust becomes heightened. Just as I'm about to twist the doorknob, Danson turns me around in a swift move, pushing me against the door, and places both of his hands on either side of me. My love, even if try to find someone else, it'll be always you. Because you're my one and only choice. And even if I had millions of choice, I'd always chose you. So, I'll ask you again. Will you go on a date with me, Ari? Danson has that puppy dog eyes face on. I chuckle at his kiddish antics. You're so cheesy, Danny. I chuckle some more before resting my head on his shoulder. Okay, Ariel. Time to say it. Besides, what will our baby say if he gets to know that his father was being a child instead of the actual child? I twist the words, trying to give him a hint, but the man doesn't get it. Danson gives me a quizzical, confused look. Where did a baby come from in this conversation? I feel like hitting his head. He didn't even have a clue. I'm pregnant, stupid. I push him away, feeling annoyed for the umpteenth time today. My pregnancy hormones are kicking in, and I, being a hybrid, don't help a bit. On the contrary, Danson is frozen to the spot the moment I say the words, and he keeps staring at me. He finally speaks after a moment of staring at me like a hawk. Is it mine? No, he's not asking this. I'm going to kill him. No, it's not. It's Santa's. I stomp away angrily towards the balcony and cross my arms over my chest, ignoring the irritating man and looking up at the starry night sky. Soon after, I feel 2 arms wrap around my waist, pulling me towards a hard chest. Danson buries his face in the crook of my neck before placing a soft kiss there. I try to ignore him despite my crazy heartbeat. Sorry, sweetheart. I was just stunned, I guess. It just came out of my mouth out of nowhere. I know I'm an idiot, he mumbled, nuzzling my neck with his face. I smiled before turning around to face him while his hands were still on my waist. Yup. You are an idiot. But you are my idiot. Of course, you're idiot. Danson's smile widens, causing his dimples to pop out. Gosh. I'm going to be a father. He has that awestruck look on his face, which washes away all my worries. Yes, Mr. Rodriguez. I laugh at his excitement as I wrap my arms around his neck. He stares into my eyes with those baby blue ones. I love you, Ari. Thank you for giving me this wonderful gift. I'll treasure you both. He places a hand on my now flat belly and leans down to kiss it. My smile never fades as he stands back up and we're back into our previous position, his hands on my waist, mine around his neck, and both of us staring at one another. I love you too, Danson, I say before he leans in to kiss me under the starry night sky. My life was finally at peace. Epilogue. Ariel's POV. I was laughing so hard. Rachel, who's almost 3 years old now, had bound Danson's hair in cute, colorful ponytails, and he looks so hilarious. Dada, you look weavy pwetty. Our daughter squeals in her barely understandable language, raining sloppy kisses all over Danson's face, and pulls at his cheeks enthusiastically. When Rachel was born 2.5 years ago, Danson and I fell in love with her the first time we laid our eyes on the little bundle. She has my turquoise eyes and Danson's midnight hair. Even though she can barely form proper sentences, she's a chatterbox. She talks a lot and loves to show her affection to her mama and dada with her hugs and clinginess. The fact that Danson amuses himself is even more funnier than the flabbergasted look he passes Rach as she yells out for everyone to look at her beautiful and pwetty dada. I keep giggling at the whole ordeal, and Danson quickly snaps his attention my way with an accusing gaze, although there's a certain softness to them. You put the idea in her head, he says through our mind link, indicating how I suggested to Rach that her dada would look prettier than her mama with the ponytails. You look weavy pwetty though. I shot back, imitating Rach's voice. Danson bites back a smile at the googly eyes I throw his way. He does look nice. Celine, my wolf, laughed along before retreating into the back of my mind. She started appearing back slowly, in the last few years since Danson and I mated. She still talks less, and it's mainly about Carlos, Danson's wolf, but she does talk. I can hear her voice, and it makes me so happy. These days, she lets me shift as well. I'm brought back to the present when I feel a soft kiss on my forehead. I glance up at Danson, who's gazing down at me lovingly as Rachel runs out of the room with her short legs and floppy steps, shutting the door behind her to gather Cammy and Lords know who. What was that for? I ask with a smile. He pouts at that. Can I kiss my wife without a reason? Sure, you can. I roll my eyes at him and get up from the bed where Rach, he, and I were sprawled on seconds ago. Not even half a step ahead towards the door to get the little jumpy girl, I'm pulled back by a warm hand grasping my wrist. With a single tug, I go tumbling backwards and on top of Danson, who's lying on the bed on his back. My hands flatten on his hard chest, and his arms go around my waist as he lazily grins at me so wifey. Let's go out tonight? Just you and me. What about Rachel? I quirk a brow at him, smiling myself. I could invite Tony here so she can tie ponytails on his head? And we can go then, he suggests. I wound my arms around his neck. That'd be fun if Tony is free. He has a kingdom to run, doesn't he? Danson pouts again. Would you like me to run a kingdom as well? No, I want you all for myself. Women already fumble around you enough, even after knowing you're married and have a daughter. I grumble, remembering just how yesterday a beautiful courtier lady threw herself on Danson in front of me. Danson chuckles, tightening his hold around me. Jealous, are we? His lips morph into a cocky grin. Never. I lie, narrowing my eyes at him. I try to wiggle out of his arms, but he tightens them and flips us around with him now on top of me. Stormy blue eyes stare into mine, sad for them. My eyes are set on this woman in front of me. He twirls a strand of my chestnut hair around his finger. She seems to have captured my soul. Might be sorcery since I can't really free my poor heart out of her clutches. I bite back a cheeky grin. Carlos is right. You're hopelessly cheesy. Since when did you and Carlos started having heart-to-heart? My eyebrows raise a fraction, and my lips twist into mirth. Celine tells me what Carlos tells her. Want to know what else he said? The look on his face is of utter betrayal, which, I'm sure, is directed towards his wolf. I smirk the same smirk he gives me all the time. When we were in the courtroom and Walker was just being polite to me, you wanted to snap his warm, soft lips clamp over mine, cutting my words midway. Danson pins my arms next to my head with one of his arms while the other trails down my neck to my chest. Danny, I squeak, pushing his hands off me as my cheeks heat up furiously. I don't think I can ever stop turning into a blushing tomato when it comes to Danson. No matter how many times we become intimate. I shake my head, warding off any wayward thought, and fix Danson with a stern look. Rach will show up any moment with Cammy. Should I lock the door then? He quips his head at the door suggestively, that mischievousness playing within his eyes. Danny, My face turns redder if it's even possible, but I still manage to glare up at him. Danson laughs at the look on my face, and I could swear I looked like a flustered clown then. His laughter dies at the murderous intent on my face, and he gets up with me hoisted in his arms. Put me down, I grumble, shaking my legs like a swing in his arms. Nope. Not until you're smiling again, he says, and just when I'm about to smack him to put me down, he twirls us around. I squeak, clinging to him as if my life depends on it, as he goes round and round, laughing at my terror. I find myself laughing along halfway through the twirling around the room as I wind my arms firmly around his neck. We both end up laughing like silly idiots, turning around in circles in the room when Ratch jolts into the room with Cammy behind her. Babies. Cammy rolls her eyes, spotting me and Danson while Ratch stares up at Cam with googly eyes, looking between herself and us, probably thinking who her cousin is calling a baby. Ratch is a bit slow at grasping things, probably because my baby is still so little. Mama dada wis waby? She asks Cam very attentively. Yeah, smaller than me, Ratch. Cam nods eagerly. Smaller. She has that shocked look on her face as she assesses me in Danson's arms, then him. Dada weevy wig though. No, he's the smallest. Cammy reprimands. Malist? She looks shocked again as she looks back at us. Danson and I share a dumbfounded look before he smartly puts me down so that the little sweetheart doesn't lose more of her brains thinking how her wig dada is malist. I'm the biggest. Danson huffs. Dada wiggest. Ratch nods and runs up to him. He gathers her in his arms and lifts her up and down in the air, making her burst into a fit of giggles. Cammy also runs up to him, laughing as he tickles the little girls. I smile fondly at them. At Cammy. At Danson. At Rachel. At my little family. My heart warms at the sight of them, and then suddenly there's that strong tug in my entire being that sends my mind reeling for a moment. It's a giddy feeling I've been getting occasionally ever since Danson and I made it. It keeps coming once in a while, and at those times, I feel those undescribable sparks from Danson's touches and the love seeping so strongly through our bond. I had once asked Claire what it meant, the sudden jolt of giddiness, I mean. Since she might know, as she's an ancient witch. But she had simply looked at the carving on my wrist that appeared only when a witch held my hand, resembling a half-eagle face, and then mentioned that Danson and Evan were the same sort of idiots. Which I didn't get, of course. But I remember Danson mentioning that Alina was Evan's mate, and that the vampire lord didn't realize until late because the bond was so weak. Danson had lost both his soul mate and moon goddess, his destined mate. His bond would have become even weaker, and that's probably the reason why. Danson seems to see my stumbling steps as he turns to me with worry marring his expression. Moon Goddess knows how much I love him. And it is then that I realize what it means. Are you okay? I love you. I beam out of nowhere. Cammy gives me a confused look before pulling Rachel along with her outside the room as Danson sets them both down. Ari, you are. Danson looks awestruck when he turns to me, completely glowing. I love you. I run into his open arms and snuggle closer to his warmth. Love you more. He caresses my hair, crushing me in his embrace. That strong giddy feeling. I know why I feel that way once in a while. I mumble against his chest as joy seeps through my entire being. Danson's gaze is knowing as he inches back a bit to peer into my eyes. You do. I nod vehemently. The smile he gives me is so bright, so lovely, that I could cherish it for the rest of my life. And the next one too. You knew, didn't you? I ask, a smile of my own pulling at my lips. Long before. He confesses honestly, his eyes brightening. Why didn't you tell me? I'm too happy to even be upset at this point. I didn't want to dump the bond on you. I thought it'd be best if you figured out yourself. It wouldn't have mattered even if you didn't. I'll always love you, soulmates or not. Soulmate. I test the words on my tongue gleefully. This is amazing. So are you, sweetheart. He puts his arms around me again, kissing the crown of my head affectionately. How's it possible, though? I thought there were only second-chance mates, not soulmates. Isn't it a one-time thing? I tilt my head quizzically to the side. He nudges his nose with mine, making me smile. I asked Lisa. She said it was possible that the bond let me choose my mate since it failed twice. And when I marked you, the bond clicked into place. Remember when I said I'd always choose you? He asks very proudly. I look at him with nervousness, so no second chance mate by the Moo Goddess? Nope. I marked and mated with you. The other bonds just nullified since then. I'm bound to you for eternity, my love. He holds my face tenderly in his warm palm. So am I. My smile is intact as he leans down to kiss me. I love him so much. And yeah, I love that piece of him and me too, our little daughter. Our Rachel. The firstborn vampire/werewolf hybrid to ever exist. Born to two hybrid parents. Who loves her with all they have.